Continued tensions throughout the Middle East, sending stocks tumbling here this morning as oil opens late Sunday, the futures anyways, at its highest level since 2022, getting up to almost $120 for crude futures. We have come significantly off from those levels here this morning, trading around 102, 103, but the inflation conversation back in front of the market so far this morning. That has long-term yields spiking here, both the 10-year and the 30-year, well above that 4% rate once again. We'll touch on that coming up. Dollar strength coming back into play. Lots of uncertainty, lots of volatility. The VIX, by the way, opening as well, its highest level since 2022 this morning. So a lot to come this week, and this all ahead of the latest reading on inflation coming up on Wednesday. We'll get CPI from last month and then PCE as well later in the week on Friday. Yeah, that's how the S&P 500 is looking right now. Big gap to the downside once again. Disregard that candle. It's just some D prints coming through. That's USO. I mean, you can bring up crude futures as well. Just crazy price action to start the week. I pulled it up last night. I was sitting on my couch just to see what was going to happen. It was 16% to the upside, just like that, as soon as futures open.
I had friends messaging me, telling me, like, this thing's up 20%. Have you seen gas prices? What was the highest you saw over the weekend?
Oh, man, probably 155, I think, 156.
I got around 157, the same thing. But, like, we're knocking on the door of 160. Prices we haven't seen since immediately after the invasion of Ukraine back in early 2022. So, yeah, there's a lot of pressure. And now you're hearing some of these Arab states, not only are they not shipping, but they may stop producing. That could be very consequential. Yeah,
we'll have to keep an eye on. There was, I was reading this morning, there was one tanker that made its way through the pass.
Yep.
But I mean, that's obviously not going to be anywhere near enough or anywhere close to what normally happens on a daily basis.
And you're hearing this is not really about insurance. It's more about human life.
Yeah.
So whether or not you're going to get the insurance, President Trump made it very clear he wants to kind of backstop that. I don't think that moves a needle, quite frankly, at least not in the short term.
G7, meanwhile, going to meet sometime this week on whether or not to release some of their strategic reserves to kind of offset this. And if you actually, why don't I just pull up the actual futures market, you can see when that happened on crude futures this morning. If you go into a shorter time frame here, this move down on crude came on that announcement when they all got together, I guess, and came out and said, let's try and stop this or at least curb the move up a little bit. I mean, we got to do something here.
Yeah, and to be honest with you, Brendo, it's getting even more complicated. More states are getting dragged into this. I don't know if you've had a look over the weekend. Turkey, all of a sudden, becoming a possible entrant into this latest war, and that obviously is going to expand the regional conflict. There's a lot to kind of consider. On the back of that, with U.S. dollar remaining quite strong as it becomes the run to safety, you're not seeing that in gold. You're not seeing that in silver. Bitcoin trying to hold up a little bit, still down much below the highs that it was at after President Trump tweeted about the Genius Act and the Stability Act and the other crypto-related legislations.
Yeah, dollar back to almost $100 here. We get up to 99.72. This is a daily chart. If you zoom out a little bit, 99.72 is the high there. But I mean, we haven't been up to, $100 for DXY. We haven't been up here since November of 2025. So it's been a long time, as you mentioned. A lot of people running to the safety of the DXY, a lot of people running to the safety of maybe some long-term bonds coming back into play here as this inflation story remains, I think, front and center, especially ahead of Wednesday. We get that CPI print.
And speaking of different things that we get this week, I believe Secretary Bessent is going to meet with his counterpart ahead, of course, of the Xi-Trump meeting at the end of this month, early next month. So that should be really interesting, whether they can sort of iron out a different framework, a financial framework for what's happening. But the Chinese refineries, as you and I talked about last week, really getting hit hard. They rely more on the oil that comes through the Strait of Hormuz into their refiners. So you got to assume that that's going to be, on the chopping block here.
Lots to consider this week, guys. Lots of volatility, lots of uncertainty, unfortunately, around not only energy markets, but the equity side of things as well. OB in for Neil this week. Neil enjoying some spring baseball down in Florida this week. Shout out to Neil. Good morning, guys.
Morning. How are you doing, Sean?
Yeah, good morning. Not too bad. How are you doing?
I'm not.
Always great to be here with OB, of course. Make sure my mic is on, which it is. Yeah, what a wild weekend. You were telling me a story there last night about Blue Ocean and just what it was looking like to trade oil during that, and what some of those levels look like, and the halting and this and that and the other stuff. And then we come in today, oil up 11%. So could be up a lot more as it was yesterday, a little bit of a pullback. And it's actually coming back quite nicely right now. Oil was just at 104 when we sort of started this thing. Now you're down to 101 and looking like you want to break through. So here we go. This is the J contract. So, even if you go out and you look at next month, we're at $99 right now for the May contract. The K contract, sorry, $96 was just at $99. That's dropping down as well. So it looks like we're starting to come back just a little bit here in crude oil. But yeah, wild times. Like, filled up yesterday before we had quite a long trip yesterday for a hockey game, and filled up right before. And even when we came back, it was up even more. The price of gas before, it's going upside there. And poor this guy over here has a diesel car. I mean, I saw it was $1.98 a liter or something for diesel right now. And gas here is $1.55, let's just say. And I remember, because I used to drive a diesel too, and diesel used to be less than unleaded, maybe a couple years ago. I don't know how long ago that was, but so that's even taking it on the chin a little bit there. So, but great weather here. To 18 degrees supposed to be today.
No,
18.
Definitely
no more
not
snow.
as nice as Florida.
No, not as nice as Florida.
Enjoying
no,
much warmer weather, but it is getting much nicer, and we're hitting double digits today as well. So looking forward to the warmer weather. There's only I guess two stocks.
Take Neil's banana.
Thank you very much. There's only really two stocks that I have on watch.
I was going to say, what are you looking at here?
Just USO, and as you mentioned before last night, some interesting trading. Brendo pointed out what happened in terms of the price action overnight in crude oil, and then we saw some of that action happen in the Blue Ocean session as well, which was pretty crazy. I didn't even know that. I had to look up halt rules for the BL session, and you can see here, nice little. There was no offer. There was no offer. There was only a bid, and I guess it just trades on. You can't go any higher. So unless and until anyone's willing to sell lower, the price just sticks, and it kind of stuck at 133.78 there. And I was well asleep here, but around 120, 118 is when that news comes out. And then finally we get some relief, some selling coming in. So if you were awake for this was probably one of the better trades, or one of the best trades overnight here. But that happened at like 1 a.m. But absolutely beautiful. I think this breakout was nice as well. 130. I didn't really take that one, but I was watching it pretty closely here. Decent hold of some of this prior structures in the session as well. But yeah, this short. I went to bed being like, I think I want to look for the short on oil coming into the morning, because this is a little overextended, and lo and behold, the news comes out, and the short is kind of done there. But we'll see. We'll wait and watch. I'm looking for these pops. I'm looking for any sort of lower highs here. USO this morning coming in, hitting a high of 125.87s and a low of 116. So yeah, we're holding pretty decently, and looking forward to any sort of developments coming in this week.
Yeah, it should be good. We'll keep our ear to the ground on all this oil stuff. And the market in general. And, I was looking at this, like the VIX right now, finally, starting to get a little elevated right now. So we're at 31 and change now for the VIX. But, that little spike right there, 35, 30, 35, 50 or so. This is during the tariff tantrum. So we did have a huge move up into the 60s there back in April. But as you can see, nice move here. And as soon as you broke through, man, that $22 mark early last week, then it started to bump through a bit. I think it's getting a little overextended to myself, the downside. But the thing is that, oh man, there's so much more volatility to come. Like, if I told you that all this, we would be going through, apparently it's $900 to $1 billion a day the U.S. government is spending on this war. The loss of life, all the destruction, what's happening with oil, what's been happening with silver, what's been happening with gold, Bitcoin's retreat here, NVIDIA can't get going, some of the Mag 7s to the downside. And yet the S&P 500 is down 1.75% year to date. Like, you're not even down 2% on the S&P 500. So I was looking at the dollar as well. That's starting to get dollar strength. So it's just, as Brendan mentioned, we'll see if we can take down that $100 mark. I mean, again, it's just these are just dollar, like it's not dollar denominated. It's not like it's $100 or anything like that. Just this mark right into here, 100, 101. Looks like we're going to try to take that out, give some more strength back in to the US dollar, which is kind of strange because with oil being so strong, you know, US is going to, I think the oil reserves are about only half full right now is what I'm hearing. So they're going to have to get that straight open. And I think that as soon as, you know, oil starts pumping again, I mean, still, Iraq and Iran completely trying to cut off sort of supply right now as well. And then there's this huge oil refinery attack also over the weekend that hit. So apparently, like, it's raining. Like, they showed cars and stuff in Iran, and they have like all this soot, like everything's all over the ground and everything like that, just from everything like the rain coming down and pollution. It's so funny. Here we use paper straws, you know, to save the world. And you get some of those pictures.
Horrible idea.
And it's kind of nasty to see what's going on over there for the environment as well. So I think there's like a big after effect of all of this, not just the loss of life, obviously, but you know, what's going to happen with the environment. But, you know, what needs to be done needs to be done. And I don't think President Trump seems to be stopping anytime soon. So I think the oil trade continues to go higher. And we're already bouncing again off of $100. We're back up to 101. So yeah, we might trade. USO is a great tool to trade because then you're trading like the equity and instead of, you know, a futures contract. But you can get involved here with the CL. So that's another thing that we'll be looking at today. Amazon to the downside. There's really nothing nice to say today. The NASDAQ looks like it wants to go lower, down 1%. But I mean, you know what, Obi, the thing about it is, you know, the last couple of days, I know you obviously been trading, we get some downside moves and then it kind of wants to go up.
Yeah.
We've been hit near the end of the day. You know, there's no doubt about that. But the last couple of days, like this is Thursday, boom, right? I just showed you what Friday looked like, which was right here as well. What does Wednesday even look like? Wednesday morning looks like this. You know, so you get a nice move upside. So, you know, I don't know if it's all, you know, dead today, only down 1%, but, you know, we're going to have to battle back and we're going to see if that happens in about an hour and a bit. So, yeah, all the stories seem to be pretty red. I mean, you mentioned, did you mention Hims and hers?
Yeah, no,
yeah,
that
you did.
That was the other stock.
Yeah, so a deal here with Novo Nordisk. We're going to wait to see some more details on this. But apparently, you know, they were fighting back and forth. No, you're not allowed to sell it. You know, our product, yes, you are. So on and so forth. We had that dip down basically right after Super Bowl day where they were dropped and there it was, boosh to the downside, and looks like that deal might be back on. So we'll see if Hims and Hers can get going up 50% right now. Huge day for, you know, anybody holding options in this. I know this is a big time traded name here from our viewers and you know, on the show as well. So we'll see if we can trade some Hims and Hers today.
Definitely. I'll have, that's the other, I said I have two on watch. One of them is USO. We'll see if we can catch anything on there. But Hims and Hers, absolutely beautiful. We're definitely going to be covering this a lot more. Yeah, looking at the bigger picture, this thing was beat down pretty aggressively. Let's just go back to the weekly here. You can see beat down pretty aggressively all the way from 64s. Could not really get past that 64 since about February 2025. That's when we got up there. Resistance, resistance, resistance for multiple tests. This is the first time in a long time, I guess, this selling in October that really kind of started to break structure, bring us back to these 2024 lows. Strong bid. First time since around then. So we'll see, maybe this is a changing fundamentals trade here as well. So we'll see how this kind of pans out, but aggressive bid coming in. You can see here when we go to the shorter time frame. Let's just go to like a 3 hour so we can encompass some of the after hours and pre-market action as well. And let's take a look at this right here. Strong volume highs at 30s. We're currently trading at 23.30s right now. So we'll see if we can continue to catch a bid coming in to the opening session. So that's one of the ones that I do have on watch. And again, let's throw on a quick anchored here as well. And that's probably sitting in and around where regular VWAP is as well. So that's sitting at 22.40. So we've already come in, we've pulled back, tested that area, catching a bit of a bid here, holding some of these pre-market support levels. So I have my levels defined right here. If we just kind of use some of these pre-market highs, that's sitting at 24.60s, and some of these lows that I'm interested in probably down here. So We'll see what it does with that range, Sean. I don't know. When I look at a chart like this, there's obviously two ways. You know, it can either go up or down. But I'm just like, if we're going to gap up so aggressively on some good news, how much headwind do we really have that we need to get across because of the aggressive selling that we've been having weeks on end? So are there going to be people who have been kind of, like you said, people are definitely holding some options on this, definitely holding some stock. So where, at what point do we find some sort of resistance here on hims and hers? We'll have to wait and see, but definitely going to be watching it. Opening drive, I think it's definitely worth taking a shot at if it does something aggressive off of the open, but we'll see. Doing about over 100 times relative volume here in the pre-market on him. So those are the only two really strong ideas that I have off of the open, but we'll wait and see. This market is so news driven. Especially on oil. I think the oil news trades have been absolute bangers. I don't know if you saw some of the Amex numbers from last week.
Yeah, I did.
And I'm just like, yeah, that's probably from TPET, USO, some BATL as well. Let's see how that one is doing here along with USO. So this one's been a great vehicle for trading as well. That reminds me, I probably have to borrow some shares on this one here this morning. But yeah, we'll wait and see what this.
That's actually a good point. Make sure that everyone needs to make sure that if you are trading some of these oil names, make sure there are enough shares to borrow, especially if you are looking to go both ways and take the short in that play as well. And then unfortunately today, I mean, if Neo was here, he'd be all upset. For me, it's just another day. But SoFi down 3% as they do not get. I own a decent amount of SoFi, so it's just been just a bad trade back down in. But we got the S&P 500, got Vertiv, Lumentum, EchoStar, and Coherent all set to join the S&P 500. And so no SoFi and no Marvell. So the two names that potentially. I mean, Marvell's going to get right back up to the upside anyways. They had great earnings. I don't know if they're getting hit because of that reason today, as most names are down, but that's it. Vertiv, VRT. And that announcement came on Friday, and you did see a little bit of a bump up. Oh, you can't see it on here. Hold on. It was Friday at 5, so I don't actually have, there it is right there. So there's the announcement. There's the move higher there up to 257 and change, and then the fade right back in. So Vertiv was the #1 on Kalshi and Polymarket and all that to get added, so it looks like that will happen. I really like this play as well. I mean, so does everybody. It's all the way up. And, just to give you guys an idea, here's a little bit of a flag forming here. If this does fail, remember, because it was so speculated that this was going to be the #1 ad for the S&P 500, they're adding 4 of them, Lumentum, Vertiv, EchoStar, and Coherent. We can look at all charts. But I think this one now is actually vulnerable to fall back in right here, because a lot of the time you get the bump up in the S&P 500 add-on, and then now we look to see if this can't hold 240. I look for this to get to the downside, and maybe even today on Vertiv. So we'll have to see if a 240 can wind up holding here today. I mean, you can even use this 239 sort of low that we held with on Friday. So I think that's going to be an interesting look there for VRT. Like the stock, but just the name with the action there today. And we saw names like Uber, AppLovin. I mean, AppLovin's a little bit of a different situation. We got to go back to the guys. Holy crap, it's already 8:17. But yeah, we just, look at this since it's been added to the S&P 500 in December. Right, so here's the move up in December. There's basically the add, 740, all the way down to 340. So, not great with, everything that's happening in the IGV and some of the software names, but that just gives you an idea of, even though the company's working well, might still have a downside play. So watch out for Vertiv today, potentially making a move lower. But I still like the stock. I don't think it's going to go necessarily to the short. I don't know if I'd swing short it, but I do think that there is some potential for it coming back in. Just looking there, 68,000 for Bitcoin. All right, boys, that's it from the desk over here. Oil, as Brendan sort of came to us with the first story, it's already up and down $2 or $3 since we've been sitting here talking. So I think it's going to be an active day in that spot. But interesting to hear what Michael has to say about the energy spaces. You know if that's what he's talking about, Brendo, or?
Talk about buying the dip. So, I mean, I think you're late if you're trying to buy a dip in oil at this point, or maybe even this morning we get to buy a dip. But we'll see what he's going to be looking at. I think he's talking more the overall market. But a couple of things you were mentioning as far as oil is concerned, like if you look at Brent versus WTI, both had that same move, but WTI way, way higher at this point, or the percentage move anyways for West Texas Intermediate. Much greater, both on the way back down, still extending declines. Not all bad as far as individual stocks. The guys were mentioning this one. HIMS just tested day highs there, came back in very, very quickly, though. 2450 got rejected. in a hurry for HIMS. LYV, another one moving around here this morning, nowhere near as much volume or a lot of volume by any stretch of the imagination. 170, a decent level if you zoom out on a higher time frame. It looks like they finally wrapped up this case against Live Nation with secondary sellers.
Yeah, not a bad look here, Brendo. They're close to hopefully settling this whole federal antitrust lawsuit. It was brought by the Department of Justice, and more than 24 states also joined out, filed back in May of 2024. It was seeking to actually break up Live Nation and kind of force the sale of Ticketmaster unit, which is part of Live Nation now. They made allegations that the company was using its dominant position to inflate ticket prices and harm artists. Anybody who's been buying concert tickets or sporting events, you guys know how expensive these tickets have been. Brando and I talking about that anecdotally off camera. And it intensified the scrutiny since the 2010 acquisition. It looks like they've got a deal here, possibly in principle. So up nicely here, really bucking the trend, up 6%.
On the with the risk of sounding very old and grumpy, we were just talking about, I'm going to go see Nikki Glaser in August in Niagara Falls. And I don't like. It seems like $300 is now normal for anything at this point. It doesn't even matter where you're going to see or who you're going to see.
That's exactly it.
That's like now the starting point is like $300 and up.
Exactly. So if you're going to anybody like, let's just say like Taylor Swift-esque, then you're talking in the thousands minimum, right? Like I'm going to see Tame Impala in mid-July, and that, you know, I got decent tickets there, but it was quite expensive as well. And it was really, even when you looked into the nosebleeds, there wasn't too much of a variance between the tickets that I got and the nosebleeds. So I said, what the hell? Spend that extra $200 and actually get really good seat. You know what I mean? But you're kind of put in a catch-22.
Yeah. I mean, it was, and to your point, it was the same with this show. It was like I mean, that I don't even know what it is. A theater, I guess, doesn't even have that many. It's not that big of a space.
Yeah.
I think there's like 3 or 4 different rows, and the difference in price between, you know, nosebleeds and like even the main, you know, bowl or whatever.
It's not that much.
It's like 160, 170 to 210, 220.
It's might as well ante up.
But then it's like
more.
450 by the time you're all said and done. Anyways, again, I'm just old and grumpy. Joe has some options ideas for us.
Hey, Joey.
All right, guys, good morning and happy Monday. Yeah, let's take a look at the world of derivatives here. We're going to start things off with some Palantir, guys. That is going to be expiring this week. At that $157.50 strike price, guys, you can see the open interest relatively high there, 15,700, and volume around 11,000. Now, your bid and the ask spread, not horrible, $10 currently right now, but pretty expensive. Okay, we're going to do a comparison with another name. There is a slight increase in your Vega and your Gamma exposure, relatively cool, but your Delta sitting around that 51, all right? So just keep that in mind, guys. Relatively expensive contracts compared to something that's roughly in the same price, all right? I mean, a couple points away, but nothing substantial and relatively cheaper, and that's going to be NVDA. There is greater amounts of positive gamma north of 187, but I wanted to point this out. We are trading south of this specific level, about $10 or so, maybe a little bit more, a little bit less, but what I'm getting at here essentially is where is that next supply zone and how long are we going to be holding under these ranges? We've gone over this on multiple occasions on the fact until the size is essentially lifted, then I'm going to suspect that the underlying itself is going to stay under certain supply zones, okay? And this may be one of them. So expiring this Friday, open interest sitting around 34,600, volume 23,200, open and closed on Friday session. NVDA, typically a tight spread here, $4, nothing to write home about whatsoever, but you can see that we're currently out of the money just due to the lack of delta exposure. Okay, we're sitting at that 20 metric. Gamma is relatively cool as well because it's so far out of the money, and then you're at the money IV sitting around 52.7%. So keep an eye on your supply zones. It can really give you a directional bias and like, hey, we may not be climbing north of specific areas for quite some time until that size is removed or all the contracts are expired and they decide not to roll them over. All right, so that's what I'm going to be looking at NVDA. We won't be going north of 187.5 anytime this week, guys.
All right.
All your options over there. Yeah, no, I agree with all that ticket stuff. For me, it's not the price of the event. It's more like these, I mean, like you're talking about with Live Nation and everything. It's like, it's the convenience charges and like the seat fees or the arena fee that they wind up charging. Because look, let's be honest, like concerts are selling out. That's like, it's supply and demand. Like that, there's a reason why all these comics are touring and all these bands are going out. It's because they're literally getting an unlimited amount of money, basically just based on the supply of seats available. Like, I was just saying about, I don't, both you and I hadn't heard Tame something. I'm not sure the group that he's going to go see, but all these bands are all just like putting the tickets out, offering whatever prices, and they're getting gobbled up. I mean, I was looking the other day, I'm going to that, I don't know if it's going to be any good or not, but I got that Cardi B tickets. I might wind up selling them, I have no idea. But they're sold out. Completely sold out, and it's like, and she's doing, I don't know how many venues and blah, 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 but it's just like, as long as these keep getting sold out, they can charge whatever the hell they want, you know, and it's just like, this just keeps on going and going and going. It's because for experiences, I think after COVID, everyone's willing to pay whatever for experiences. That's, you know, because sitting at home is fun for many, but not that often. And I think you got to get out and do things. And so I think we're willing to pay those crazy prices. So I didn't even, you know, looking at Live Nation, I didn't, never really traded it and never really, like, I like the business for that exact reason. I don't think anybody's stopping anything anytime soon as far as going out and enjoying themselves. I hate the business of StubHub. I think we sort of talked a little bit about what that stock's been doing. But as far as concerts and experiences are concerned, I mean, we see how expensive, even just, I mean, you guys tell me, I have a cousin coming back today. I'm actually going to message him almost right after this. He was just at Disney and Universal down there in Florida, and I'm sure that cost him a grip, you know. But look at StubHub, Obi. This is another one. It's like, I kind of wish maybe you chose this one instead, or I chose this one instead of some of the names that I had as a short. You had that Sidhu and Circle as a short, but look at this IPO, man. Yeah. I know that's what you were looking for with Circle as well. Like its best day, unlike Circle that went higher, this was its IPO. And it's just like, everyone was so excited for StubHub to come to market. You know, and I think this is sort of the shot at those fees, you know, because it's the artists and, you know, the booking agents and all that are getting the money off the Ticketmaster price. But it's these secondary units, you know, where you go on Game Time apps or SeatGeek and all this, that just charge you that extra 10% or something to both the buyer and the seller. And next thing you know, it just falls right out of favor. So, but to Brendan's point, or whoever mentioned there, maybe it was Sharif too, about Taylor Swift, and it's like, she puts those tickets out at $500 for the nosebleeds or whatever. They're gobbled up within 5 seconds, maybe, if you're lucky, to even get in the queue. The queue is a million people in the queue. You know, and then you go on to StubHub, and the next thing you know, those $500 tickets are $1,500 and change. You know, and it's just like
a lot of scalpers out there too, right? Because like
these are scalpers, yeah.
Yeah, mentioning it in the chat that it's just getting gobbled up mainly by bots, and that makes a lot of sense. They're not the fastest, but
they're doing stuff to try to. Right. But doesn't even matter if it was bots or not. It doesn't matter because
the demand is still there.
The lineups are absolutely through the roof. And then even if they are going on the secondary market, you couldn't get your hands on Swiftie tickets anyways. So whether or not there's so many people out there that have so much money. The money thing doesn't actually matter. You know that? Because people will pay whatever, whenever, at all times. I mean, it's crazy to say that, but you could just see the value of even trading cards. When they're hot, people line up to do whatever.
Oh, yeah.
Pokemon cards, you know, fine wine, art, everything. Look at crypto, right? Crypto's at all-time highs. People are lining up to buy Bitcoin. You know, it's like people.
Pokemon has outperformed like the market by like thousands of.
I don't even think it's close, probably.
Yeah.
You know,
it's crazy.
So it's just like people get sort of, pardon the French here, but like horny for anything, the shiny thing in the room. And when there's a concert that's in your town, people just get so excited about it. But anyways, that's a little bit of a rant about concert tickets. I think they're worth it at the end of the day because, you know, if you don't experience it, you don't experience it, and then they're gone.
Yeah,
Like, my daughter's only going to be like, sure, I didn't pay $2,000 a ticket for Taylor Swift, okay? But the thing is like, my daughter's only going to be that age once, to be able to be that excited about something, and to be able to see, like, you know, that would have made her complete. So actually, in hindsight, I feel like maybe I should have, you know, gone ahead and done that. And I think that's the FOMO experience that these guys want you to have, you know. So
definitely. I think there was one concert last year that I really wanted to go to. I didn't really get a chance, and it was looking at the tickets, and they were absolutely gone. This is the weekend concert. So I don't know if you saw some of that, but yeah, it was.
When was that?
Sometime last year.
Oh no, I know. I mean, I know he had a world tour. Yeah.
He's actually one of the artists that I was looking it up. He's made probably some of the most money just going on tour around the world, and that's kind of
Scarborough.
Yeah.
Who would have thought?
Own, yeah.
The weekend's a good one too. Yeah. Okay, let's go back over the desk there. It's 8:30 right now. We should have Michael coming up soon. I don't know what the tickets are like in Halifax over there. I'm sure they're actually, you know what? We laugh, but I'm sure they're probably pretty expensive for anybody touring out there. Let's find out if Michael's been to any sort of concerts lately. I know he's a relatively new dad, so who knows how much time he has.
Absolutely no difference, I imagine. Yeah, let's bring him in right now, and we'll get his take on a couple of things here. The state of the market, one of those, but do tell, Mr. Noss, any shows lately? What are ticket prices like in the East Coast?
I have a 4-year-old and a 1.5-year-old.
So no.
It's these four walls is basically all I've seen, and diaper changes for like the last 4 years. Soon though, hopefully.
Good stuff. Good stuff. All right, let's talk about this market, because we are getting into a point, and we'll stick to the overall scale, I guess, the S&P and the NASDAQ. We're getting to a point where people might want to start dipping a toe in the water and testing temperatures here, as far as maybe buying a dip. What say you?
Yeah, and this is a strategy that I've actually been looking at to buy the dip. And the reason for it is a lot of what we've been talking about, where there seems to be this phenomenon, and it happened again overnight, where we're getting, you know, some sort of dump based off news, and now we've retraced most of it, as I've seen. You know, I was looking, of course, because I'm a trader, I was up at one point at 3 a.m. or something. I looked at my phone, we were down like 2%. I go, that sucks. And then I look at it now, we're down 1%. So less than 1%, actually, now that I'm looking. So having a strategy to buy the dip is interesting, and it's something that I've been looking forward to add to our repertoire and what we do over at Stats Trading. So like all good things or bad things, we'll decide. It starts with a Reddit search. There's a lot of good information out there. So I found this one that was just talking about a very old strategy that I remember reading about in the CMT from Larry Connors, probably back in the 70s, of using RSI, but using a 2-period RSI. Most, when you put it on a platform, and in most periods, it's 14. And I don't know why. It doesn't seem to line up with anything. But this idea was use this 2-period RSI to look for stocks that have moved a little bit too far, a little bit too fast, to look for a little bit of mean reversion. So like I do, I put it in my system, and I was able to back test it out going back to, I think, 1995. I was able to get data for, and this is just for the S&P 500. And, you know, it looks good. It's not up every year. It doesn't make money every single year here, right? Each divider you're seeing is a year. So there are some down years. There's multiple periods around 2008, 2009, where it does nothing for a long period of time. Pretty big pullback, which we'll talk about in 2020. And then, yeah, but overall, the line goes up, and that's what we're looking to see. So quickly explaining the strategy here, and it will also explain the drawbacks of it, is a recent trade that it would have taken here in Tesla. So the bottom indicator is the RSI. And again, you go to your RSI and you grab the settings and you change that to a 2-period. And the idea is that if you're looking for stocks that are strong, so above the 200-day moving average is what he used. So stocks that are above a 200-day moving average, we're going to consider stocks that are in overall uptrends, not broken names, you know, names that are hitting new lows, but stocks that are still holding up. And you're looking for that RSI to get really oversold. So the number that was used by Larry Connors is under 10. So overbought, oversold, a lot of people use 30 and 70, but in this case, we're using 10 as the area. So it essentially is telling us the last few days, there has been a dramatic down move in the stock, and you're simply buying the next open. And then this is where kind of the rub is. You're holding until the RSI gets overbought, and that's going to be above 70 for the 2-period RSI. And that's the only exit condition. So the question is, and the reason I'm starting to test this and I'm starting to test it small, is if that's the only exit condition, you notice I didn't say anything about a profit target, and I didn't say anything, more importantly, about a stop loss. And that's because this strategy on purpose doesn't use one. And the part of the reason for that, I think, is that a lot of the risk is going to be mitigated by looking for stocks and uptrends, and a lot of the risk is going to be mitigated by spreading your bet out. I found that holding around 10 positions from the strategy at the time is ideal. So you're not putting all your eggs in one basket, but that's the risk. And that's why, although the returns that I back tested over time was like 20% year over year, which is amazing, it had like a 50% max drawdown, which happened in 2020, because you would have bought all these things, and if you remember, the market was just in complete free fall. Now, thankfully, we bounced and recovered, so the hit wouldn't have been huge, but you're still losing half of your money. And the question you always got to ask yourself when you're researching strategies like this is, would you have it in you? And I don't know if I would. So maybe the solution is to try to apply a stop loss and see what that does. Maybe the solution is to trade this with a small part of your account and not everything, so that 50% drawdown goes closer to something that makes sense, like a 15 or 20%. But that's the strategy. Now, I just wanted to explain that. And of course, I brought some ideas that came from last night. So the idea here would be we'd just be buying the open and then selling when the RSI gets overbought. But that's where I think there could be some discretion that comes into it. Maybe these are names that you watch on the open and you're looking for a little bit of strength first, or maybe that's how you're deciding to trade it. But these are the strategies these are the symbols that would have been pumped out. These are all S&P 500 names. They're all above their 200-day moving average, and they've all got that RSI 2 oversold very, very recently as of Friday. So GNRC, Generac, this is an interesting one. I only hear this one mentioned every time there's some sort of a storm coming. However, it had a nice surge up, and then we've noticed this pretty dramatic down move. And as on the bottom, you can see the 20-period or the 2-period RSI becoming oversold. Next one here is TXT. And what's interesting is, on these two is I've highlighted all the times that this would have happened in the recent past, in the last year, give or take. And I don't think it's predictive to now, although this has about a 67 to 70% win rate. You can see if you had done this particular strategy on this symbol these 2 times before, you would have made money, and then we're down there now. I like that it was a bottoming tail yesterday. I think a lot of this gets thrown out the water with what the gap is happening, but because we're gapping down, it means all of these strategies will certainly still be in play. There's not going to be any flipping up in the RSI on TXT. And then last but not least is TDC, Teradata Corporation. Same thing. The strategy has worked the last 3 times that I looked here. They would have been decent little trades. We're looking for, generally if you get a good bounce, it seems like it's like a 3 to 5 day hold on them, and it seems to have worked. But I just wanted to go kind of through my process of looking at these things when I'm building a strategy, and very much want to focus on the flaws, because there's no strategy out there that is perfect. So there's no strategy out there that doesn't have flaws. So this one has a very high win rate, seems to make money most of the time. However, you're just holding all these things without a stop. So might be hard, especially because when things dip, there's usually a reason for it. Like what we're seeing right now in the market, things are dipping and there's definitely a reason for it, and it's kind of scary. So I'm going to implement this strategy. Very, very small. I'm going to test it for a bit, and maybe I'll come back and follow up with you guys later.
Why, this is just a random question, but why 2?
The idea is that because you're looking for a short move, you want the last 2 candles to be significant. And I've tested, and it's actually a good question, it's something that I could bring, is the beauty of computers and AI and everything nowadays is you could test 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, all the way up to 20. And what you find is that the 2-period is kind of a sweet spot because it catches flushes. So that TDC chart, for example, I don't know if we can bring that back up, but the last 2 times that it worked, those candles were significant. And the last 2 days, so yeah, you have one red day. If you look at kind of the last 2 ones that worked, you had one red day that was kind of small, and then the next red day that triggered it was really significantly a big push down. And I think that's kind of what's happening, is that you're catching these flushes that happen because it's some sort of news or some sort of fear event. And then if I'm short this name, those 2 times that it worked, I'm probably going to be covering after a big move down like that. So it does a good job of catching these unusually large moves. And if you zoom into a 30-minute chart on this, you can kind of see it a little bit more clearly that these are very fast kind of downtrends that it's catching.
Good stuff. I mean, from a macro standpoint, if you start to look at the overall market from this sense, you know, I know this is purely technical, but with all that's happening, all the different influences, you know, is the overall market something that you should be looking at with this kind of an idea?
Yeah, and that's actually where this started. That's where the idea was the idea was to take it on the S&P 500 only. So you could test it on the SPY, you could test it on the Qs, but I think that does a couple things. If you're just someone who trades the SPY, say you buy some of the SPY because of this strategy and it ends up dipping, I would feel more comfortable with that because I'm just holding the S&P 500. I know that eventually, hopefully, the S&P 500 is going to turn around and make new highs at some point. I have very little fear that my investment or my trade here is going to go to zero if I'm doing it on something like a broad basket ETF. The confidence that you gain with that, you miss some return, right? So the more safe you are in any kind of trading, the lower your return is. So I don't think there's anything wrong with that. And I'm looking at it. And if we close where we are right now, we would be triggering this particular strategy on the SPY. Now, again, you're not going to get as much juice out of that when the SPY bounces, because even though it looks bad and it's scary out there, we're like 5% from all-time highs. So if we bounce, you're probably making in the neighborhood of 1 to 2% per trade. It's not a bad thing. I think the back test goes down from 25 to 26%, down to around 10 to 15%. So you're slightly outperforming buy and hold the S&P 500, but it'd give you a lot of safety. If I'm buying the dip on the SPY, I'm sleeping better at night than TDC, which I don't even know what that company is.
Yeah, it might be a little bit, it might even be something to incorporate into the way you're getting into the SPY or the overall market anyways. But good stuff. Lots of people, I'm sure, will have a look at that. Michael Noss, best of luck this week. I mean, it's going to be an interesting one, to say the least. We'll see you Friday.
Yeah, interesting times we live.
Thank you very much there, Michael. Some interesting ideas there, interesting strategy as well. I got to take a look at some of the 2-period RSI.
Yeah, that's the thing with Michael. You know, if you want to ask him any questions over there on Twitter, he's on Instagram as well. You can message him with any of these sort of ideas. Normally, we go right to Joe after that, so that's why I was writing down some notes here on USO, on Amazon, on the futures today as well. I'm still thinking short net day today. I don't know why I still have StubHub up here, but looking at USO on some other charts, you know, trying to fade out some of these plays here. I don't necessarily know if we're gonna be going long or short right off the open, but I do know that if we do come back in a little bit, I'd like to buy any dips here today on USO. But yeah, I'm gonna have to go back and figure. I don't even have. You know what? Like RSI is so easy to put up on any chart, and I think that if you are going to use it, I've tried to use relative strength index to figure out potentially when tops and bottoms are. It's a great little reversion trick there. You know, you're above the 30 marker, you're looking, or below it, you're looking to go long, and above, you know, 70, depending on what kind of settings you have. The RSI can be a really good tool to use. You know, very similar to Bollinger Bands once you get to sort of to the top and bottom of those bands. You know, obviously expansion. Like when it's stock, the only thing I was going to say about RSI, when there's real strong momentum, it doesn't really matter. I mean, it'll just take out some of those levels. What you're waiting for on an RSI is sort of more of a flattening out and then potentially, you know, running out of supply or demand at the top or bottom of the RSI levels, the bands there as well. All right, super chat. Who is this from? This is from Danny's boy. I don't see it's kind of the top. Danny Point's Pants Emporium there has sent this one in. Okay, so I guess on March 5th, is that what we're saying? Trump administration hinted about intervention against the California injunction against, SOC, what do you know, the 3 stars? Oh, we talked about this. I think, didn't you send something about this on Friday there? I don't know anything about any of this stuff. Is SOC, you're talking about offshore? Sable Offshore Corp, 3 stars and file for 4S, and it's totally 3,500. That's his only long today. So, all right. I mean, I think you had mentioned this on Friday. I don't know if you're trying to get this going here, Danny boy, or whatever. But yeah, there was a really nice move there last week that created this kind of a bump up. So whether or not you were mentioning there, 3 insiders filed there. Trump administration hinted about an intervention against the California injunction. So I guess if that's a hint of it, the only thing I'm going to say is I don't know anything about this case, but like when you get a move like this, you know, you mentioned hinted that. So that's a rumor? Is that what we're talking about lifting the injunction? So I would say if that's the case, and I don't know where we were before this injunction happened, but you obviously could get right back to that spot again. But that's already a nice move. What if it doesn't happen? Then you'll feel pretty bad. So I would say that's about 50% there, from 10 to 15 bucks near your 200 period, Danny boy. Might be worth looking at in your case. I don't know enough about it, but thank you for the money. And I think this will motivate people to go in there and have a look as well. Up 50% in 3 days. So anything on the charts that you're seeing?
Yeah, I mean, I pulled up the weekly. So yeah, we've had some decent selling here from July to November of last year, and since then break a trend, stepping up. So I guess it is looking like buyers are a little bit more in charge than they were coming into, I guess, the middle end of last year here on SOC. So we'll see if the strong move from last week has any sort of continuation. We did break out of this weekly level here at 1330s, trading at 1481 in the pre-market. So thank you for kind of pointing that out. We'll see if it has any sort of.
You just don't want to get caught being the last.
Yeah.
Hand in the cookie jar type of
because
thing.
it's like you said, it's already been kind of extended, and if this is just off of rumors, you can see here last Thursday doing like 6 to 8 times the relative volume, and then that volume kind of just dying off there. So Thursday was a strong bid day, but who knows? This could be something like leg consolidation leg. I'd definitely be watching prior days highs and lows to give me some sort of a direction today if I was on this. But yeah, we'll keep it on watch for now here. Things happening on HIMS as well. We were just talking about this. Some decent size on the ask getting taken out, but still trading within that 20-30 penny range, in and around 24s right now. So watching it closely. But right now, we've got some upgrades and downgrades with Joe.
Good morning. All right, guys, let's take a look at some of the analyst actions here this morning. I mean, nothing crazy going on here. A lot of price target lowering here on the downgrade side. So we're going to kick things off with Audio Eye down 22% with the price target of $12. H.C. Wainwright lowering that target. And then we have Emergent as well, too. H.C. Wainwright across the board almost here, guys. You're down 1% here with an additional target of $12. And then we have Advanced Materials down 6.65%. Once again by HC, with a price target of $5.75. Our final one there is Genesco, Truist Financial, slightly positive here this morning with a price target lowered to $32. Moving forward, we're going to take a look at some of the upgrades. We got Citizens Bank still slightly negative here this morning, but a price target increased to $65 by Robert W. Baird. And then we have Redwire as well, too, down 0.4% this morning, guys. Price target at $15. Truist also giving them the upgrade. And then Truist itself also getting the upgrade, guys, by Robert W. Baird with a price target of $52. You're down almost 1%. And then we have Zions Bancorp down 1.25, price target of $65, and Robert W. Baird giving that increase, guys.
Okay, some interesting names there. Ones maybe we don't hear too often. So I did kind of pull each one up as Joe was pointing them out there. Yeah, some of them interesting here. Some of those downgrades also catching. I had just pulled it up here. Not Redwire. Let's go back here. Truist, was it? One of them actually had earnings recently there. This one right here, AEYE. So strong selling on earnings day one. I guess hit with a downgrade now as well. So interesting stuff here. Earnings day 2 would be the day today. But the thing is, Sean, this one doesn't really do too much volume, so we'll have to wait and watch. 182K on the average and 700K on the prior day. But interesting kind of a look here coming into earnings day 2, where earnings day 1 did break some recent structure there. RDW, I guess. I definitely know, I'm familiar with this name a little bit, coming in with that upgrade, maybe catching that bid in the pre-market on that. definitely doing some relative volume here in the pre-market. So if you have your pre-market scanners, any sort of relative volume scanners to show you which stocks are in play, RDW probably showing up if you have a filter for anything above 2 times the relative volume. Okay, so Buddy Spoofy Man maybe on this HIMS here, 52,000 on the ask. I keep seeing like significant. Size.
It's coming down a little bit. It looks like.
Yeah, it is coming down here.
But not
see
significant.
if we can see any of that size. There you go, 500 lots right there on the MEMEX, 23.93. So yeah, it seems like we've been doing a lot of volume, a lot of liquidity getting taken out in and around this area, around 24, but we're still kind of trading in and around there. So maybe I'm just gonna be patient. I saw size on the ask getting taken out. I was like, okay, now do we finally get to 24? 70s was taken out after the guy kind of chased it down to 60s, didn't get filled, popped back up on 70s, and then we went all the way to 24.20s, 24.30s there on that bid, but pulling right back in. So again, to reiterate, lots of volume being done in and around this 24 level, but it's holding. It's holding up. It hasn't really sold off, given up a decent chunk of the move. So I think I'm just gonna lay off on this one until the market open here. But USO with a steady bid here, Sean. So there's definitely some interesting buying happening here. We were in and around 120s the last time we were talking about this just a few minutes ago. Now trading at 122 halves, 123 being the highs there. So oil already catching a move before the open.
Yeah, no, as expected, man. We had oil written down as a dip buy opportunity. We'll see if it does come through. At some point, I noticed on Joe's little sheet there that there was a few regional banks that have been getting upgraded. So this is, I just want to show everybody, this is the KRE. So this is the regional bank ETF. And I mean, it is hovering. This actually looks pretty sweet right now, man. It's on the 200 period moving average right here, the KRE. So if you do think that regional banks have a little bit of upside, as those upgrades do believe they do, you might be into something there. And then here's XLF. So remember, that was the KRE, which is the regional banks. This is the XLF. This is the bank ETF. This has actually already broke the 200 period and not even close to the 200 period right now. So we're on support on the regional banks. Major banks with the XLF lost support a hell of a long time ago. So there's one of two ways you can play this. Look what happened at the 200 period moving average right here. It didn't even think about holding it, made a move down. And then right now, you're kind of just absorbing basically tier 2 right now to see if we can hold in and around this $50 mark, because we've already broken through this 51. So you're trying to see about how low XLF can go. Meanwhile, this KRE right here is just hovering, thinking about breaking lower and getting into this $60 mark. So this will be interesting to watch the next couple of days to see if the regional banks do hold a bid, as we did see Zion, and there's a few other ones there that had gotten upgraded. So we'll have to wait to see if KRE wants to hold the bid, but it would make sense if it did. It's at the 200 period moving average. If bank stocks are going to eventually rebound, maybe it's the regionals that happen first and not the big money center banks. So we can have a look at that as well. SoFi down. I didn't write down SoFi on my list today, but it's down near 18 bucks as that's getting lower and lower. The name that I like for the long, Palantir. Some people have sort of sniffed that out there in the chat. I'm about to put the sticky note up in just a matter of minutes. So Palantir, one of the only longs that I have on that. So I really like that stock, and that participated really well on Friday. And again, in sort of these war times, I don't know if that's the right thing to say, but if that's what these times are, Palantir has been working, and it's been working out real good for the last couple weeks. So we'll have to wait to see if it finds that 130 bottom again, and now we're up to 150 and change on Palantir. So
it's a bounce from that 126. I thought it was all over. I thought it was
too.
like trend break. Is this the backside? And it gave us a decent chunk of the backside.
Yep,
but held the bid there, and now catching.
That was a Michael Burry type. Thank you so much, Randy. That was one of those plays where there were some people taking shots at Palantir short, into earnings, after earnings, before earnings, all of that. Yeah, Randy, gas prices still going higher, man, unfortunately right now. But that was one of Randy's calls, man. I mean, he had XOM for one of his picks of the year. So that's been a pretty sweet ride there for ExxonMobil, CVX, USO, as the underlying. Yeah, I think they're all pretty much close to underlying right now. Oh, shoot. That's what I meant to put on the list, man, and I just finished my sticky note. Maybe I'll have to add an amendment to it. These names are coming down, man.
Oh, yeah. We saw the strong selling in chips. I forget what the catalyst was. coming into the end of the day. But looking at all the chips here, so
look at this.
Yeah, this is usually kind of my splay here.
Yeah, go ahead with yours. Yeah, you got a whole bunch on
the
there.
Chips. So you can see here end of day. So you got Nvidia end of day. This opening range low break, I think that was a big trade here. I definitely looked at it a few minutes too late and didn't expect it to get all the way down to 177s, 176s here. But you can see this move kind of happened. There's SMH down here as well. Across the board on some of these semiconductor chip names here as they came into to the close, breaking intraday ranges, breaking opening range lows as well. So I'm looking for a potential continuation if we can see that coming in. We can see that Nvidia today. We were talking about how Nvidia has just been going sideways since last July here. You can just take a look at. Let's go quickly to a higher time frame right here. This is a 3-hour chart. You can see just sideways consolidation. We did attempt to push here into 200s. Couldn't really make it. Maybe some held offers here at 193s to 192s, 195s ish area. So you can see here over the past couple of months, since about, I would say, maybe even before December, some held offers there. We attempt to push. We actually get through there on earnings, but sellers step right back in, taking us all the way back down to range lows. Coming into the day today, we're kind of gapping, not really gapping down, but holding below some of the levels from prior weeks. So aggressive selling in this area on Thursday. You see this strong flush. Again, this might have been catalyst driven. I'm forgetting, but regardless, all I'm seeing here is that, you know, sellers stepping in 183, sellers stepping in once again 180s, 182s here coming into the end of the day. So I guess a weak close relative to the bid on Friday, but a strong close relative to the ask, so relative to sellers, as sellers come in pretty strong there. So I'm just looking at prior week lows here. I guess we're also trading almost into those levels. The 174s I have here. So 173.70s ultimate lows, but gapping down below prior day's levels, and then tight consolidation sideways. So pre-market lows is exactly set 175 here, Sean. So I'll be watching some of these chips. Maybe we can take a quick scalp on Nvidia as well. But you know, I do like that idea of the Micron short as well. Yeah. We can see that both Micron and SanDisk kind of giving it up. There was an aggressive bid, right, coming into this year. We'll just go to the weekly here. You can see this is the first time we've actually really kind of maybe started to test some structures, test some support from prior levels. Right here on the weekly, you can see this kind of consolidation chop that we've had since about the beginning of January. The low is sitting at 363.90. Currently trading at 364s in the pre-market, so just above that recent support level, and there's a long ways to go to the downside if we were to kind of break some of that support, and SanDisk is already doing it. Look at this. SanDisk is absolutely beautiful. Talk about a higher time frame reversion. The first time any sort of like a significant prior bar break on the weekly after back-to-back weeks that held, sellers step in and we get a crack of that trend, and we're seeing some continuation coming into this session this week here. Strong close, flat bottom close on prior week. You can see no bottom wicks on this weekly candle here, kind of showing us that seller strength coming into 520s this morning. So maybe a potential continuation on some of these memory names here as well. I think what was the other one? WDC. Let's take a look at what Western Digital is doing here at the same time on the higher time frame. Let's take a look at the weekly. I'm sure we're going to see something similar here. Oh boy, look at that. Absolutely beautiful break of trends across the board here. So maybe finally my RAM is going to be a little bit cheaper, and I can buy some more hard drives to upload some of those tape recordings as well.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I think this is all coming down a little bit there in the RAM space, and there is a story today that could help Micron and SanDisk get back to the downside. So let's go back over to the desk. It's 8:58. Watch list is out. Sharice morning notes are out, and we want to thank Michael Noss again for coming through around 8:30.
All right, we'll jump right into what we need to know here this morning because there's going to be a lot to understand. Let's have a look at the market.
672 and a third, guys. That's where we close out on the SPY on Friday, and we are very, very much below that level at the moment. And it looks like here we've lost the multi-month range that we've been in. I want to say since we reclaimed those lows, Brendo, back in late November. So here's the first level of support. We're looking right at that 660 area, straight in the face. The overnight low takes us all the way down to 661.80, so we're going to look to 660 as that first level of support. If we catch a bid, take a look at that 672.5 area that we had been using as an area support basically all of last week. That's been given up quite aggressively. That's going to be resistance level number one, Brendo.
All right, let's have a look at this first, and then we'll talk about some oil. If you haven't done so, make sure you grab that. Absolutely free to you every single day. Link is below in the description for the sign-up page for the watch list. Again, FREE free every single morning. USO here, just popping back to the upside. We're back to 120, 122 for USO. So holding a bit of a tighter range than actually crude is right now is this ETF. But up and away we go again, once again for oil.
Marking the first time we've been up above $100 since early 2022 when the Ukraine invasion happened. This move follows a 35% oil rally last week, which is the largest weekly gain in U.S. crude futures history since it began trading in 1983. A big move there. Supply concerns, of course, intensifying as major Middle Eastern producers cut production. Iraq production collapsed roughly 7%, down to 1.3 million barrels per day. Kuwait as well announced precautionary production cuts. The UAE said they're carefully managing offshore production levels. Tanker traffic has slowed dramatically in the Strait of Hormuz, which is obviously causing supply constraint. But as you mentioned to start the show this morning, G7 finance ministers planned emergency discussions about potentially releasing crude from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. Obviously, a short-term fix here, Brenda. We need to get kind of production back and the shipping lanes back. Otherwise, we're going to continue to see rise.
It was that announcement that caused this pullback to begin early on. If you zoom out to early on in the futures this morning, but starting to hold here at some higher prices, guys, for oil. Thoughts?
Yeah, no, I think that oil's in a very interesting area here. I'm just looking at the futures here on the weekly chart, and yeah, that's selling coming in pretty aggressively. So starting the week off with a decent top wick, 119.48 highs here, but you can see where we're pulling back into some prior resistance all the way from, I guess, March and May of 2022. So we did break out pretty aggressive on strong volume, but maybe some catalyst-driven selling bringing us back into what might be some prior resistance. Let's see if that turns into some support. That's exactly in and around that $100 level here, Sean. 102.39 highs, but again, it's always going to be a little bit of an area. 124s I'm seeing right here on this area. Currently trading at 102s, 103s. Here on crude oil, we can see here, just taking a look at the hourly, that selling coming in pretty early, 1 a.m.-ish there on crude oil. And I did show that USO chart from the overnight session there. I think it was 118 when that bid finally broke down, and we got some decent selling, pulling back into some prior levels here. But Sean, we still haven't gotten all the way back down to prior week's high or prior day's high. So this thing just continues to keep getting bought up. I've been really preferring USO as a vehicle to trade a lot of these oil moves. Intraday news has been some of the best trading on this one. Things get very directional. Like it'll be in a nice trend and it'll get sold off. But every time it does get sold off, the bid just steps right back in on this one. So yeah. I think it's definitely important to be open to taking this both ways, long or short. Just trade what the opportunity is kind of presenting itself as, is what I keep telling myself here on USO. But absolutely beautiful vehicle over the past couple of weeks for sure, and I expect it to continue being just as good, if not better.
Yeah, I wrote down USO here 113 long. I mean, we'll see. It's on the sticky note, which is now out. right there. That's just kind of where we close. I'll talk about that in a couple seconds, but that's kind of where we, well, not where we closed. There was some overnight markers there, but also the 200 period. So now we're up to 116 and change. But this fade right there off VWAP, I just want to see if it does pull back just a little bit. It's the 200 period, sorry, it's the 50 period moving average rate here on a 5-minute chart. So I think we're gonna give it about a couple percentage points down. If we can get down, you know, up 6-7%, then we'll see about taking a long. So I want to try to buy any dips here in USO there today. And then I was actually saying to Obi, like, I was looking at Occidental and things like that, like wondering why we're actually not up that much. So maybe a short actually in Occidental here today as well, coming up right into some nice levels that we've seen over the last little while. Maybe I can zoom out too much here, but right into here, like 55, 50 something. That high is 56. You know, like it just looks like we may, if we're thinking of a little retracement right there, basically last week's sort of high areas here of 55, 50, 55, 20, like something into here for Occidental and maybe pulling back into 50, 54.50. Like it might not be for a good time or for a long time, but it should be a good time if it does pull back in. So I was looking at Occidental maybe as a little bit top heavy coming through there, but I love the idea of USO, that's for sure, as just a pure play basically against oil futures, right? And so you can see that USO top has happened here. So if you want to trade an equity that's more, you know, level 2 base rather than trading contracts and getting into the futures, well then yeah, USO base is out almost the same as the CL. So there's crude. Looks like it wants to break, man. I mean, if we break that low, $100 and change, that's why for USO I'm getting excited. If we break through here, let's see a little bit of a flush and then try to find a base. Whether or not it's 113 or one, you know, wherever it is, we're just gonna wait to see if it can base out and then get to go. We have the news in our ear the whole time, so if there is, you know, a talk about the strategic reserve today or something, definitely we want to be able to call up something, and I think both of us will be choosing, you know, USO to do that. There's other names, Boyle. I mean, there's lots of different, Boyle would be your nat gas, oops, went to blue ocean there. Boyle will be your nat gas ETF as well. So this could be something that you're looking at. This is up 10% as well today. So BOIL, Boyle there. Another huge move over the last little while. And especially with, you know, I know it's all based on Middle East stuff here, but, you know, weather is coming back down to reasonable temperatures. Here anyways in the Northeast. We talked about it being 18 degrees today. I think it's 14 or 15 degrees Celsius tomorrow. So maybe nat gas prices might fall back in as well there. So yeah, Boyle ETF, something to watch out for today as maybe you get back into the 20 area where you think about going long. So, and then yeah, Battle, I don't know how much we even need to speak about this. There's lots of stuff happening in all these lower ones. Indo's another one. Battle, that's still the Boyle chart. Battle's another one that's up another 10% here again today. So some of these ETFs definitely worth having your eye on in the oil space. So I think we just ran through a whole bunch of different names there with different opportunities. We'll, you know, stay tuned, man. Be in the chat. Let us know which names you guys want us to trade. But as the market opens up, I think USO will be one of the first looks.
Let's go to HIMS on the way back down right now. We just broke through 23, straight through to 2250. Back to the downside. New deal this morning with Novo for HIMS. Has this thing skyrocketing?
Absolutely, Brendo. Announcing they're going to sell Novo Nordisk's I think the Wegovy weight loss drug through its platform. The deal follows, of course, Novo's crackdown of companies that were selling compounded GLP-1s. As a part of the agreement, Hims & Hers is going to acquire Zava, which is a digital health platform in Europe. But there are three implications I really want to touch on here that have to do with this deal. First and foremost, this is a settlement of a legal dispute. So you're going to have what's it called? Novo Nordisk dismissing their patent infringement lawsuit against Hims & Hers. That's obviously good legal overhang removal for them. Secondly, it ends mass compounding. So we know that Hims & Hers was selling compounded versions of GLP-1s, not necessarily the actual brand name, and that's going to have an impact on margins. Compounding is one of the most margin-friendly business in the pharmacy game. A lot of tight margins in that game. This is one of those ones where they're kind of wide. That ends here for Hims & Hers, as they're going to be selling somebody else's product, which is already marked up, and so they move from a wholesale distributor rather than, you know, the originator.
What a fall it's been for Hims on that very storyline here. Why does 22 matter? Here's why. We're in this gap right now, guys, on the daily chart for Hims today.
All right. I mean, you've been looking at a little bit of HIMS. It looks like it's coming back in right now. And we had sort of talked about that drop off during Super Bowl there when they were announced that they did not. They had that big commercial at Super Bowl. And then the very next day, they had that falling out with Novo Nordisk and HIMS. And I think there was even, no, it wasn't a Merck story, no. And then, so now it looks like we're getting some sort of acceptance here, back up 41 and change percent. But if you go all the way back to April, that's obviously the tariff levels, and right back into here, it seems like we are having a little bit of a problem with 25 bucks or so on HIMS. And that was basically the issue here again. I don't know, Obi, I mean, without thinking about the story right now, you know, we traded Oracle when they had a big story there on Friday. So did with OpenAI, and that actually happened real time, and we had very, very violent moves. Well, this move has sort of already happened. So now I just feel like, you know, the story's out there, and it looks like the market wants to come back in just a little bit. So for me, I think it would be a short. We're underneath everything here. I just want to see what the short float is. Okay. I don't know if anybody can confirm this. It doesn't have it on TradingView, the short float, does it?
No, I don't think
no, okay, so 43% is what I'm seeing right now. I'll go with maybe FinViz is one that Neil likes to use as well. But I would say you're underneath VWAP, you're underneath the 50 period. This is the 25 period, 50 period VWAP right now. So I would say we got to break at least above 24 to get excited about this thing again. I would actually be going short into 24 until we break it. You know, momentum's a funny thing. You know, it can send it to the moon, and it can also bring it right back down. And that short foot will probably help bring this down early. But then if it can't, you know, if it stops, which it's trying to do right now at 22, then that 43% short might think they're right and try to blow everybody out of the water to squeeze those guys. So we'll have to wait to see what's happening here with HIMS. But for me, it's a 24 short area, and prove us wrong at 25.
Yeah, there was definitely some decent volume, as I was saying before. You can see here, strongest volume bar here in the pre-market coming in on that test of 24s and some change. You can see it came all the way up to some of those pre-market highs that we were talking about and pulled right back in there. So I think it did mark out some levels on this one. Here they are. There's anchored VWAP sitting at 2285s there. We're kind of orbiting that as well, but you can see here the range highs from the pre-market sitting in at 2462s. We already hit that. Some volume done there. Definitely size getting taken out on the ask as well a bunch of times, but no real continuation. And then we pull back into some of these pre-market lows here. That's sitting at, I have 2185 marked out. If you look at this kind of, you know, shake and bake that happened on the 4 a.m. candle, that low is sitting all the way down at 2052s, and the high was already broken. That's just shy of 24s as well. So, but again, doing a little bit more volume later on in the pre-market session, I like to kind of focus on some of those highs and lows, and you can see here still holding within that range. So yeah, Sean, definitely have to wait and see what it's going to be doing. And I checked FinViz here. I got about 39% short float. So yeah, we're looking at in and around that 40% area. Maybe that's part of the reason why it had such an aggressive move here on that news later on in the after hours trading session there, almost about 52, I'll say 55% move from that reference low here on HIMS and hers. The question becomes, is that too far too fast? Are we going to get some selling off of the open? Are there bags in this name? There's definitely shorts that are bagging this name, just judging based off of that short float. But you also have to remember that short float number is usually about 3 to 4 weeks old, but this news is relatively fresh. So if we are going to get a squeeze, I am definitely looking for some of that squeeze.
HIMS has always been like a very high short floated name, right? Or name to look at on the short float of things. I just want to go over here. This morning I said, what a wild weekend, obviously in the energy space. Any ideas this AM? And a lot of people are answering this question here. What's up, Fisherman here? And I just put you in the chat. I love shouting you guys out, giving this live on air. So there's XOM from Fisherman, 150. Used gum again. Oh, there's your BW, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
Holy shit, have you seen that stock?
Oh, of course.
Absolutely unbelievable. Great call on that one. WTI as well. We're looking at Battle. What's up, Mike P. DeRider? Wants T-Pet and Battle in here. Harris here, USO. Frankie says he loves the shirt. Why, thank you. I responded to that. I said, gee golly. Good morning, friend. What's up to Ghost as well? Texas boy wants, look at these. We just talked about this. He wants HIMS and USO. Zion says HIMS as well. And Glenn goes, let's go BBAI Army. So, yeah, lots of good ideas there. Go check it out at Trader TV Live, at Trader TV Sean, at Trader TV Research. We're all over the place right now, but it looks like HIMS, oil, definitely on people's minds. So there we go, man. The first two things that we talked about on our watch list are what's on the people's minds today. Is airlines also going to be something that we want to look at, especially with the price of energy right now, plus with all the turbulence that's happening? Is traveling something you're looking to do, Obi?
No, not anytime soon.
Let's go find out what the story is with the airlines.
3 days in a row, downside in a big way here for, I mean, I just brought up AAL, but most of these look like this. You can bring up that Jets ETF as well, get a broader picture. But yeah, exactly. It's an energy story. It's a cancellation story. Exactly. It's an uncertainty story. But higher oil prices and jet fuel prices, never a good thing for these
Never
companies.
a good thing. It's one of their biggest fixed costs, Brendo.
Yeah.
Oil, jet fuel, of course. And now they're actually having divert routes, which could mean more miles equals more jet fuel burnt, and that usually means higher prices. Jet fuel costs could compress airline margins as well, especially if oil remains elevated. Investors are therefore pricing in the risk that profitability could decline if this thing keeps going on here, especially with WTI briefly jumping over $119 a barrel overnight, Brendo. Some of these airlines are getting hit hard. Delta was down 3%. AAL followed suit.
We are getting into some key levels, though, on higher time frames, guys. You got to go all the way back to the fall here for AAL, even summer of last year to find some support potentially.
Yeah, I'm looking at this. AL was the one I pulled up first thing. You said that as well. Yeah, some decent increasing volume with some selling over the coming into the end of last week here. This is just an hourly chart. Let's go a little bit lower so we can see some of this action a little closer. You can see here Thursday, aggressive selling, no real kind of bid until the end of the day, and then Friday, all day selling, now gapping even lower. So yeah, this is definitely, I think, worth a bit of a look. Relative volume, nothing too crazy as of right now, but you can see here just continuation on something that's already been selling. You can see here on the weekly that this is kind of selling kind of maybe coming in at the beginning of January. A nice continuation happening here, bringing us back into what seems like range lows here, Sean. And we've been kind of chopping around in this range. Wow, look at that. Increased volume in 2020. And since then, AAL hasn't really taken flight or even landed anywhere in and around some of these levels here. So 26.25's highs, and then what is this, $8.25 lows here, currently trading at 10.80s. But maybe this is the selling that'll bring it in. Increased volume I do like as well. I think let's take a look at some other names. Southwest. Wow, look at the selling on this one. Yeah, last week selling on Southwest. That's a lot more aggressive on LUV here. Bigger percent sell on the week. Absolute strength, I guess, to the downside as sellers step into this one as well. So maybe worth taking a look at a few different airlines here. $40.42 this is trading at right now. Again, another similar kind of action here, gapping below prior day's lows. What's interesting to me on Southwest, though, is that the most recent earnings level, that reference low, we're kind of trading below that now. So any and everybody who was kind of long, probably underwater here below this $40 level here from prior earnings. This happened on Wednesday, January 2026. So interesting stuff here. Maybe airlines continuation is something we should be looking at.
Yeah, I was going to say, I would just go to the Jets ETF. I mean, some people in the chat know that that's where I was going. They're already mentioning it. But, 1% dividend, that's not going to be super attractive. But at the end of the day, it's better than nothing. And, I believe this is an overextension here. Could we get worse? Of course. Will this war last out 4 to 5 weeks? I mean, it seems like it's trying to get into those areas right now. And until we have a defined solution, like what exactly are they looking, like what creates an end to this? I don't know. So is there more downside? Potentially, but I think this is a decent spot to start to think about a long back into here. People will continue to travel regardless of what's happening. And I don't want to say that, the norm will start to be here, But if things die down a little bit and we get a little bit more of a easy sort of feel to the global, I don't know, sort of disruption this is causing, I could see this ETF kind of shooting right back to the upside, because this goes all the way back. This is February 10th, sort of when this all, I mean, look, that's 4 weeks ago. So there was, some sniffing out potential issues back then. And it's fallen down real nice, man, right into the pocket again. And I think there's an opportunity to buy this JETS ETF. And this is an ETF that gets you all the top 5 of them are all part of, they're all like 15 to 20% or so airlines. So you could definitely, sort of wet your beak per se with the JETS ETF instead of picking an individual airline. So that's something that I always bring up. And then I always like Boeing, and I know this is going to be a little different than the airline business per se, and ticket sales and seat capacity and all that kind of stuff. But I really like Boeing in this situation as well. I mean, you're going to go back to that same kind of moment here, late January, early February, where we really started to see a downside swing here. But I like just the deals with NASA, all the deals with, the U.S. government, China. We talked about a rumor last week of them buying a bunch of planes. And, I think Monopoly, I like Boeing. I think we go higher from here on BA, bouncing off 220. So I like Boeing as well. So I like the JETS ETF and Boeing for possible dip buys on this most recent move down.
Oil just breaking back below $100 a barrel currently, so heads up on energy names back downside potentially. Crypto as well, yeah, back downside once again this morning. 2 days in a row here after that brief little pop we had midweek last week. I was trying to find something positive to talk about with crypto, but it just doesn't seem like there's much.
This is not at 60 again, Brendo. I guess we'll take that, right? 67.4, I think, is where it hit this morning. I just looked at it, 68.3 and change, trying to rebound after earlier losses. It climbed 68,000 during the European trading session, back above now, 65,633, its lowest level in about a week. ETH also up about 1.9, Solana also up 1.5, really depending on what time you're looking. Analysts are noting, though, that the crypto market structure has evolved significantly compared with the prior cycles. That's what they're trying to say, with institutional participation now playing a larger role. They're saying ETF inflows and institutional exposure are helping influence some of these pricing dynamics. They're also saying greater derivatives market depth, integration with broader macro markets, but it seems like we're kind of stuck within that range at the low end that we were holding, I think, before the big, huge move to 126. Yeah. We're right back there.
Yeah, that's, I was just going to bring that up, actually. Way over here. I guess it was spring through to October. We were sitting on that ledge. But, it's a risk-off environment, and price action is contributing to that, risk-off feel right now for crypto.
And it seems like the money is not even flowing into gold. It's not flowing into silver. It's flowing into the U.S. dollar. Yeah. And a lot was made about this, about the dollar being the petrodollar. Remember, we always used to call it the petrodollar? You want to buy oil, you got to have U.S. dollars, because WTI and Brent are priced in U.S. dollars. And now that's all the rave. So everybody's flying to the U.S. dollar to be able to buy it. And it's causing a safe haven in there.
Yeah, let's see if this can last as support. This ledge on a daily chart here, guys, for Bitcoin anyways.
Yeah, I was looking at Bitcoin, and you talked about sort of the retracement level, and I'll give that back to you in a second. But it seems like right now that we are trying to sort of hold through and base out. And I actually think this is a pretty interesting level, and it looks like we're trying to go higher. We just rejected off that 50-period moving average. I don't think the chart looks very great to break higher, but I also think here, and again, like we talked about the strong U.S. dollar, we talked about strong oil right now, and gold's faded out about 1.5% here today with silver as well. But in this environment, like I thought Bitcoin would have also started to go with all these other commodities, right? Sort of that halo effect there, heavy asset. Well, is a Bitcoin a heavy asset or not? Like I'm guessing that people aren't flocking to this thing as a monetary hedge, as a hedge against the fiscal system that we currently look at in the monetary policies of the free world here. Seems to be just spending. And I just talked to you that it was about $1 billion a day or so is what I saw last night. It was on CNN, so I'm taking all that with sort of a grain of salt, but stating that roughly $1 billion a day being spent here on the war. I would have thought that Bitcoin could have potentially gone to the upside, but I get that it's a flight to safety maybe that's not traded that way. So I'm a little puzzled by it. I had recently bought some at 66. No plans on getting it out. I think this is a nice little base opportunity, and I think we do go higher. But you had mentioned that 70% down is potentially something that we could expect. And what are we at right now?
I think we're in and around about just over 50%. So I've mentioned this before, kind of these, if you just go back on a higher time frame and look at some of these, just distance from highs to some of the consolidation lows here before we start to run up again, it's been about 70, 80% roughly, kind of every cycle. Currently, we're down about 52.5% from the highs to the recent lows here on BTC, and that low is coming in at just clean 60,001 actually here on the Coinbase exchange. So I'm continuing to watch some of these levels here. A lot of people are talking about potential dip buys, and I think someone was like, sailors looking to buy some pops or buy some highs or something like that. I have no idea, but we'll wait and see what happens here. If it has the same kind of behavior, that pullback of a 60, 70, 80%. I think we do have a little bit more ways to go here, about a 50% pullback currently from those highs. And yeah, I think just it's funny because every time, I've mentioned this before, every time people are like, oh, it's different now. There's different participants. The banks own it now. And I've heard this over and over again. Guess what? I do not care. The chart speaks for itself, and it always has since I've been watching this thing at $6. So, that's Bitcoin.
Yeah, it's just the ebbs and flows of the market. And, if you're not sort of wired for those kind of plays, then maybe Bitcoin is not something to look at. Yeah, that is for sure. And a risk off. I mean, Brendan started the day talking about the risk off environment, right? So Bitcoin not going to trade well, I guess, when that's happening. We sort of always tied it a little bit to NASDAQ anyways. But obviously this is down 55% from its highs. NASDAQ down 5 points. So, all right, let's go back over the desk. 5 minutes only until we open this market.
Yeah, quickly. We touched on it early on this morning, but SoFi, MRVL both passed over again as far as inclusions into the S&P 500. So both downside here this morning.
And despite SoFi having its fifth, I think, quarter of gap profitability, Marvell and SoFi, both passed on the March rebalance. For SoFi, analysts suggest the index committee may be waiting for a more sustained seasoning of its net income. For Marvell specifically, despite obviously the amazing AI-driven growth, it remains in the waiting room, so to speak, for the next quarterly window. So we'll have to keep an eye on that here. Marvell had stellar earnings last week, down 2 1/5, Brendan.
We were trying, on SoFi anyways, we were trying to get back up to where things ended in the aftermarket, guys, early on this morning. But looks like it's actually failing now, trying to roll over again.
I actually wanted to add Marvell over to my buy list today. I was going to take this 88.50 break. So I'm actually going to put it in right now into the sticky note. This marker right into here, 88.50. That is your 50-period moving average. 88 would be something as well. I just think we could hit that right away off the open. So let's give it to 88.50. It's only down 2.5%, but man, this stock was rocking off earnings, and I think it wanted to go higher. Just unfortunately, the market said no to that one and completely turned it around at 94 bucks. But again, the day wasn't the greatest. So, with the NASDAQ down 1-2%, it seems like every day. And then again, today down another 1%. This name, if the market turns around, I like the long. I'm going long Marvell breaking 88.50 today. I like that stock. I like the earnings. Neil and I didn't even mention one time last week about Marvell getting into the S&P 500. So for me, it's like, obviously would have been nice to get there. I didn't even realize it was a candidate for it. It will get in there eventually, just not the time right now. So I'm not even going to trade it based off that. I'm going to trade it off momentum. And I think last week it had it, man. It had it all day. And it just, unfortunately, it just couldn't hold. Like Marvell came out, IoT, all these names came out with some great earnings on Thursday, rocketed to the top side, and then just got hit all afternoon. I mean, we saw what the market did, and I think Marvell is getting hit here again. Breaking through 88.50 gives us that 88 bottom, so I like that long. Marvell long 88.50, I'm adding into the sticky note.
Yeah, some disappointing news there. I don't know what to necessarily. I'm thinking of different names for this trade. S&P addition for sure, but rejection maybe as well, kind of falling into the basket. I think VRT, we saw that one kind of pushed up and then fell back in as well, kind of selling off. But Marvell and SoFi looking interesting. And yeah, earnings day one was prior day, and we did well in terms of pushing that pre-market high and continuing all the way up to a high of 93.40s, but retracing pretty much all of the move, almost all of the move here, coming in on at 5 p.m. on Friday with that news, and a bit of a continuation here at 4 a.m. But we're holding up here. You can see kind of knocking against the door of this 87, 88 level here in the pre-market session. Let's see if we can kind of do something with that level. Not only is it that S&P 500 rejection news, it is also earnings day 2. So that definitely has me very, very interested here on this one. Let's just quickly throw one of these onto the earnings reaction here. You can see that's an anchored to the earnings report. Held it pretty well off of the open there on Friday. Now trading just below that as well, and that's coming in and around that 88 level here, 88.29 on that VWAP here on Marvell. So definitely going to be watching this one today. SoFi, I did have this one on my watch list as well today. Kind of a similar story. 5 p.m. on Friday sell-off, trading below, ranging below some of those after hours action here in the pre-market, and below prior day's low was tested a couple of times.
IBIT has a
early
big
in the
buy,
session
actually.
there. IBIT with a buy.
Yeah, IBIT with a big buy here. I just want to bring that to everyone's attention here before we get going with only less than 1 minute to go right now. It's IBIT with a buy here early, HIMS with a buy. Lots of bids, man, to go through. Nothing major on here. There's BBAI as well, but that's what we're looking at. And for me, man, real early, it's the Amazon short around 213. We'll see if we can fade any sort of a NASDAQ pop if that happens. We're still about $1 away from 47 right now. USO, if we get down into 114, 113. And then Palantir, we didn't talk too much about that. I'm sitting on the bid right now. So we'll have to figure out if 154 will come in. That's where I'm going to try to bid the pre-market lows or so here for Palantir. All right, here we go, man. With only 5 seconds left. Enjoy. Thank you so much. Hit the like, hit the subscribe. Obi and I are in today. Neil enjoying some time off in Florida for spring training. All right, so there goes the NASDAQ. What a surprise. Straight shooting to the upside right now. So there it goes, man. We sort of had figured something like this might happen. And there goes Palantir immediately, Obi up $2. So that trade continues to work out now. Oil not doing a whole heck of a lot, as I got that on my other screen right now, bouncing around 119. So that would be something to look at if there's anything going on there with the most recent move up. Let me check out if my Amazon short is coming in. It looks like it might. Let's let it settle down. I mean, we don't need to get involved immediately, but I'm looking at 213, and if that hits right now, then we'll take it. Dow down 400 points. Look at the NASDAQ, man. We said it would shoot up again there, and it looks like that is what it's doing. Looking to short Amazon right now. Marvell also, Obi, almost getting ready to break that 88.50, so I'm going to take that as well right off the open Marvell. If that comes back in, though, we're going to stop out. We're going to go long Marvell, but yeah, so far so good. So I'm not into anything, you're not into anything, but we're being patient here. Only open 1 minute.
Yeah, for sure. I think I was talking to, I think it was
Marvell went and we missed it.
DeRider in the chat there. He was talking about how he's just going to chill for about 15 minutes off of the open. I think it's solid idea. Sometimes you just got to be patient, wait for those trades to kind of fall into your lap. Oil selling off of the open there, so I like that. Let's see if we can get any sort of a significant continuation here. 118s on USO. HIMS is the one I'm really waiting for here. Some selling coming in off of the open there. We already saw some decent volume being traded in and around 24s, and we kind of failed that, sold off of that and off the open. Seems like more strong selling coming in as well. Not an SSR name, even though the short float is extremely high at around sitting in and around that 40% level here on HIMS. 22s potentially coming in here on HIMS. 2230s is what we're trading at right here. 17 halves there on USO. So this one does move pretty aggressively, but I'm going to be patient for this one. Kind of have to be more of a sniper on this one. I think that 122 was a good area to get involved with in the pre-market session here on USO as we continue to sell off of that news. Here comes some of those pre-market lows that I pointed out in the morning session here. That low is sitting at 21.85 here on HIMS. I want to see if that comes in and cracks. Wow. That's a flash down on USO, trading about another 50 pennies lower, below 17s now. So that bid is getting hit real hard, Sean.
Yeah, no, we're gonna go a little over there on Marvell, but we were able to get something out at the top of 89 on that break, and then it kind of stopped. I did buy it back because we came back into the pre-market lows again there for Marvell, watching out for an 87.50 break. I wanted to get out immediately when it failed. So we got long 88.50, it failed 88, we got out, then we just did buy back in right here, right now. Look, well, here it goes, it's gonna break lower. I was just hoping that the market would rally. We've only gotten it out twice on the upside there, and now it looks like the market wants to fade just a bit here for Marvell. If we can get another 90 fill, we'll do that, but 87.50 break, I mean, if this market, well, there it goes. I was gonna say, if this market comes back in, we're gonna get stopped out. It looks like that is what we just did there on Marvell, but I wanted to look at it, and I don't feel any kind of ways about getting stopped out of it. I think that was a good opportunity there for Marvell. Oh boy, man, did we write down 213 for Amazon? Well, 250, 212.50 came in immediately there, so that's not a great look, as that one goes right up to our price and then gets faded out, so that's not great. The NASDAQ, I wrote down 47 on the TQs. How high did we get? I don't think we got anywhere near there. 40, well, we did almost, man, 46.80. So the fade was there, or sorry, the pop was there early, Obi, on the market, and now it looks like the fade's coming right back in as USO, I'm waiting for 113, 114. You're already into that HIMS. Maybe Palantir pulling back, there's a trade here somewhere.
Yeah, a bit late here on the HIM, so I did kind of miss that 80s push, but we'll wait and see. Let's see what it does underneath that 2180 level here. More than willing to get a little bit more aggressive with this one if the opportunity does present itself here. But 21 halves, kind of a chip chop here on HIMS. We'll see if that'll potentially come in. Market came into that 24 half and then pulled right back in here, and then I guess couldn't really get up to 6,700 there on the ES as well. Oil still continues to trade a little bit lower here. USO is the vehicle that I'm choosing to kind of trade some of those moves here. And yeah, all the pops in the pre-market got sold into, but I'm waiting for maybe some of those to show up in the open session to really get involved with this one here. Way extended off of VWAP as of right now on USO. So sellers definitely in charge on this name since that news came out last night. Maybe it's again, this thing seems to be moving around a speculated supply and demand kind of things there. So I don't know what the futures are necessarily doing, but we did hear Brendo call out a little bit earlier that we were back down to that 100 level. So definitely trading a little bit lower, I would assume on crude oil futures.
Yeah, no, big time. We're starting to head lower here, 116 and change there on USO. So good little looker there. I'm thinking about, I kind of want to go short. We had mentioned shorting the market. It's just, I know Palantir has such a strong stock. 156 has been a decent little level there so far today. I mean, we bounced sort of off 155.50 there. Just came into 156.50 and then bounced a little higher as here goes the market. Let's just check out NVIDIA quickly. Marvell didn't work. Marvell's at $86 right now. We could definitely try to catch a little bit of a downside swing there. All right, 176. Yeah, this is not really, I mean, it's above VWAP right now, so it's not looking horrible on NVIDIA. It's just, do we really want to go long right now? I mean, I don't know. The market's fallen in pretty decently right there off of that high. I don't know. We should have got in a little bit earlier there. Well, the TQs didn't hit our price, but maybe a break lower now on the TQQs gives us the short that we're looking for. But that has to break through at least 46. We're just trying to hold right now this 200 period moving average. So I don't know, man. I could not really into anything now and not looking to do too much. I mean, at Amazon, we had that short written down. That didn't come through. We can look at like a battle or something like that. That's sort of starting to pop off. See, not much going on here. You're already in HIMS, which is obviously moving a bit. And then USO, as we identified earlier, that's coming right back in as well. So there's USO down into 116, trying to battle and find a base here for this. I'm still at 113. Maybe we do get a dip down there. We're already down $4 from 120 into 116. So potentially something going on there. Yeah, look, the name that we had, people saying that, look, Sean, Oracle's making a move down. Yeah, we had this name on Friday, man, off that news. And yeah, Oracle is making quite a move. We had this whole, almost this whole trade there all the way back in, and there goes Oracle. Yes, thank you for that look out there. It is coming back down to the downside is Oracle, 147. Yeah, I don't know where the holding spot's going to be here, but Oracle there on last week's news, maybe the data centers not being built anymore for Oracle. So we have to look there. But I'm getting excited to maybe find a long somewhere, man. I don't know. The market's bounced off here quite nicely. We have found bottoms. Now you're at the 50-period moving average. This could be something here for the TQQs. But I don't know, how's your HIMS? Well, you're short HIMS, so not long
a
anyway.
little late on that short here. That 80s level was definitely the place to kind of slam into, but we'll see. 21 is potentially coming in here. Whole dollar is some 20,000 shares there, or maybe a little bit more. Actually, those are two different gates. There's the 21. Let's see if 21 catches any sort of a breakdown here. But yeah, I'm continuing to watch this one for a potential continuation to the downside. Seems like sellers definitely in charge off of the open here on HIMS, but we'll see how much further this thing can potentially go. We're talking about, what was it, about a 50% move overnight, and aggressive selling on the higher time frame. So we did kind of pull back into that 22 level, that gap area that Brenda was pointing out, and then traded even lower down into 21. So I'm going to be patient with this one here, see if this will potentially come in. But the market tailwind definitely on our side here. If this is going to follow any sort of, let's say, like a beta here on the day. But again, that short float does kind of concern me sometimes, as well as if the bid does come in pretty aggressively, it can be pretty. It can be a little squeezy. So, that's something to definitely watch out for on this one here on the day today. Wow, okay, all the way back to 21.5. So it seems like oil taking a little bit of a bid here right now as well. So continuing to watch that one to see if it'll potentially come in at the same time.
All right, so we got a little bit of a new position alert right now, and I don't know if it's going to work out for me or not, but the TQs, we just, no, it's not. Darn it. I thought we were starting to go there a little bit on the NASDAQ, as we might have had a little bounce situation. We're just now at 05, sorry, we're at 03s. I'll take some out there at 06 if we can, which we just did. I don't know if this is going to hold or not. I thought we were maybe holding there off VWAP, so we did try a little bit of a long, and we were gaining some out for profit, but breaking through 95s, and we're gone right now on this NASDAQ trade. I don't want this above VWAP at all. Okay, there it is. I thought we were trying to catch a little bit of a falling knife there and do okay. We don't wind up losing that much there at all. We got to give it maybe a little bit more of a move here, but all major U.S. indexes right now starting the week lower, right? S&P down, NASDAQ down, both down over 1% right now. The Dow as well. IWM getting absolutely crushed, down over 2% right now is the IWM. Down 1.7%, almost nearing that 2% mark as well. Look, man, I have no idea why XOM hasn't moved with the rest of oil right now, but oil is making a move down. We actually looked at XOM before as well, and I was saying, like, why wasn't Oxy up? Why wasn't XOM up? I mean, XOM still up 0.7 there, but, it's just a run on oil itself. I mean, remember, stock prices are forward-looking, so if they think oil is going to eventually come back down into the downside, then I could see that XOM maybe does have a future value attached to it. Remember, there's a 3% dividend as well. And if we are going through maybe potential recessionary talk I've heard over the weekend as well, that's not great for oil prices and not great for oil companies like an XOM either, right? So if production goes down, demand goes down as well for oil. But yeah, I'll have to look into that a little bit more to figure out what sort of the logic is behind XOM and CVX not really moving too much. Meanwhile, the underlying is. So good look there. Thanks for bringing it up. I don't really have the right answer for you, unfortunately, on that one, and I wish I did. But I'll try to do better and figure that out afterwards. But so that's it, man. The futures are now dropping down. I tried Marvell. That didn't work out. Tried the Qs. We're out a cup of coffee here, but both long so far failed. And right now the Qs are looking like it wants to take down the pre-market low here, Obi, as well.
Yeah, definitely some strong selling.
Can we go short now?
I don't know. I would ask what the market is up to.
Yeah. Look at the broader market maybe with stocks that are controlling the market. So good call there with NVIDIA. I don't mean to take it from you. I mean, you go ahead and talk about your stocks for sure. But yeah, 176, good little look there. That looks like it's maybe giving it up. I wonder if this is a better trade maybe than going the market, just taking a stock like NVIDIA. We did want Amazon short. That's a missed opportunity. Damn it, man. We wrote down 213. That got to 212.50 there. The most spoken native language in Europe is? Russian.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, thanks, Marissa, for that interesting tidbit of the day.
I guess, just in terms of like landmass.
Native,
that
that's why I kind of threw that in there. Oil reserves there today, all the talk, right? I mean, and we're going to see what's happening with U.S. oil as we just bounce off of that 116. Good opportunity here for oil traders to have a quick little look and see what their portfolio looks like now, because a rebalancing may be due. Oil with a 9% move higher here.
Yeah, so got out of that HIMS. We're trading back at that 2180, so I was like, all right, dude, cool. Did get a little bit aggressive there into the lows. Never really broke that 21. If we're going to bid right back up, like I said before, 40% short float when those buyers come in, it could definitely be a little bit significant here. What?
No, I do not.
Okay, I was going to say it's.
Tried to go short there and missed the price, I guess. That's all that it was. Ooh, okay.
So 22 is coming back here on him. So yeah, it did catch a bid off of that 21. Let's see if that ends up being the low of day and we get maybe a reversion all the way back into VWAP, which I have sitting here at 22.45. So I'll be patient and wait for that one to potentially come in, trading back above 22s here. So definitely could have kept that a little bit tighter, but I was giving it to that 80 level that I did mark out before, that pre-market kind of consolidation low there. Oil, take a look at that. It's 116 held all the way back to 119s here as of right now. So the bid does come in, but I'm waiting for pops to kind of take a shot on this one here. Let's see if this 119 holds once again. Wow, look at that right there. 22 straight to 22.30s. This is what I'm talking about. When you have a stock that is a heavy short float, sometimes you can get that squeeze action coming in. Again, sellers off of the open, maybe some profit taking with that extended move to the upside here, but the bid now definitely coming in with some decent aggression all the way straight back to VWAP here, Sean. So what were some of the levels that we pointed out? Let's go back and take a quick look on this right here on HIMS. These were some of the levels right here, and this is what I was waiting for. I was waiting to see if this kind of 2185 continued to look at some selling here, back into anchored as well. I don't know where VWAP is necessarily sitting. Let's just pull that one up here as well. VWAP right here. Let's get, I know this usually comes with these bands. I want to get rid of those bands here as well. So that's coming in at 2280s right here on him. So we'll wait and see. The market is kind of holding some of this consolidation low from the pre-market, but the SPY, the ES looking a little bit weaker here as it continues to sell off below that support level. 660s here, 6,660s is that, or was that in and around that low, that area. We're trading below that now. Coming into the second 15-minute candle of the day here, Sean.
We got back into the short on USO, but on the key TQs here. Good, that's hopefully going to be a good trade here to make some money back. We went short on the NASDAQ. I was actually looking at Robinhood. Robinhood's actually an interesting trade, down 0.5%. I think this name's a little bit beat up too much. But with crypto not doing much, I don't expect Robinhood to do much either, but down 0.3. I'm just thinking about it long here at some point in Robinhood. All right, well, for some reason, the market just did its own thing here. I don't know if there's going to be news or not. Shit. Of course there is, man. As soon as I'm involved, there has to be something, right? But here we go. A little bit of a bump up there in crude. I got to say hi to Adara. Adara, how are you doing this fine day?
I'm very tired. How are you, Sean?
I'm okay. I mean, that's not a great thing right now.
I mean, I'm awake. I'm looking at news. There's just not anything exciting to tell you guys. Oh, apparently Kuwait has summoned the Iran ambassador for the second time. No idea of the context, but yeah, point I'm trying to make is the news is slow, but I will not be, despite the aforementioned tiredness. How was your weekend, Sean and Nobi?
Good, yeah, pretty good. Yeah, I just wanted to I knew there wasn't any news there. I just want to say hi to Adara. So, let's get her some caffeine or something.
10 a.m. numbers. I'll see you guys then.
All right, she'll see us at 10 a.m. So shout out to Adara, always working hard there, and obviously a little too hard there. But here he comes in. So I have reshorted, like I was just saying there. We did short NASDAQ there at VWAP, and it almost got carried away. So I'm going to start to get out some more here as we start to fade down just a little bit there. She just mentioned numbers at 10 a.m. I am bidding 82s. There we go. Did we get that? Oh, no, I just canceled 82s. What did I do that for? Let me put another bid there at 83 and catch it. There it is. So here we go, man. Obi, making a little bit of money back on that reversion back into the short now. Put out some more bids. We're just getting out some more as I'm going to double check what that number exactly is because my bad.
Consumer inflation expectations is pretty small.
Okay, consumer inflation. Pretty small, so I'm not worried about that really affecting the market too much right there, but there it is right there. Consumer inflation expectations. So minus 3.1% coming out at 10 o'clock. I don't really feel like that's going to be a huge influencer at all, but that, I mean, there it is, man. We got out a little bit on the futures as it made the move down. 46.15, basically, this 200 period, or sorry, the 25 period right there. We're going to get out if we tick too much higher here on the NASDAQ. So out for a little bit, holding a little bit, not doing too much right now. I'm still thinking short in this market today, but we just bounced off VWAP and the pre-market lows, it looks like. So potentially a move higher, but that's why we short, man. You get VWAP, then we short back at the 50 period, then it comes back to VWAP, we get some out. So we're just kind of running the gauntlet right now here. You know, tops to bottoms, waiting for a bigger move. It's just, you can't wait forever for these bigger moves, Obi, because if they come the wrong way, then you're stuck. And you got to take some profits out where they lie. So I know you see you're back into HIMS, and that's kind of the good thing, right? You were short earlier, got stopped out, still like the trade, back into it. You got to believe in some of these things, but still have your stop. So I think Obi and I doing a good job here showing you sort of the risk management side of things, especially if the trades, you know, don't work out. And I'm trying to hold for a bigger move anyways. So we'll see about this NASDAQ. And then as many of you are mentioning there with US oil, huge move really off 116. So nice bounce there straight up. It's trying to get above VWAP, which is 120 right there right now. I feel like oil has surged a lot here. But, you know, with this move back up in oil, you see the markets also making a move up. So a little disconnected there. Oil strength, market strength. Robinhood's an interesting name. A lot of the banks continue to fall as well here today, man. JP Morgan down to 280. I feel like that's a steal at these prices, Obi.
Yeah, I see that Barry Cheney in the chat asking, nobody shorted CCL, question mark. Okay, I mean, it seems like this was a great short here coming into the day. Wow, yeah, look at that gap down, I guess. Pre-market not really doing that much volume, but definitely some relative volume here on CCL. So good look on that one there. VWAP hold on the pullback. So you can see here, this little bid comes in to what is that, 2480s. Can't even get to 25s, 2471 that high. Actually 79 that high, and then pulling right back in, breaking that opening range low there. So good look on that CCL. Let's take a look at some of those airlines we were talking about as well, because if the cruise lines are going, the airlines are probably looking somewhat similar here as well. We talked about that gap down, potential continuation, and oh boy, does that really come in. 3 to 4 times RVOL here on AAL with that VWAP hold, 1080s, currently trading at 1050s right now. So great move on some of these here. I was taking a look at LUV. More distinct selling here. Look at the clean selling that's happening on this one on the day today. So it makes, I guess it makes a little bit of sense here. We had that strong selling coming into the end of the week. Maybe some flat bottoms there as well on some of these names, and then continuation here starting off the week as well. Let's take a quick look at SNDK and Micron. We were looking at some of those chips as well for potential continuation, and I guess that's not really coming in here. SNDK, this is a 1 minute chart. I like my threes. So yeah, with a little bit of a bid, let's see what Micron is up to. Micron is the one that's selling off here, Sean. So
yeah,
I guess it did have a bid in the pre-market session, which SNDK didn't really I guess, you know what? No, I stand corrected. It did have a bid in the pre-market session, but I guess more buyers on SNDK than Micron. I was saying we should be probably looking at NVIDIA here because it was gapping below prior day's levels here. We come into, I guess, is that the close? No, end of day consolidation highs, and that's where sellers step right back in for the continuation, but holding pre-market lows as of right now. And this market looks like it potentially wants some more selling here as we get into the later half of this 15-minute candle. You can see here on the ES printing lower, breaking that prior bar low here, both on the NASDAQ and the ES as well. So I guess NASDAQ catching up, breaking that consolidation low from the pre-market now, and that was sitting at what, 24,350s here on NQs. So we'll see if that has any sort of a distinct continuation here. Let me know in the chat what you guys are watching at the same time. USO, yes, I'm watching USO coming right back into 120 here. So the bid is definitely on. So the sellers brought it down to some of these pre-market lows here, and that was sitting, I guess, $16 low. Opening range low here coming in at 16.26, catching a bid back up into VWAP here on USO. So continuing to watch this one pretty closely here. What else do we got on watch? ASNS. Okay, let's take a quick look at ASNS here. That's Actelis Networks. Ooh. So okay, some decent push there. So penny stock here traded about 1.8 million shares on the day, but it does over 30 on average. So definitely not over on this one. CRCL saying, J-Dog, wow, yeah, this one has been absolutely solid. Talk about an episodic pivot on this one off of its earnings report right here. Wow. Yeah, so again, over 100%. Now this position was in just as a marker from those yearly picks, and definitely out of the money here on that. But yeah, the whole situation kind of changed. It did over 160% here on their earnings report, kind of flipping the script, potentially flipping sentiment as well, and holding the price action, showing us that now it's more than willing to step up and even higher as we break prior week highs on this circle. So I definitely have to maybe potentially borrow some shares on this one, as you know, maybe a little too far too fast. What do you got going on?
Futures, man, continue to fall down here a little bit, Obi, man. I mean, we last shorted it there at VWAP. We just got basically the lows of the day. We were waiting for those 60s, and then it broke, and we got 55s right there. So I only have about 20% left right now, as we just cleared out a whole bunch near the low of the day as we await again. Not like it's a huge number coming through at all, but as Adair mentioned there, we will wait. Trying to log in here too. Risk I'm not working, but okay. So nice downside play there for the TQQs. Yeah, man. I mean, I was thinking about shorting USO at 120. I mean, that's where VWAP is right now. Is that the crazy trade or what? Like, we wanted the long, we waited for the long, didn't come in. We wrote down 113 to 114. It came to 116. Nice battle back to VWAP. Sometimes when you reject VWAP, you do just make him move right back into the low again. So I'm wondering if the risk to reward is actually here right now for this oil trade, because it finally makes its move all the way back up into VWAP, and this is that sort of that pull that you're looking for. So pulled back to VWAP. Now we'll see if we do get a downside move here on oil. But again, like you see, it's so hard to trade because even in my ear right now, this is happening, that is happening. Oil ministers, oil reserve talk in my ear. Like I can't even keep up with it all. Katayama, I guess from Japan right now, saying he's encouraging nations to release their oil stockpiles right now. So if that were to happen, you would, okay, I was going to say, if that were to happen, you would think USO could come to the downside. So I'm actually talking myself through this trade. And as that was happening, we did get an oh boy moment, of course, in crude, in the NASDAQ, because if oil is going to go to the downside, that should give some relief to the overall broader market. And you're seeing that a little bit right now with the TQQs going back to the upside. So, hey, man, missed opportunity at the very, well, not really. We got out a decent amount. Let's get some out there at 80, as it looks like maybe now USO, Obi, might be on the way back down. I mean, we just touched VWAP, and we were talking about it up there, and we didn't do about it. All right, so here's gold. It's too bad, man. We had that oil at 120. It's at 119 now. It's too bad. We just talked about that. Gold also ticking lower right now. Bitcoin doing what it's doing. Now, yeah, it's Katayama. I believe that's going to be Japanese foreign minister. I'm just hearing it in my ear now. Okay, wow, that is correct, says Adair. Wow, that was a pretty good guess.
Financial minister, not foreign minister. And it wasn't him specifically urging the G7 nations, it's the IEA as a group.
Okay, so the IEA is a group. I just heard that he was commenting on it, so he likes it there. So we almost got it right. Finance minister there from Japan. So the EWJ has been spicy as well, man. These Japanese index. I mean, there's been such a huge run in so many names heading into this most recent war. We saw EWY, which is South Korea, how crazy that's been. But look at also, this is why I wanted to bring this up, Obi. Look at Japan as well, getting hit to the downside pretty aggressively right now, down into $82. You can get this Japanese market. And again, there's some big names over there. I always like to look at Nintendo over on the pink sheets. Obviously, that's not a huge market cap name, but $84, right back to the levels that we were at in October for the Japanese broader market there, the EWJ. All right, man, I'm taking another piece right here at 79 if we can get it, which we just did there again on the TQs. So we're just going to continue to watch out for that. And Bitcoin, not much is really ticking out on my scanner right now. Katayama still speaking, of course. Robinhood still hovering around. I think Robinhood break if this market goes 77.50. I actually like those longs.
Yeah, I think that EWY. Thanks for reminding me. Last week, definitely some interesting moves here. And once again today, Sean, look at the kind of volume this thing is doing. All those bars kind of towering over what we were doing on average last week on Friday, maybe even Thursday and Wednesday as well. Just taking a look at some of those volume bars, absolute strength here and relative volume as well on this EWY. So it had been coming up on my scanners a bunch of times. I was watching it in both the morning session and the overnight session in Blue Ocean as well, because it was doing a decent amount of volume there on certain days. But take a look at this increasing relative volume here as we pull into the first half hour of the open session. Holding VWAP as of right now, day highs coming in at 124.72s here on EWY. So yeah, Jomo Trader, we did take a look at SNDK a little bit earlier. SNDK is definitely up. Pre-market highs on this one coming at 546s, and we talked about this one a little bit earlier, the weekly looking interesting here as we did finally break this trend. The question now becomes, are we currently making a top wick on the week with this bid? Are we going to hold and bid right back up into this range? You know, there's a lot of different iterations of price action that's going through my head, where I'm just like, okay, well, you know, this could bid up, this could kind of come back in. Are the sellers still in this? If the sellers do want to step in, what are the levels that they can potentially step in as, prior support levels, kind of using those as a guide here. But strong start to the week here on SNDK, but we kind of want to compare that to Micron as well. Micron, a little lackluster on the bid as it does come up into some of those prior lows, but kind of just holding, kind of a doji bar on the weekly as of right now. But I think we got something happening right now with those numbers. What's up, Adara?
My bad, guys. With the time change, some of the websites had the numbers at 10 a.m. It's actually at 11 a.m. And again, the fact that it's at 11 a.m. actually makes it even more, or even less rather, of an issue. That's going to be the NY Fed inflation expectations at 11. Usually not a print we even read out. But again, if it is significant, I'll share it with you guys at the start of the midday show with Joe and Sharif at 11 a.m. Again, my bad there. Let's talk here, though, about this market. Right now, NASDAQ kind of chopping around here. We'll take a look at the S&P 500. Both, along with all these other U.S. indices, and Bitcoin gapping down and trading a little bit lower to start the day and the week amidst, you guessed it, ongoing tensions here with Iran. Here is USO. We know we did have some countries in the Middle East cutting their OPEC outlook, some of these OPEC members, so that is certainly going to be significant. In terms of non-oil related catalysts, there's a lot of other names to look at as well. We know Obi's been trading this one, HIMS, Hims and Hers, ending this legal battle here with Novo Nordisk, and also announcing, hey, Novo Nordisk and Hims and Hers are going to be collaborating. Hims and Hers offering some of Novo's products on there on their site. So nice look there for HIMS. Even Marty McCary of the FDA weighing in on this one for HIMS. VRT and a whole bunch of these other names going to be on watch here with regards to the S&P 500 additions. There's also S&P 100 additions. Just stay tuned for infographics on all of these additions and deletions on X at TTV Research in the coming days and weeks. But Vertex, one of the companies being added, SoFi, Marvell, both snubbed, and at least initially to start the day, both trading lower. Make sure to like, subscribe. Back to you two.
All right, thank you, Adara. But basketball fans, get ready for March Madness. But what do traders and investors get this year? We get Market Madness. Trade the Pool is hosting the ultimate market bracket tournament. And guess what? You're invited. Pick your stock coach. Join them during the draft night as they pick their top 5 hot stocks and battle it out for massive prizes and bragging rights all throughout April the 6th. Not pumped yet? You can also enter your own Market Madness bracket or pick your own core 5 stocks and outperform the champion to win $5,000 evaluation account. Everybody get ready. The draft is on March the 5th. What? Scan the QR code right now to get into the game. Attention, Brendan and all. We need to look at that Trade the Pool ad read. Okay, so just real quickly, man. Let's just look over at some of the ideas that we had just wound up having there. Okay, so we are already in TQQ. That was a good move back into the 80s, so we'll have to check out that, see where that goes. Also, Palantir, new trade position for PLTR. It drops right into our lap. This is exactly what we had written down there on the note today. We wanted 154 long. We got 154.05. We're long right now. It's right here on the note, so that's hopefully going to be a good trade for us. Palantir long 154 just came in. We took it out. It's 40 cents in the money. Good on us there. We're going to be green on the TQs, but honestly, man, I don't know for how much longer, as it looks like it. There it goes. There it goes, we're out. I was gonna say, it looks like it wants to break, so that's all good. But now we're back in, so we'll just say forget about the NASDAQ for right now, and let's just look to where the money's being made. Here it goes, it's Palantir. Nice move higher right now. I don't know what's going on in the market, but it seems like it might have broken. Over to USO here. Yeah, down, no, not down that much, but down into 119. Looks like market go boom, Palantir go boom as well. Nice trade there as we take some out at 155.85 off a 154.85 off a 154 dip buy into that level. So yeah, that looks like that's going to work out for us, Palantir. Fortunately, the NASDAQ, we did wind up giving that last little short back, but it's been just a back and forth flip-flop kind of day for me here on the TQs. I'm ready for a big move to happen, Obi. I just waiting to see where it's going to be right now, because oil gave us that move, and now it looks like the NASDAQ trying to break higher, but just into the range that we've already seen here today. So let's not get too jumpy over all this. We're long right now, Palantir. Seems like a good one. Another out on the top. Fuck yeah, bang, for Palantir right there. 155 and change, up $1.12 on this. My shoe just came undone.
Nice. Yeah. So yeah, market catching a little bit of a bid here. Tony Zeta saying Nvidia high a day here. Great look there on that Palantir. Wow, look at this. Nvidia. We talked about that selling coming in at prior day's end of day range or consolidation high. That's where sellers kind of came in 178. We're bidding right back up into that 178 area, kind of at 177.77s right now. Is the price interesting, but increasing relative volume, I like that. So not necessarily increasing volume, but increasing relative volume. So probably doing more than average coming into I guess some time after the open. It seems like, and just looking at some of those volume bars gives it away. You can see here, just comparing it to prior day. What normally happens is you have the highest kind of volume coming in right off of the open. Some of those opening prints and that opening session action giving us that strong volume, and it tends to kind of taper off and die off there as well. But today, sustained volume here for the most part here on Nvidia. That's why you're kind of seeing those relative volume bars start to spike up as we do start to get some decent volume coming right back in. So you can see here on the futures pushing back up to that 24.5 here on the NASDAQ, and maybe not as strong of a push just yet on the ES. But I did mention earlier that it seems like the ES does look a little bit weaker than some of these tech names. But yeah, continuing to watch this. HIMS, I kind of gonna leave this one alone here on HIMS because it just comes back into 22s, holding that VWAP. it was holding that VWAP off open, kind of held it here, but still trading in this range as of right now. So some of the prices that I did point out was that 21.85 from here in the pre-market session. We're just kind of chopping and orbiting around that with swipes kind of both ways, especially into the ask when that bid comes in, about 20 to 30 penny swipes there on him. So we'll wait and see if this one kind of gives us any sort of opportunity. Wow, USO, that's definitely a little bit of something, spiking all the way up to 122s. I swear I was looking at this 2 seconds ago. There's definitely some sort of news here on USO, and this is maybe potentially something that I was waiting for. Look at those volume spikes right here coming in at 10:05. So maybe we can figure out what that news is. What's up, Adara?
Let's secure here, again, not seeing where this person's with, but they've just said that these G7 is not there yet with regards to releasing oil stockpiles. They are ready to use the strategic oil reserve to stabilize the market. So again, getting some comments here saying that G7's, quote, not there yet with regards to releasing these oil stockpiles, also saying that G7 finance heads are ready to take all measures. So yeah, some comments here on oil releases. This is the finance minister of France, Lescure. Back to you.
Oh yeah, no, definitely have to. This is why I was like, I'm just gonna be a little patient because I did have a bit of a short bias. And again, we talk about news-driven price action here on USO, and that's been some of the best. So if you were quick with this and you had that breakout of that 120 halves, we're already about $2 above that 123 halves, continuing to push even more aggressively right here, Sean. So 125.87, kind of that pre-market high area here on USO. Let's see if we can get there. 123 is trading as of right now. The day high is sitting at 123.79. Wow, this thing is just flashing 20 to 40 pennies up and down there. The spread is not that bad. The spread is not that bad, but what it is I think when someone punches into the book, there's only about a few hundred shares sitting at every level. So if I want to take, a 10, 15 lot, I'm definitely taking out some levels here, and we're seeing a lot of that happen. Like, look at this, 93s, and then now we're trading at 123 halves. This chart can't even keep up. So you got to watch the tape and the book here to see what's really happening. You can see here, this is what I'm looking at. We can take a look at this together if we want to zoom into the book here. You can see, you know what? Actually, I'm going to put on absolute shares here, so we can see actually how many shares are sitting at each level. You can see here 100 shares, 10 shares, 13 shares here sitting at each level. So if I were to punch into this, let's say with a 5 lot, I'm taking out pretty much, a couple levels, especially due to the lack of liquidity kind of sitting at some of those specific prices. And this action, wow, beautiful. Look at this selling coming in now. Again, as soon as that momentum shifts, you can get aggressive moves on this one. And M Stone, definitely, market giveth and then quickly taketh away. You've got to be on the right side of some of these moves. And what I like to look at here is some of these breakouts and maybe potential reversions as well as this move. Maybe it's a little too aggressive, a little too far, too fast. But I'm going to wait for this to kind of really show me that, sellers are finally back in charge on this one. It did have fresh news as of right now on USO. So I want to know, how many of you guys are trading oil-related names? Another stock that we have eyes on here is BATL here, and BATL kind of, it is kind of battalion oil. It's got oil in the name. Moves like a small cap here. And has been on the radar for a few people here, but doesn't give you the same kind of moves as USO. USO more closely being kind of tied to those crude oil futures here. So another name we can potentially look at is Chevron here. Chevron in and around those all-time highs. Consolidating here on the day pretty tightly. Nice little flag happening here. Look at those increased R-vol bars as well. I like that. Let's see if that flag has the potential to break out of this opening range high, which is sitting at 190.130s, or this kind of consolidation high at 190.96s with some strength coming in here on oil. So look at that. That selling steps in, and then this buyer step right back in. So again, you got to be wary, and it seems like sometimes you got to have some wide stops if you are looking to capture some of these moves, as some of that lack of liquidity can give you those swipes both to the upside and to the downside, as the book kind of gets rocked around here, market selling off.
Yeah, we're swiping down a little bit here on Palantir, but Palantir, meanwhile, man, we had some good diamond hands on that bad boy right there. 154 long, all the way to 155.50, all the way. Our best outs is 155.80s right there, so about $1.80 in the money. And I was just saying to myself, like, just got to follow the. That's it, man. Just don't do anything else. Like, TQs didn't get to these levels, Amazon didn't get there, USO didn't get there, but Palantir did. So there's our 155, man. Such a strong name. As we noted. We'll take it again if it comes back in, but we did get it all out on the high side there of Palantir. I'm only using 153.75 as our drop-down zone there for PLTR. What a good weekend it was. This is my daughter right into here. The U13 AA Dolphins are provincials bound, so we'll be going to the provincials happening up at Scotia Pond there, Joe. So we're playing at Scotia Pond at the end of the month. Actually, at the end of mid-April is when we have a Leaside tournament in 2 weekends. But congratulations to my daughter's team. We're really proud of all of them over there. All right, we did reload again right there at 154 and change. So here we go, man. We're not going to be in this for a long time, Obi. If it's going to work out, it's going to work out. If not, as you had mentioned there, we'll try to scalp out and be wrong on some of these names. But the NASDAQ, it's just too bad because we could have easily shorted the NASDAQ up there again as well. As you can see, the TQs, man, went for a run, and then they're right back near those lows. But you got to stop out. Like, we break that 200 period. How many days have we seen okay, OVV, FLNG, EGY. We can look at all of those, man. What is EGY? EGY, we talked about EMY was the, okay, first of all, just quickly, but I'm going to get back to all that. Looks like we are breaking lower there. So there goes Palantir breaking through 154 and taking out some of those levels. I don't really know any of those names, Golf Franchise. I'm going to have to, Valco Energy is EGY, FLG and OVV. I will have to go over those for you in a minute, but I was just watching out to see what this NASDAQ and what Palantir want to do, trying to bounce off 154 again. I'm going to go longer on Palantir because we did stop out there, but this is still the level that I like with the NASDAQ being at the day's low. I'm going to take another shot here on PLTR, OB, and then we can look over some of those names. I don't know if you called them up. Oh, no, that's Petrobras.
Yeah, someone was talking about PBR being a good vehicle here as well, so kind of stepping up on this one here. So thank you, Golf Franchise. We can take a look at some of those names here. OVV, that's Ovinative here. Interesting. So yeah. Wow, look at this. A lot of these names giving us that increasing R-vol. So it seems like coming into the later end of the day, just in general, a lot of these names just doing more than normal volume here. And again, just looking at some of these prior days, you can see these volume bars here. If I'm going to pull this up right here, some of the volume bars on the day do tower over a lot of the average ones that happen later on in the day. So it does seem like we are doing some decent or above average volume. That's why I like the R-vol indicator here as well, kind of pointing to where participants are maybe more frequent, more active than normal, yeah, so doesn't happen very often. I guess 23, 24s here on OVV when it comes to that relative volume, pulling back into that VWAP. FLNG, Flex LNG, okay, cool. Let's take a quick look at this one here. I guess not really doing that much volume, 240K. So I don't really, I wouldn't really touch anything like this, especially when the chart itself looks like, I call this breadcrumbs. Just crumbles on the chart because it's barely doing any sort of volume, and yeah, just kind of chop, 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 chop. Interestingly enough, when you do go to higher time frames, some of this stuff still is technically kind of sound. So you know, just reiterating that price action does have some sort of a fractal nature there, and we hear that from Michael Moss all the time as well. So EGY, Valco Energy here. Okay, so normally does about 1.25 million shares in the day. We're not there quite yet. 311K shares, but we're seeing that similar story here, more participation versus normal on some of these names, but nothing I would touch here because I'm always looking for a little bit of liquidity. I want to see something that's liquid it can be doing RVOL, but if there's a lack of liquidity, then there's definitely something that's, I'm not really too interested in it as well. Volume gainers on the day. HIM's doing some of the most volume here as well. This is what I mean. I was looking at this. I kind of wanted to, I took another shot at this one here on a potential breakdown, but it didn't go right away. And that's kind of what I'm looking for. I'm looking for it to go right away here, kind of like it did through that 22 halves, that 2180 level here that I did point out. That goes right away from some of those breakdowns and looking distinctly different now relative to that opening price action here on him. So not really too involved with that one here. TPET, Trio Petroleum, you can see here a bit of a spike on that oil news as well, but coming into opening range highs and underneath VWAP. VWAP is the place where it's been holding like a champ pretty much all of pre-market. The question becomes, is this now going to become distinctly different? If we do break above VWAP on this catalyst here, could be interesting, could be nice, and NVIDIA coming in third place. So it seems like, Sean, that 178 level continues to be a bit of a resistance as sellers step in to similar places where it was held down on prior day, that Friday. I forget what the news was coming into the end of the day. Maybe a Derek.
Oh, there was Oracle and OpenAI. Yeah, they were potentially not going to be building that database, that data center. Sorry, again, there. So that was a good news story. We actually traded that on Friday, so that was a good one for sure. Near the end of the day, we made some good money on that. I said to Neil, I was like, I wish these stories dropped every Friday afternoon because it was a little sleepy. Action there. All right, man, we did get back into Palantir. I didn't want to talk about oil, of course, but we did buy some more We got dropped off of Palantir there, which really kind of sucks because it does break back down below and then it gets bought right back up. And I just said sort of, let's increase our stops a little bit. I think Obi and I sort of mentioned a little bit of that as a potential, trade idea was to increase a little bit of the stops just in case you did have a bigger move like we're sort of seeing right now back to the upside here in the market. I'll wait above 155 now and see if this can really extend through. Get me the 200 period rate now, 155.20, and we'll be a happy camper. What's up, Adara?
There's some people in our chat asking what's happening with G7. I just saw officially G7 countries have concluded their meeting. We started seeing comments from some of these finance ministers at this meeting around like 9:45 a.m. So it looks like it's been gone for potentially a while here. Anyways, G7 countries have concluded that meeting. Finance Minister of France, Lescure, saying that, quote, we are not there yet, which I mentioned earlier. So that's kind of why oil is pushing higher. Just some updates here with the G7. Also, Trump posted on Truth Social, it has nothing to do with the market, but just so you guys know, sometimes these posts can move the market a bit, especially when they come out in the morning. He's posted, it's not market related, but I guess he's on social media, so be aware. Back to you.
All right, thanks, Adara. Yeah, we actually talked about Live Nation, LYV, as that was a story that we had sort of talked about earlier, up 6.25% right now. Live Nation looking to get closer to a deal there about ticket pricing and the way their business model is going to be moving forward. So Live Nation up 6% and making a nice move higher into 170 and now trying to, anyways, continue its move there. I did, before I go to Obi there, I just want to bring it to everyone's attention what exactly is happening here in the broader markets. Yeah, looks like this again, man. Only Broadcom right there upside on the tech app loving, I guess, a little bit there as well. But looks like Broadcom leading the way. NVIDIA relatively flat, only down 0.16 now. It's Amazon getting hit down 2%. Walmart, some of the retail names downside. It looks like healthcare is okay. Sorry, health technology with Lilly being flat, but still under that $1,000 mark. We'd like to see that get going at some point there. And then, some of these energy names, people were wondering about XOM. Well, there it goes, Obi, and CVX and Valero. Some of these names starting to get back to the upside quite nicely there. And then the financials, man. I mean, what is going on with this space? I think we all would like to know. Big time movements, man. Morgan down, Wells down. See, like these are 4 or 5%. These are not nothing moves right now in the bank sector. So if you're looking for a little bit more value somewhere, I'm worried about this here on BRK.B and some of these other names coming through, Morgan especially. And, the reason why Morgan and Goldman to me are downside there, potentially if this market keeps going lower, where's the deal making going to come from? I know a lot of these big investment banks looking for more deals. We heard a lot about SpaceX maybe coming soon. So that should be interesting with SpaceX, Starlink, all that sort of wrapped up into one. Should be interesting to see if Elon gets that one off the ground, and that should spike some of the banking stocks as well. But yeah, some of the crude stocks starting to go back up to the upside as we just talked about that. Up to 124 again goes USO. Boy, that got excited there on some headlines. We're still long right now on Palantir. We got a little bit more out there above 50s, but here comes right back in with the market again. Will this market hold out, man? How choppy has this morning been, Obi? I mean, almost to the point where we haven't seen it in a while. Upside right back in, and now it's just chop, chop, chop. We tried to get back to the highs. We tried to get back to the lows. Both times we held. So in the middle we go, and the market is tough when we're middling.
Yeah, I think we got small cap.
Oh, here comes Randy.
With
thanks, Randy, with another upload. Oh, that's Obi's coffee. Yeah, it is, because I drank my second one already. You brought two then, because I reached back and got one.
He came back a second time.
Oh, he came back again.
Yeah.
Well, thank you then. Is this the warm one? Which one?
That's the warm one right there.
Hold me a second.
Oh boy.
Yeah, okay, this is the warm one. Thank you, Randy.
Thanks, Randy.
Over to Adara for our update.
Small cap recap time. You know, as Obi mentioned, a lot of these small caps are, in fact, in that energy space. EONR, Eon Resources, that's the one I'm going to talk about today. Of course, as we do have news from that G7 meeting with the finance minister of France saying they're not quite there yet with regards to releasing some of these strategic oil reserves. UNR, and again, Eon Resources is the name of this stock. They're going to be getting a move to the upside along with USO and these other oil plays. EONR does have a just under 40 million share float, roughly 39.5 million share float, market cap around $48 million. Other small caps in this space, as Obi mentioned earlier, include TPET, Trio Petroleum, and BATL Battalion Oil. AZI, not in the oil space, does have its own catalyst. Let's talk about it. AZI here, that's Atozi Technology. This is a name that has rallied in the past. Their controlling shareholder has fulfilled an early investment commitment with $7 million fund transfer. Nice look there for AZI. LRHC, this one already given up some of that move, but La Rosa Holdings, much like AZI, this is what we call a repeat offender. It has indeed rallied in the past, signing a non-binding LOI or letter of intent to acquire Consensus Core Technologies, which is apparently a company in the AI infrastructure space. Make sure to like, make sure to subscribe, and we're going to go back over here to Obi and Sean.
Thank you very much, Adara. USO trading back below that 120 level here as well. And look at this chop here on HIMS. This is absolutely nasty here. You can see this is a 3-minute chart. So within 3 minutes, look at some of the ranges being covered. Almost a full dollar here in a single candle with that flush coming in just shy of 2240s to 2160. So yeah, it still seems like this is an area where seller, like I should be willing to sell, and if I get too aggressive, I do have to stop out. But it seems like as of right now, that opening range continues to be a decent area to sell at here on the day. We got a super chat here by Danny Boy. Thank you very much once again here, saying that Babcock and Wilcox up 7% in this market start writing that year-end victory speech. Well, I don't know about that. It's too early to say that. But a little bit of a lucky pick. I did mention what I did to kind of pick the three stocks that I did. I have a list of multiple tickers in my watch list over about 4,000 to 5,000. So basically, what I did is I spent a couple hours going through the charts, looking at multiple time frames, and looking at the ones. I was just like, okay, gun to your head. Which ones would you pick to get into right now for a swing trade that you would potentially use to cover at the end of the year? I made up, after going through thousands of stocks, I made up a list of about 15 stocks. So out of those 15, we were told to pick about 3 of them. I was like, all right, cool. Go through these 15 a couple of times and really figure out which ones are looking technically sound. Because I'm definitely a strong believer that price action is king. A lot of things are, I'm reading this book right now by Darvis called How I Made $2 Million in the Stock Market. Kind of a classic book there, absolutely beautiful read. And he kind of talks about his journey of how he started to get with the trend, trading with the trend. He tried the fundamentals, it didn't really work, tried different things. And basically kind of some of the conclusions so far, I haven't finished reading the book, so far he's come to the conclusion that, you know, price action is kind of giving us a story here as well. So BW, I looked at it on the weekly, I looked at it on a higher time frame, and I was like, this one does look like it's doing pretty decently in terms of a wind up. We did get multiple earnings reports where we did have a strong push, and this was holding this prior level here as well. Now, it just happened to be that this was, I guess, an potential energy name here. What do they specifically do? Engages in the provision of fossil and renewable power generation and environmental equipment. So yeah, a bit of a lucky pick there. But again, I didn't have to know what they did. I just the chart. Once again, I say this often, is that the chart will speak for itself more often than not. So I know some people have very strong differing views in terms of having a fundamental approach, and I understand that's a different kind of method of trading. But if I'm going to be like, okay, well, I'm not the smartest guy in the room. I have no idea. That's a lot of the fundamental analysis is way above my pay grade. But what I can bet on is that people that know what they're doing put their money where their kind of confidence is, right? So that definitely shows up in the price action and in the charts. So I think that I think that's kind of important to consider. But yeah, it is working. Off of the earnings report, you can see here 34% decent push in this one, and some certain players talking about this name being on the list of episodic pivots that are currently working as of right now. But yeah, enough of that. Let's kind of going back. Let's kind of go back to stocks here. Sam saying, stop saying it's luck. It's definitely luck, dude. It's definitely luck. And I say this often. It's just, you know, you have to put your, this is kind of something in the markets, and I'm sure you'll agree with me. You have to have a little bit of luck, and you have to put yourself in a position of luck. And we talked about the famous quote by Seneca. Luck is when preparation meets opportunity. Have the right kind of preparation, be able to recognize certain opportunities, participate in them so that you increase your odds of getting lucky.
Yeah. No, I mean, that's exactly, I love that kind of talk. And I mean, and that's what we talk about with sitting here as traders. We can only put ourselves in those positions. We don't know if this market, oil is going to fall off the face of the earth right now. Is no idea. Some sort of a news going to hit that we go to Adara and all of a sudden, you know, that HIMS deal that you're involved with falls apart or whatever, right? All you got to do is look at the right spots at the right time. And right now, Adara, I'm looking at you for a story.
So I want to really, really preface this with a caveat, as I very often do in some of these stories. This headline came out, looks like this was reported by Wall Street Journal about 13 minutes ago, but the story itself, it goes back. I saw like the earliest I could find was 6 hours ago, also seeing from 3 hours ago. Regardless, Wall Street Journal reporting that Iran has warned that oil could hit $200 a barrel if the U.S. and Israel keep striking Iranian energy infrastructure. So again, Iran warning of higher oil prices if these strikes continue. I'm seeing this circulate really heavily on social media now, though. Again, when I looked into it, I found that this story is like not nearly as new as this Wall Street Journal article is. Saw some posts going back to like 6 hours ago, 3 hours ago. Regardless, because it's circulating, I do need to let you know. Iran warning of $200 oil. It's a headline. Back to you.
Be, you know, very, very pessimistic on that because, you know, the more the price starts to go higher, the more they sort of get that fear going through, the more the U.S., you know, the people don't like this. You know, neither do we. Anybody that has to pay the price of oil is going to really start to feel like, hey, man, when is this going to be over? Oil's only going higher. So I wonder if a little bit there, I don't want to say fear-mongering, but I agree, man. The more this goes on, the more oil prices will continue to spike around. And, you know, no better has it been a time to drive a Tesla, but as we're downstairs charging as we speak. Yeah, no, not great news there. And we can have another quick look at U.S. oil, 120 and change right now. Not really moving around. Well, moving around today, that's for sure. But over these last couple of reports, we got as high as 124. And this is not spot oil. So this is what oil looks like right now, $100. So, you're dancing around. We got as high as 104 on that most recent spike in there. Now back into $100. So if you're going to go USO minus $20 is roughly going to give you where oil is right now. Looking to break a little underneath. And if the market will appreciate oil going lower, then I could see this starting to go back to the upside. This is the NASDAQ, right? That's now 3 times we've pushed the day's range and gotten up and faded every time. But if you notice here, that's the high. That's now a lower high. That's now a lower high. So I would think, although above VWAP and above the 50-period moving average, one more test here. If you break this new, most recent lower high, then I would say trend has definitely changed and we start to go a little upside here on the market, which would be fine by me, man. We've reloaded a couple times at Palantir down here at 154 and not doing too much else. There we go. Let's go, Palantir, man. We should get something out in the 30s. Well, there we go. We'll offer 40s and get it. Maybe now we go a little bit higher on PLTR long rate here at 154.08. We got to look at some more names, so we'll get into those when we get back from Madeira.
I have another oil headline to share here. So again, more comments from French Finance Minister Lescure. He's saying that he hopes the G7 statement on the talks that they made over the potential release of emergency stocks will be made in the coming hour. So hopefully within the next 60 minutes, we get some kind of statement from the G7 as a whole rather than individual finance ministers here with regards to the possible release of emergency oil stocks. If I get anything on that, of course, I will keep you posted. And back to you.
Thanks, Adara. Yeah, I mean, please keep us posted. Obviously, everybody there in the chat really interested in oil prices. All right, I'm interested in Marvell as well. This is a trade that we took earlier. It did break. I was thinking that 88.50, sort of the pre-market high. It does break. We get some 89s, then we get out at 88. So 50 cents in, 50 cents out. Then we tried it again there and we got a little bit of profit, then lost it again. So Marvell will be a down stock. For me today. Futures are pretty flat. We went in and out. We were long early, then short early. Then we've decided that this is not the day for me to trade futures, at least not right now. So we're out of that. And then we've just been buying Palantir. The only name that's hit off my watch list today has been Palantir 154. So that's been a good level there. We'll continue to watch it as well. And then the name that I wanted to short was Amazon, and that gave us the 200 period, but to be honest with you, pre-market highs sort of there. And I don't want to sit around on anything that I think could eventually start to rip higher if the market went, especially with this, obviously this talk of oil now. There is some worries about where we go from here with oil. So we'll just be cautious with everything and see if we can't catch a little bit of a runner on the upside here on the market as we stay long Palantir.
Yeah, taking another stab on this HIMS, but it seems like, again, I'm going to keep it pretty tight here. Pulling right back into some of those day lows here, 2120s, 2098 is the current day low. And I was looking at this, so I'm going to let that one kind of work itself out, have a tight stop. So if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. That's perfectly fine. But EONR, Eon Resources, we were just looking at this one here. Absolute strength on this one, Sean. So it seems like this one did move on that oil news and now continuing to push higher, looking distinctly different from that of USO, because USO, what a beautiful, beautiful reversion of that strong move here. Definitely something I would participate in if I was just a little bit more focused on the price action here and some of the moves here on USO, all the way from a 123s down back into VWAP 120s. So a beautiful $4 pullback, a $3 to $4 pullback here on USO post news, really giving us a decent reversion there on this name specifically. But again, not really the same kind of a move on different names. We were looking at CVX earlier as well. You can see not really being affected by that news that much. We did get a bit of a spike here that did push us through this prior level that I was talking about earlier, just shy of that 191, but nothing crazy in terms of a real continuation. So this is, again, I was talking about this, I think a couple of weeks ago. Stock selection definitely will matter in a market like this. We'll take a look at some of the airlines and the cruise liners right after we get back from Madeira.
Keep an eye here on SONO. This one getting a little bit of a spike. I'm just seeing a document coming out being circulated here, or posted rather, on social media. SONO, this is Sonos. Apparently they won their patent trial against a company called Implicit. So SONO apparently winning a patent trial. Nice look here for SONO. Back to you.
Okay, Sono. That's looking like some interesting moves there. I want to take a quick look at that one. Let's see if it's doing any significant volume. 326 on the day. Normally does 2.15, so not quite there just yet. But yeah, a bit of a crumble. I talk about that the cookie crumble or breadcrumbs here coming into this news, and let's see if that liquidity does pick up on the day on Sono. So Carnival, we were looking at that earlier. Someone mentioned it. One of you guys in the chat mentioned it as why did anyone take the CCL short? Short was quite nice, but take a look at this. It does pivot, push back up all the way up into 24s, VWAP areas where we're at right here. And we're seeing a similar kind of a action here on other, liners, cruise liners or airliners, however you want to phrase that, but a bit of a reversion from the selling that we've had in the morning session here. NCLH, they had
right there.
They had earnings recently right here. Wow, take a look at this one. A better kind of range on that reversion here, about a 3% move from the lows. I see that your Palantir has been holding that 154 like a champ.
It's like, finally, man, we'll go diamond hands again on this. I mean, we're up $1, but it's like, our dropout spot was like 20 cents, maybe 30 cents. So I definitely want to take profit. And yeah, we'll take credit for it, man. I mean, you mentioned that whole preparation thing. I mean, we wrote down 154. It does break. We do have an out. It did break that one time, and we got back in. And since then, we've sort of been supporting that. I got to do a little bit better on that first break idea there. Like, when it's falling in, like, see, it's falling in there, doesn't break, go long, get it back, falling in, doesn't break. This time it does break. We get stopped out, then I punch back in. I got to figure out exactly how to get a little more confidence in doing that play, but still a good one. We talked about that. We actually put it out last week about how our style has sort of changed here. And I don't know, maybe I might have unpinned it actually today. Oh no, here it is right here. It was just about waiting for these failed moves, right? Like that was a move down, and we talked about undercutting the longs and uppercutting the shorts. So just be careful with some of those plays as we go. But you guys can hear. Let me actually put this out. You guys let me know what you think of it. There's been a bunch of comments on this and sort of just a style of trade that I've been doing here. How many of you? Yeah, 118 likes. So thank you for that, and go have a look and see if you agree that some of these things have changed. And I think, Obi, you need to change up your style every once in a while.
Oh, yeah.
That is for sure, to make sure that you're comfortable with what you're doing. And, okay, right back there to VWAP. Just really quickly, guys, I'm just going to get out one more piece and then try to hold for a much bigger move now. Now that we're out, low of day to VWAP 3 times, low of day to VWAP, low of day to VWAP, low of day to VWAP. So we're just going to keep doing that, especially as the market looks like it finally may want to do something. So here's NVIDIA as well. They look like they're trying to break out through the day's high, and there goes NVIDIA turning green, now up 0.5%, and looks like it wants to get going even more. So yeah, the market could definitely get on back. Let's that thing go right now. That's a big trade there for Palantir as we go a little longer on that name. We didn't look at, man? We didn't look at silver today. Let's have a quick look, or maybe you did. One of my favorite songs. So nice move there to the upside here for silver as well, but not like anything that's going on with oil. There it is, man. Okay, so intraday highs for NVIDIA, intraday highs, I believe, as well for AMD, as all this sort of space starting to go a little bit here as well. Yeah, intraday highs for AMD. Is Micron trying to go higher? Micron's the name I'd actually like to fade on any strength, but wow, Micron also stepping up. Come on, Palantir, man. Put this market on your back, Alex, and let's get going to the upside here with Mr. Karp & Co. Right now, 120 and change inside this trade. Let's go back over to Adara. It's 1040.
Let's take a look here at these sectors. We'll start with what's weak, which is, to be honest here, most of these sectors. Finance sharply to the downside as a group. Health technology has some notable weakness. AbbVie down 2.5%, though ABT, Abbott Labs, actually green on the day. Consumer durables mostly red, or consumer non-durables mostly red. Consumer services right across the board. Consumer durables, red. Transportation, red. And of course, this is a name that's going to be benefited by, or sorry, not benefited, impacted by fuel increases. So with oil being as high as it is, transportation is a sector to watch. To the downside in general, communications struggling. AT&T down almost 4%. Commercial services red, not energy, minerals red. Health services red. Utilities red. And producer manufacturing mostly red, though LRCX and GEV to the upside. Now GEV actually has a double whammy of catalysts. You can find this on our Trader TV Live watch list this morning, but not only did they get a double upgrade, they actually also got added to the S&P 100. So GEV, nice, one of the few green names here in producer manufacturing. In terms of electronic technology, you have some strength here as well. NVIDIA and Broadcom both to the upside. And SanDisk actually up almost 7% right now. Energy minerals also is going to be green, of course, with oil strength amidst the ongoing geopolitical tensions in the Middle East. Make sure to like, make sure to subscribe. We'll send you back over to Obi and Sean.
I was late to it, so I sized down, but then because I'm like, oh, I don't have enough, I'm getting into what I should have gone up there, down there.
We were discussing the HIMS play, and I mean, it's very, very similar to what I was trying to say as well, is like it's about the timing of the trade. We can have the positions 100% right. I mean, that HIMS trade is now near as low of the day.
Yeah, once again. Yeah.
You know, once again, but it's like either waiting for that blue line, which I guess is VWAP there, or that trade breakdown of 22 or whatever you mentioned there, 22.
Yeah, I mean, look at the hold of Anchored here as well, because I'm just like, I'm looking back at it, I'm like, why am I chasing into the lows to really sell into this when sellers are straight up sitting at the anchored VWAP? We put on that anchored VWAP off of the catalyst that we had. Sure, in the pre-market doesn't really respect it that much, kind of chops in and around there, but coming in off the open, once the sellers kind of show you that they're there, comes into that volume-weighted anchored price, and then just holds as resistance twice now. I guess you can call it 3 times, because the initial push holds VWAP and then holds, technically holds that anchored as well, breaks through that low. And I guess I was talking to Sean, I was like, I should be in, if I want to take the short here, I should be in pretty much all my size on the 85 break and then push into that 21 if it goes. But my mistake was being a little too late, getting in below 21 halves and then being like, oh, I don't have all my size, and then chasing into the 21 and then giving it back to that 80 level, being like, all right, well, this can probably continue to push higher because we're coming back above what I think was a bit of a significant level. But again, anchored VWAP, it's there on the chart. It's showing me that it's holding once, twice, 3 times, and the 4th time it comes up here, sellers step right back in. So maybe I got to be patient for that anchor to potentially come in and see if we're going to get more of the same there on HIMS and HERS. So I did mention I'm only looking at 2 stocks today. That's HIMS and USO. USO did give us a good opportunity, but I'm going to be a little bit more patient with that one. What's up, Adara?
We're getting some comments coming through from Faith Beerhold. This is the executive director of the International Energy Agency, or IEA. So, of course, this is going to be oil related. What Faith Beerhold is saying is that conditions in the global oil markets have deteriorated, quote unquote, in recent days, and that this has created significant and growing risks. So, risks here in the global oil markets being highlighted by the executive director of the IEA. Back to you.
All right, Palantir's at the highest spot. Thanks, Sarah. Palantir's at the highest spot we've been at since we've taken this trade. We already have one out up here. So I'm going to sit at 70 again and see if we can get it. Actually, I went to 85. So let's just see if we take out the high right there. But yeah, we can check out Occidental here. We can check out some other names. Wow, yeah, there goes Occidental. I mean, we had some questions earlier about why was Oxy not making the moves higher there as the market, the oil market was. XOM as well. There it goes, starting to bleed a little bit higher right now on XOM and looking to take down, you know, basically last week. Obviously, we have some highs that we need to get through, but last week's kind of levels right here of 153.50 or so coming in for XOM. Oh man, we just made a little, okay, I'm gonna get some out there at 50s, 155.50. Palantir just bounced off of 156. So that's going to be an out there. Watch out for XOM. USO, we talked about gold earlier today as well, having a nice day. Downside early, but having a nice recovery right now, up to 470. That there goes gold as that flight is coming back in right now real quick. Like what you guys wanted us to talk about a little bit today. Let's go have a quick little look to see here. We haven't done too many small cap names. We will have obviously small cap reviews and all the trading going on through coming in just a matter of 15 minutes. You have Joe and what's his name again? Oh yeah, Sharif, coming through very, very soon. So there's USO right there. That's a name that you guys want to talk about. Ooh, I didn't even, you know what, Obi man, my bad on this. Tesla today, first on the subscriber count list here. 55 of you looking for some information on Tesla. So maybe if you're bored a little bit, Obi, call that chart up. Not bored, but call the chart up and have a look for everybody if you can. Palantir's on there as well. LRHC up 15%, so a name that looks to be holding $1. Go Palantir, man. We are 10 cents away from getting the highest price we've gotten today, 155.85. TPET, another name there that's come and gone through the oil trade. BATL is another one. USO's on there. Bitcoin here as well, up 2%. That's nice. Is that right? I don't know if that's right. That's a good one. Circle up another 10% today as that keeps on busting higher there. All right, it looks like we might have got that trade there. No, we did not. 155. Oops, here it is right here. This is Palantir. Well, there it is. There's 155.85. So yeah, buddy, we're starting to go a little upside now on PLTR. 160 in the money, and we just got our highest level, and happy to do that. Obi, unfortunately, I have to tell everybody we only have 25% left of this trade. Let's see if it gets a little higher. Palantir price target in the chat, 250. Let's give it a year and a bit to get to 250. For now, we'll just deal with 155 on Palantir. But what's Tesla looking like on your board?
Yeah, no, thank you. Some great range trading there, Sean, on that Palantir 154. Solid, identification of that level and that hold as well, holding support like a champ into VWAP. But yeah, let's see with this market blasting up a little bit higher. We're above the opening range highs here on the Nasdaq. Seems like SPY is potentially coming into that level here at the same time. So we'll see if there's any continuation there. But yeah, Tesla. I don't know if there was news at 9:36, but take a look at this 1 minute candle that just swipes into the day lows, and since then just strong selling.
Not seeing anything, Obi.
Okay, all right, thank you very much. So nothing really, I guess, just sellers stepping right into that Tesla. Again, another one that was gapping down below prior day's levels. Even the tests of pre-market highs, rejecting prior day's lows here on Tesla, kind of maybe showing us that, yeah, sellers are still in charge, or continue to be in charge here. Off of the open, swipes down, opening range low breakdown was probably the place to be in on this one here, as that breaks at, what is that? Let's get specific here. I have the 3-minute opening range low, which is sitting at 389.57. I know a lot of people look at the 5 minutes as well. You can take a look at the 5 minute as well, 389.57. So the same thing here on a 5 minute. That breakdown, just continuous selling. So beautiful continuation there. But since then, we have reverted. We have caught a bid back into VWAP. Now the question becomes, after a strong, aggressive sellers have kind of shown their hand and being like, okay, well, clearly sellers were in charge off of the open. The question becomes, are they going to continue being in charge right now as we come in and hold this volume weighted average price, as well as this prior high? We did bid up a little bit earlier at 10:03, all the way up to a price of 386.17, and then selling stepped right back in. We're in and around that same area, but now it's confluence with VWAP. And then we'll see if that story or that situation has changed, if sellers are still here or not. But sellers definitely no longer here on the market, so that's blasting pretty decently. You can see that NVIDIA has pushed past its day highs and the continuation all the way up to 179.34s here on NVIDIA. Let's take a quick look at some of these Mag 7s. Who is the strongest is the first question I usually ask. I don't have Meta on there, so I'll pull up Meta here as well. Let's see how well Meta is doing. Okay, Meta is within its opening range, so not necessarily the strongest one, but I'm seeing Google is the right answer for who is the strongest on the day. 300 potentially incoming with a day high of 299.32. So hold of VWAP, hold of opening session highs there on the pullback, and then now another leg higher here on Google. We saw a similar kind of action here on Friday, where the strong bid came in off of the open and held above VWAP for a majority of the day, only to close in and around VWAP at the end of the day here. So strength potentially pushing back here in on Google, which is the most, it's the one with the most relative strength when it comes to the Mag 7 on the day today. So maybe giving some oomph to this market move that we're getting right now. What's up, Adara?
I'll start with comments from that G7 finance minister statement. Looks like this is out. I am seeing comments here, or again, I guess portions from the statement on X. So it looks like, according to the statement, the G7, as we expected, did discuss the current conflict in the Middle East. They said they're going to be continuing to closely monitor energy markets and that they stand ready to take necessary measures. These measures could include the oil stockpile release, but again, they don't say that they're going to be doing that as of right now. So again, G7 finance ministers could potentially be releasing these, or I guess, you know, we could have the G7 releasing these oil stockpiles, but that's not going to be necessarily happening as of right now. So that's backing up comments we had earlier from French Finance Minister Lescure saying probably unlikely to have that release as of this current moment. Now that we've talked about that G7 statement, let's get into the US dollar. DXY finding some resistance here, that 99.7 level, bit of a double top, made that first top Tuesday, March 3rd. Today, we make it again here on Monday, March 9th. So again, that level of resistance is roughly going to be 99.7. We're still green here for the DXY, trading around 99.2. But again, these higher highs and higher lows, bit of an uptrend from the low of the year so far that we made on January 27th. That is continuing to take effect for that DXY. CME FedWatch tool still showing 97% chance of rates being held at that next meeting. Nothing super exciting there. But before we send you back over to Opie and Sean for the last 10 minutes of the morning show, I want to talk about some of the things we have on deck later in the week when it comes to economic releases. Wednesday, 8:30 a.m., CPI month over month and year over year. Then on Friday, we're going to get not only PCE, but also GDP data at 8:30 a.m. Then at 10 a.m., we get two more fairly heavy-hitting numbers. That'll be the University of Michigan Consumer Sentiment print and JOLTS job openings. So tons of economic data later this week, especially on Friday. Back to you.
All right, yeah, thanks, Adair. Yeah, lots of economic numbers popping through there. Someone in the chat said, okay, so short NASDAQ. I was like, yeah, that's what I just did. I don't know if you, our position board is off. Hold on a second, let me get out of something here. I'll get out of some Palantir again at 155 maybe, and then I'll activate the position board again. But okay, just so you guys know, I am short. Yeah, I didn't get out of Palantir there. Hold on a second. Maybe if it moves down. All right, there it is. All right, so I am short right now on the TQs. So there it is. Sometimes the board goes off and comes right back on. I was blaming Neil, but I guess he's not even here. So it doesn't look like that's the problem now. It's probably me. 47, we just took a little bit of a short. This was the levels that we wrote down on the sticky note earlier and not really trying to shy away too much from some of the notes that we had made. So 47 up to 47.50. I'm going to take a much bigger position right around here, man, like 47.10s or so, and then just drop it out at 47. So that's 47.20. Like if we break 47.30, I was just going to get out. So a little bit more coming on that trade. And, you know, it's all good. We're not really hedging it against Palantir because we started to empty out some more Palantir there as it's fading back in. So I'm actually debating just punching out of PLTR right now and seeing if the short in this market really wants to hit. So that would be a trade for me now as we get lighter and lighter. We said we had 25%. Now we're down to about 15% of PLTR as we just got out more at VWAP. Took a good advantage of it breaking through there. And then now we're just going to short the market. Again, may not be the right look there, but we had looked at 47 earlier, looking at a level from basically just from Friday that held. So if it breaks higher, we can easily get out of this one. So we're going to try a few more shares up here on the NASDAQ, and maybe we can start some more here at 97 again. But I'm waiting for 47.10s, all right, to get us a little bit more short on the TQs, all right. So hopefully it does fall back in. Our first bid rate there was out at 85s. So we actually took about 12 or 13 cents on that first move down, just trying to get it back in and taking more out at 46.33s or 46.63. We have something on this show, Obi. I don't know if you've seen it before, but it's called What's for Lunch?
Hey, yeah.
Okay, so I don't know what you've been feeling about the lunch lately. Neil gave the red Thai curry chicken like a...
Chicken from Friday?
Yeah. He gave it an 8.2, which I thought was relatively high on that one.
Definitely a little too high.
Yeah. Okay. So there you go. So
Definitely a little too high. I don't know. There was a bit of a aftertaste, and it was.
what did it taste like? Don't mention it to him, Andre.
I heard what he said, but
Okay,
I don't think
I was trying to see
it
if
was
you
like,
had the same thing.
like it felt almost like chemically.
Okay,
It
there
was
you
like
go.
a chemical taste.
Well,
and I was
Neil
just
loves
like, I don't know.
chemicals then,
I don't know
because
what's
that
happening
was a
here.
very, very strong rating. And
Like a
I
cleaner.
agree with everybody else. I didn't have that kind of a rating, but to each their own. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay, a 7. That's what I was at. I was around a 7.
No.
Joe was at like a 3
some
or
weird
something.
I think something was going on.
Oh, you have the after effects.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
That might go a little lower than a 7 then.
Yeah, exactly.
What goes in sometimes comes out, Obi, and maybe a little too quick on that one if you catch my drift. But yeah, okay. But today, again, here, we kind of got off track.
Yes. What's for lunch today?
All right, what's for lunch? My segment, I'll do what I want. No. All right, today's flag, we'll give it away immediately because there's only ever one dish I think we've ever gotten on this flag.
All right.
You will see it as a flag. Joe, you'll be very, very pleased with this flag. I'm not sure if you'll be pleased with the end result, but it's a Jamaican flag.
Okay.
Coming through here. And of course, it only comes with one dish, and that is jerk chicken. So we'll see today what that jerk chicken looks like and tastes like. I'm thinking it'll be a good one. Chickpeas, this is if you don't have if you're vegetarian, they've added this, it looks like. Vegetarian will be chickpeas and tofu curry. All right, so what you get here is the slaw, it says, seasoned veg, rice, and peas. So I think that's a pretty decent what's for lunch there today, and good opportunities to have some jerk chicken. I like it, but again, if you are typical, if you like your jerk chicken, this will be a little less than what you're used to from a proper Jamaican place. But again, catered, we like it. Joe, I don't think there's a steel drum involved this time around. So we'll see, those big steel barbecue vats that they cook all this in. Those are...
To me real quick?
Yeah, we can come to you, no problem.
No, see, so Neil gave the chicken an 8.2, but I think this is a really important question. Is it just based on what we get from the caterer or the grand scheme of things, right? Because I think it's very difficult to give something an 8.2 when there's a vast variety of other 8.2s that I would put substantially higher than that specific one. So I think that's a legit question. Is it just caterer based, or are we actually going on everything?
No, I think it's
relative. You have to be relative.
I think it's just what do you think about? It's not that red curry versus all the other red curry.
So it's caterer based.
No. I'm thinking that it's just you base it based on the meal. I don't know if you say this is a 7 based on red curry. The way I'm looking at it is, where do I rank the lunch as a whole?
Yeah.
That's what I'm thinking, but
crazy.
It is crazy. I don't know
crazy.
how. I think you just list it as a meal. You say, what do you think about it? 7 out of 10. But
I think,
I can't answer for Neil. I mean, you're asking me how Neil's judging this thing.
Wow.
Well, how are you basing it?
On the grand scheme of things, if I'm going out to a specific, any restaurant cooking at home, I think
that's
it's very
fair.
difficult to rate something that high.
I mean, we started this with the whole Portnoy thing and rating pizzas.
Yeah, exactly.
So I think he's just rating it based on pizza.
So hear me out. Portnoy based it off essentially a cheese pizza, right? He doesn't go anywhere else. So I feel that it has to be specifically categorized within the caterer. So if you want to give it the high rating, that's understandable.
I think we're saying two things though there then. We're basing it on the caterer, or we're basing it on, what the dish is itself. Because if you're going to base this on jerk chicken today, the jerk chicken definitely will be a 1 out of 10 if you base it.
Yeah, exactly. So
no. But
right.
Hold on, what I'm saying though, based on jerk chicken from down the street.
In general, exactly. If you go.
But if we're going to base it on what you're saying on the caterer, if this is actually really good compared to what they normally serve, then maybe it's a 9 or a 10. So I think the best thing to do.
That's fair. That's fair, right? So it has to be caterer based, because if we're Neil said 8.2 on the red curry. If you go down the street, like you just mentioned, it's definitely on the lower end of the spectrum,
100%,
right?
yeah.
So it has to be.
But so what are we saying, Joe? I feel like you're saying two things. Or do you want to base it on the caterer, or do you want to base it on going down the street and getting the identical
meal? That was my question to Neil.
Who cares? Neil's not here. I want to know what you're basing it on.
On the grand scheme of things, on like the guy down the street,
guy down the
going over
street.
there,
Okay,
right?
yeah.
So that's
Perfect.
why
That's what I think we should.
ratings.
Yeah.
That's what I think we should do.
Right?
Yeah, I agree.
As long as we're all on the same page.
Look, when Neil
How
comes
we're-
back,
how
we'll
we're
discuss it with him. But
So how are you basing yours? Because you get
the
pretty
same way you are. The same way you are. Like, I'm basing it on, as a meal, where would I rate this? Like, so today's jerk chicken.
Okay.
So I'm going to say, how does this taste compared to
And you
other
gave
jerk chicken?
You gave the red the Thai chicken a 7.2 last week.
No, I gave it like a 7, like about a 7. I think a 7.
All right.
I didn't think it was that bad. I didn't have this aftertaste.
No, there was definitely a distinct aftertaste. I don't know.
Sharif, Sharif and I are at 7s. Neil's at an 8. Yeah. Dara and Think and Joe are like at 5s, maybe lower than that. But anyways, that's a little bit of talk about what's for lunch.
Yeah,
right there, and the rating system. I realized much like, and thank you for being the head of controversy on the stock picking game, but much like that, we need to clarify, rules ahead of, rating food, rating stocks, and all we go as well. But were there some numbers there at 11 o'clock?
No, USO did have some strong volume spikes, so I was wondering what was happening in terms of news. But I think so I pulled up my X account here, and I'm just looking at maybe someone was saying that it's unlikely that any security will be achieved in the Strait of Hormuz amid the fires and I think that's a post by someone named Ali Larijani. So I don't know, maybe that's why we got some movement. We also had some news saying the G7 leaders reject the SPR release plan, but stand ready after initial jawbone efforts fade. I don't know if that was what it was, but anyways, the USO got some decent volume there, a little bit of a push back into 120s, but nothing near the magnitude of the bid that we got here at 10:05 with that push from 118s all the way to 124s there. And since then, it just seems like sellers have very much been in charge. HIMS kind of coming right back in, so I did keep this pretty tight here, going back in at 21. But I do want to reiterate that again, more to myself than anyone else. Sellers have been at the anchored VWAP so far today. So I'm potentially, being patient just means that seeing what's happening, observe what's happening. Okay, sellers off the open, sellers at anchored, maybe sellers a little bit underneath that VWAP. So maybe getting involved with the same participants is definitely increasing probabilities for me in terms of the trade working out. So maybe waiting for this anchored VWAP might be the next trade for me here on the day. But
it's very, very sensitive timing issue also with Joe.
Yeah.
Joe is very, very sensitive about the caterers. He's very sensitive
about pie.
About pie.
Yeah.
Let's not talk. A lot of people in the chat saying this man doesn't even eat pie. Very hard to trust him. That's what Neil says. I disagree with that statement. I think if he doesn't want to have pie, that's his choice. That
what about pizza pie?
Pizza pie? He has pizza pie. He definitely has pizza pie. I think that's for sure. All right, Obi, thank you very much for the show. Yes. He's back at 2 p.m., as am I. Off to the flagship. It's the midday with Joe and Sharif. But for now, over to Adara. Ciao.
Hey, guys, I just want to let you know, I am seeing apparently President Trump speaking about Iran to the Washington Post. He said he's not happy with the choice of the new Supreme Leader, who is, of course, the son of the prior Supreme Leader. And he said there's not going to be an Iran ground mission right now. Furthermore, this is kind of more about, I guess, in general, just the AI space. But Anthropic apparently suing the U.S. government after being designated as a supply chain risk for refusing to remove the guardrails. Apparently, this lawsuit has now been filed, or at least that's what I am seeing here right now on X. We also got the New York Fed inflation expectation data that I did mention earlier, came out at 11 a.m. Some commentary is really what you get from this number. They said that expectations about the future financial situation were not changed in February. So it sounds like people in February versus January feel the same about their financial situation. Apparently, inflation expectations did come to 3% versus 3.1% prior. So slight decline in the one-year inflation expectations. Not a bad look here. Back to you.
That time.
Boom! Greetings and salutations, beautiful people. Welcome to the Midday Show. That's your boy Joey Options. I'm Sharif, and it is a day right now in these here markets. All right, let's say hello to everybody. We're a little bit late, but that is fine. What's up? What's up? I Grow Fighting. Everybody catch it. That was a good main event there on UFC.
I like
domination by Charlie. That was domination.
Pure domination by our boy Charles.
That was crazy.
But I thought the overall card was boring.
I didn't see the whole card. I just chimed in there for the last event. Let's say hello, though, everybody, though. Anurag, we got Juan, we got Melinda, Los Polos, MF Dangerous, Bill, Yahardi, Mick, we got Mike, Pizza Pie, I Grow Fighting, I mentioned that one. Durant, Gordon, we got Dion, Super No, Dean Allen, Jody, we got Bash, Rainbows in the house as well, Rich Buddy and Omar, we got Mr. Leahy, how about Mickey J, Overthinking, Barry, shout out to Think Organic Studio, poor Robin Hood in the house, Rainmaker joining us as well as Pizza Gang, Luis Valencia, we got Dino and Buffalo Soldier, a whole bunch of new names, a whole bunch of old names, and we love y'all for joining us for the new, the old. I am Sharif, that is Joey, that was the Katina Man, and that was Obi, and now you've got the Midday Boys, and there's a whole lot moving. Joey, show them what you're looking at.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I'll tell you this to start things off, though, Sharif. I was on Polymarket this morning looking to see what the odds were for you wearing a T-shirt today.
Seriously?
No.
What the hell? I was like, what's happening? I'm really tired right now.
Yeah, I knew it was guaranteed, right? I'm like 15 degrees, 1,000% this guy's wearing
bro. Hold on. In the order condescendi of exposed, clothing, this is like a hard 7 right now. Wait until you see some of the polos I got ready for the summer, my boy.
What's the temp your tarp off outside? All right.
Temp tarp off, 25 and up. 25 and up.
Oh, okay, yeah.
25 and up, we're good to go. Celsius, of course.
Yeah, absolutely. Same. All right, guys, let's get into what we were looking at here this morning. Definitely a slower start, but we're in something right now. It seems to be cooking up for us, and we're going to be patient and wait to hit the target. We're pretty close, as we talked about. We'll get into it momentarily. Cues. IBIT, HIMS, USO. USO starting to break down, market move up. Good stuff here, right? Okay, cool. So now we're moving forward. We're going to take a look at what we got going on here with Tesla. A nice bottoming signal here on the 5-minute candle. We go long on the pullback, and then now on TSLA, we're going to wait for 60s. All right, that's going to be my 3-to-1. I'm in at 28. We were going to give it to 18s, right? And then we're going to wait for that 3-to-1 target. We're almost there. Been sitting in this trade for quite some time, 10:30 to be exact. Now, as for my slower start, I can slow things down a little bit here. I heard what Katina Man was saying, and I agreed. So we took 3 attempts. We struck out at the plate here on the T-triple-Qs, all with the attempts to the short side. Glad that I got out really early here for that squeeze. Otherwise, that would have been a bad time. All right, that's not exactly what we want to be a part of. It breaks through VWAP. You see the volume really start to uptick. We got to get out of Dodge. So we start 0 for 3 there, and then we go over to IBIT, and I actually just was in the wrong direction on this one. I made a mistake. I went to go for the break down, but I could just tell by this consolidation that I was in the wrong neck of the woods, and I didn't flip, but I got out pretty quick, and I'm like, all right, this is probably going to be a long on the intraday session, and that's what I was looking at. That's what I had on my notes, and I didn't go with the flow. All right, so moving back to the to TSLL, with that pop in the overall market, I'm curious to find if we got that move that we need. Nope, not quite. But a high of around 1352. We're going to try to diamond hands this until 1360s, and that's going to be our primary target, in which I've already planned to remove 70% of my position and leave that 30% remaining. So that's what I got going on. We're currently sitting on a winner, and that's going to wipe out the majority of my losses. So 4 losses, 1 potential winner. We don't want to get ahead of ourselves. We'll knock on wood, and that's going to put us relatively flat here on the day.
Good job, Joey. Good job, brother. All right, we're keeping an eye on some names. Here's what we got. All right, let's get right down to work. There's a bunch going. Let's see if they hold up. EONR, a big mover on the day, 67 and change. Big move into $1.25, dropping quite aggressively right now into 110, losing the 10, EMA, and et cetera. So there's obviously support at 1 with the whole dollar level. And here goes OLOX. These are how quickly these move. So if I digress, I do apologize because I have to. I have no choice. So OLOX OLOX breaking out, $1.97 current bar high, 173 current bar low. Why am I interested in this? Because it breached the prior bar high at 11, the high of which was 195. As I mentioned, 197. This is a bullish engulfing candle on the 5-minute chart right now, having engulfed the prior candles, highs and lows. OLOX up 55 and a quarter. So why am I interested in this one? Well, it's got a bunch of bottoming tail candles into a key level of support. I'm talking about that volume weighted average price and or slash 10 EMA. The reason I say it that way is because basically VWAP and the 10 EMA are at the same price right now. So now you have a new 5-minute candle that's manifested. It's open. So now again, prior bar high 197, prior bar low 173. This candle looks consolidative. It's neither breached nor lost the highs and the lows of the prior candle. So engulfed at the moment. Talking about OLOX, keeping an eye on this one. Definitely interested to deal with this one, Fabian, if it does hold up at the right level. That's a big if right there, if it holds up. Okay, it's a 3-candle consolidation right now, so I don't need to be quick with it. Now, if it breaches 2, all the better, right? Then I can give it to this candle low, this current candle, 1110 candle, the low of which is 186, high in 192. But as you see the position board there, your boy's involved in antics. I love having the names for these small cap gappers. Antics, ANTX. Hopefully, this one won't cause any bad antics, okay?
Don't like that.
ANTX, we're in at 8s. It's showing me 8. Sorry, Fabian. I struggle. But anyway, reason I got into this one, 2-candle red pullback and a clean hold at the 10 EMA and the 5. I lose the trade. If it loses prior bar low, it is really that simple. I'm looking for a move here into the high of the day. We're using half the risk unit today, guys, because I feel all but mentally drained, okay? The daylight savings time has really shellacked me, and so I'm running on like 50, 60% mental capacity today.
Yeah, we need to drop the daylight savings.
Yeah. Well, like Vancouver. We're still waiting on New York State and Quebec, of course, so hurry the hell up, please, because we're getting tired. ANTX, higher low right now, but not necessarily a higher high. Joseph options 405 high, prior bar 408. We're holding and we're looking. Okay, EONR is bleeding its own blood. OLOX setting up in a consolidative mode. I'm very interested in OLOX, but let's cut the crap. Everybody wants to know about Turbine. TURB, move into 650. This has been all gas, no brakes on Turbine for a matter of days. It's an obvious energy name, and that means it's in vogue, and that means it's going to be on the list here for us to trade. 650 high, dropping aggressively down into 580. Alas, it's holding the 10 EMA on the 5. Double bottom here at VWAP. That creates comfort for me, knowing that the trader is trading Turbine on the day like and or respect the volume weighted average price, at least intraday, as an area of support. If that's what it's going to look like here, I'm game. So let's first and foremost see if it gives up the 10. If it gives up the 10, I'm looking for support at 550, with the volume weighted average price being a little bit below 550. I'm thinking 546, somewhere in around there. So that definitely is of interest to me. But the trade I'm involved in right now, Antics, we're looking for this one to hit 435. My trade is as follows. 2R on Antics is $4.35 for me. By definition, that will require a high of day breach, with the HOD being 33s, and 3R for me takes me to 2 pennies below the $0.50, 448 on ANTX. Looking real good here, guys. 43, almost 44% in the Ville of Green, and it's, you know, at that 4 1/3. That creates a bias for me that we at least glance at that $5 area, and if we do, aces. We don't, your boy's going to be out 2.5 times risk. Joey.
All right, man. Good luck there. Yeah, so this is my target here. This is what I'm thinking on Tesla, that maybe we run into these support levels and then find somewhat of a turnaround, or it could just be strong all day. So a nice little bounce. Do I want to get out a little bit early? I mean, we're sitting on a 2.5 to 1. Am I going to wait and potentially not get that target, yeah, anything can happen. But one more strong push. I think if the overall market's going to continue to climb today, then I think we'll be all right, considering NVDA is at the high of the day. It is starting to pull back in and showing some indecision prints, so buying pressure starting to kick in here on this name, and I wasn't sure that we were going to get this strong breakup today, considering what we were looking at the options market earlier this morning, but there is some size, and I was looking to kind of just mask myself, maybe start some writings, but 192.5 is where we're going to see the most amount of size. I was talking about 197, I believe, or 192.5 or something, or 187 is exactly what I was talking about. And this is kind of just masking behind this 185 mark. So we'll be patient. If the market does want to pull back, that's totally fine. I have a hunch that I'm going to have to sit through a little volatility, but there's nothing wrong with that whatsoever. USO is starting to pull back. I was thinking short HIMS on the break line. It was like 22.25 or the $22 break, but then it's just kind of moving sideways. So we don't really want to go against the grain right now. Be a little bit more patient with this one, and the volatility may have kicked out. It might be a lot of sideways price action on this one. So be cautious of that. Bang, there goes a new HOD on the Qs, so not a bad look whatsoever. But on the grand scheme of things, I just don't know if we're ready. I mean, if you like buying the dip at the lower end of the support level, then by all means. And look at this congestion of green prints. There's only a couple of red days, but it's essentially done nothing for quite some time. February, right? So almost a month we've just been trading within this range. I do believe we're going to get a dip down a little bit below some of these key support systems. And if we do, then look for some indecisions. I just think it's almost inevitable that we're going to get that pullback, considering the run that we were on earlier last year from April 25 to where we're currently trading at. You get that 56% return in the NASDAQ. That's pretty big. So a small 10-15% retracement, nothing substantial. We're only sitting about 6% right now, so another couple percentage points, and then I think it'd be a good time to slowly start allocating some positions.
Cool, man. We took prints on Antix. It's turning into a topping tail candle, inverse hammer, which I don't like. Current bar high, 22s. Current bar low, 11s. It's trading at 8s. Correction. It's coming down into 4. That is an ugly, ugly candle it is turning into here. It's engulfed the prior 5-minute candle in a bearish way, and here comes 4. This feels like it was certainly a bull trap. Breaching prior bar high by a good distance, and now breaching prior bar low by an even greater distance. If it loses 397, it's the end of the trade. We did wet the beak for a small amount of shares. We're still holding the majority. Okay, so that is a bit of an issue here for me on Antix. Let's see if it holds the bar at, here comes 98. It crosses 97 as I stop out. So the bar at, just give me a sec here, the 1105 bar. So here it is again. Let's see if that same buyer steps in, or whether, you know, they're running out of shares. All right, keeping an eye here on Turbine, TURB. It's still a 1, 2, 3 candle lower high pullback, and that is not good. So prior bar high, I'm waiting for a breach of that, 608. That is prior bar high. It's holding the 10 EMA on the 5. I'm talking about TURB, which is just about 5 4/5. I want to say 582, 583, give or take. It's a 650 high, right? We've spent very little, though, time ahead of 6 1/4. All the closing prints, all the closing prints are below 6 1/4. Close or open, it doesn't really matter. Now we're coming into that 10 EMA again, about a couple of pennies above it, and it looks like we're still, you know, showing some red here. This is TURB. That's not setting up. I'm not ready to get into that. So here's what my favorite are the follows. The one obviously I'm involved in. It looks like it's holding 4 back into 406, but that's not a good looking candle. I wanted to make that very clear. The one that we're currently in on the 5. I'm also very interested in OLOX. OLOX is a bit more tricky, because it's breaching the 10 it's breaching the 10 in VWAP, but it's finding a very, very, you know, clear area of support at the $0.75. Look at 1, 2, 3 bottoming tails, all in between 175 to 170. So I know for a fact that there are buyers and or aggressive short sellers covering at this level. So there's people buying. I know that. Now, what's the deal? Well, I'm not going to get into this one if it's trading below VWAP. That's step number one. Step number two, I need to see a breach of prior bar high. So you have two ways to trade this. One, clearly there's a buyer at 170. If you don't have the rule that you trade this above VWAP, you punch in here and you give it to 1 or 2 pennies below 170 for, you know, just a little bit of buffer. So that's that's approach number one. Approach number two for me would be to breach the prior bar high, get above VWAP, so that way I know now it looks like the buyers are back in control. I don't need to guess whether or not we're going to bounce off this level. I have a breach of prior bar that we couldn't shake prior. So that's the other look. And the third look here would be to wait for a clean breach of 2. Obviously, you give up a lot of, you know, possible profit by waiting for that. But, you know, it looked like we spent very little time above 2. Only one green candle closing above 2. All the others definitely didn't close above 2. So that is something to keep an eye out there for on OLOX. And then EONR. Again, a prolonged pullback. This is nothing unusual with the small cap gappers. We see this all the time. They run aggressively from 9:30, maybe sometimes before, right until 11 o'clock. 11 o'clock, the buy programs and or the traders start taking profits. The buy programs get shut off. Whatever the hell happens, I don't know. But the point is, this is a repeatable pattern where 11 o'clock comes along and they're pulling back. Now, doesn't mean that they go to 0 or go back to Friday's close. They usually is a more prolonged area of consolidation or retracement before we start moseying back into the area highs. So EONR, OLOX, ANTX, definitely the top 3 in focus. And I'd be remiss if I didn't talk about the Turbinator over here because the Turbinator looks fantastic. It's just got to get above prior bar high. Look at this, Joey. It made me look bad. So remember, I was just pontificating about breach of prior bar high. But what I always say, I need a closing print above prior bar high. Why? Because I want to avoid garbage like this, where it wicks me above prior bar high only to drop again. So that's quite frustrating if you're looking at TURB over here. So that's what we're looking at, Joey. It looks like Antix is heading right back up into 17s, so it holds 4. I hope y'all didn't get stopped out by that because if you did, well, then you're missing out on some of these profits. My next print here on ANTX, we're looking for 27s, and then we're holding the great majority of the position, as I've been doing lately, for 2R. As I mentioned, 2R is 435 for me, $4.35. That necessitates a high day break, Joey, because high day right now is 33.
All right, man. Nice looks there. Nice trend line on that one too. Higher lows on that one you were talking about not too long ago. Aside from that, guys, there goes USO break of support level at 116.30 roughly, and then continuing its slide here. We have HIMS. We got this trend line, so you can see the consistent lower highs here. Now, how are we going to react? Is it going to be any form of indecision? And can you get some form of a continuation to the southeast? IBIT, nice pattern. A lot of people are putting in the chat BMNR and GME. We'll go over those momentarily. I think I've traded GME a handful of times in my
GME's moving, Joey?
Yeah, GME has put in a new high of the day. It has broke through some key resistance zones, but I mean, if you still believe in this thing, then to each their own, right? So here it is, boom, 24.63. Not too bad of a look whatsoever, especially on today's intraday session. But there is a lack of volume. We head over to the 1 minute, and there's big time liquidity issues, extremely spready. I don't even have to pull up the book or anything along those lines because you're gapping up and gapping down, and then you have these kind of prints where there's essentially no volume. Maybe you might have something there, but GME is moving to the northeast. As for BMNR, I mean, there it is, 19 bucks and change, so $20 there on BMNR, Bitmine Immersion. Ethereum was a little bit more choppy, I found, ETHA this morning than what Bitcoin was. We'll head over to that, and not very liquid either. So we'll go head over to the 10-minute and see what we got cooking up. Are we holding up the volume-weighted average price? We bounce off of it on multiple occasions, so maybe you'll get a breach of this zone, but you can see there's a support system right here around 1541, and we're not quite there yet, but we're continuously rejecting rejecting that. So something that was acting as prior support, clearly acting as a resistance zone. If you can punch through and you get the volume to really kick in, like we typically look for in a breakout, then yeah, I think maybe you can get rocking and rolling. Then the top end of the zone is where you want to kind of put that next target, and so on and so on. It was the exact same narrative of what I have going on here with Tesla. I think this could be a potential target before you see any forms of indecision. And then if you have the, and then if you see what the underlying is doing, you read the price action. Hey, are we going to breach this zone and continue to the top end of the range? Then there might be some more additional movement. Super chat, pull it up there. Couple super chaps there. Sharif.
Yep.
TT, I'm looking to swing Diz. What would be your entry?
Oh, Disney?
Disney.
Okay. Is no entry allowed?
Yeah.
No, I don't want to poop on Disney. I don't even know what they're doing these days. I don't follow them all that much. Let's have a look, Joey. Yeah, it's a long consolidation. My goodness, this is like 3 freaking years, man.
Yeah.
This is September 20 freaking 2. Like, holy, can we get a trend, please?
What's the dividend on that thing?
The divvy, we can check, Joe.
That's what
let me do some TA, then do you want to check that while I'm doing the TA?
Absolutely.
Let me look to the weekly on this monster here. Okay. I hate to be flippant about this, and I don't mean to be. 125, very clear resistance. My case is July 2022, resistance at 125. February 2023, resistance at 125. March 2024, resistance 125. February, what's it called? November of 24, resistance at 120. Again, July of last year, resistance 125. I'm going to need to see something above 125 here. Now, if you're asking where the entry should be, to me, your bottom end of the range here is screaming $90 to $85. At the lows, you're looking at 80, but 80 comes in few and far between, right? You got 80 in October of 23. You got 80 again during the tariff tantrum early July, or April, almost a freaking year now, man. It's been tariff tantrum. So I'm saying you're looking for 90 to 85 entry on Diz, and you're wetting the beak. If it's a trade, if it's an investment, it's a different story. At that 120 to 125, you are locked in a multi-year range from which we can't shake. And that's a fact. That is a fact. And don't use these moving averages. They're clearly all but useless on the weekly. Let's flip to the daily, see if they're equally as useless. What's the divvy?
We're looking at a 1.25%.
$1? 1.25%?
Yeah.
Okay.
So a next dividend payout 75 cents.
So I hope that helps, Nick. I hope that helps, brother. Pardon me?
Another super chat.
SNDK. You want to look at SNDK for the man?
Absolutely, Robert. And I know our guy Danny Boy out there. I don't know if he's super chatting from a peninsula or anything along those lines, but if he is, nice, man. All right, let's pull up SNDK. SNDK. Can you check the chart, please? Absolutely, Charlie. So yeah, let's take a look at the daily and see what we got going on. We just took some off there at 1360s on TSLL. I'm going to take a little bit more off as the bid hits there, and then we're going to be rocking and rolling. I mean, this is essentially what's going on, right? Like we've seen kind of the same moves in Micron. It's been an absolute monstrous run, just minting a bunch of millionaires. If you've been in this from $47 all the way up to $722, that's a investor's dream essentially. Are you going to be grabbing it? You're bouncing off of those support levels. But keep in mind, just do the most basic TA that you can. This is still intact. There's a support level. If it breaches on either or, that might give you an opportunity. This could be a solid signal to get engaged here at the break of that support, of that break of the trend line, and then get out at the breach of that support level. You can see there's a little bit of a consolidation that was prior resistance that can act as support. If that goes, then maybe avoid it a little bit. So one more, yeah, pop up Danny Boys there and see what we got going on. 61. Good morning, gentlemen. Happy bear market eve. Okay, Sharif, you may be looking at NFE.
There goes antics into 2R. We waited, and I think we also talked and looked at some charts, Joey. But here comes the high, guys. Sorry, I'm gonna have to digress. 35 2R, 48 3R, high a day, 39. Go antics, go. We're still holding a good amount of shares here. Let's go ahead and post. We're gonna post Joey 4R. Sorry, 3R, relax, Sharif. 48, so we're gonna wait a little bit south of that, okay?
You hit the 3R?
We're close.
Okay.
We're 39s is the high, and my 3R is 48. So we're close. We're not quite there yet. But yeah, Antix is going. It's up 51%. Let's look at this one. Danny Boy, Disco Pants. I love this. Good morning, gents. Happy bear market eve, Sharif. You might look at NFE. Say less, Danny. Of course we'll look at it. Not even a question, my boy. And NFE. If I can come up with a funny name for this one, I shall. Oh boy, that's a nice looking daily chart, Joey.
Yeah, if you're a
That's
bear.
a nice one right there.
So that's maybe why you said Mary or happy bear market eve.
Yeah. Or let's see where this one's at. We're up 16 2/3 here. It's just, you know how I feel, man. The chart's got to be more filled in than this. And this is a little zigzaggy. That's first and foremost. So we got a pre-market high. I get oil was up higher in the pre, and so we're not going to be as up now. I get that. 133. It's got a decent trend ever since, I want to say, about 9:45. Gets a breakout candle. The higher lows are on right now, no question about it. 129 seller. You're going to have probably resistance here at 131. No closing prints above 131, despite the fact that at 5:55 this morning, we got into the high of the day, not the official high, that is, at 133. NFE, not my favorite. There are others that I can get to, but, I'm not saying this is not tradable. It's done 12.5 million shares on the day. I realize it's $1.25, but the liquidity is there. I'm looking at the spread right now, and the spread's 1 penny. So it's not too bad. $357 million market cap. I would say continuation. You're looking for some higher lows. If you lose the 10 EMA here, then that I would be out. You can also have tighter range or tighter trade, using prior bar low. I would suggest against that, just because look at this candle here at 11:10, breaches prior bar low, subsequent candle breaks out, and then the subsequent candle after that makes that 129 high. Entry, possibly at the 10 EMA, stop below the 20. The money fills, as you can see, vis-a-vis this 11:10 candle here, are between the 10 and the 20 on NFE. That's my initial observation there. All right, so Antix, 439 high, coming back down now into the quarter dollar, decisions to be made. We know for a fact that there's support, now support at around 420. I want to say between 415 to 420. I want to make my case to you guys super quick just before we go up to the big desk with a dare for crypto. I feel there was a bit of a shelf here. I was holding this through the 420 resistance. It resisted the break for about 15 to 20 minutes, and we got this monster candle at 11:25. So I'd like to see 420 hold. I'd like to see a range here hold between 415, 420. Breakout level, price action wise, 420, 10 EMA on the 5 though, 415, hence why I give a range. Let's go find out what crypto is up to now with Adara.
Take a look here at BTC. Bitcoin's move today, taking out its entire drop during the weekend. And we're even about halfway through taking out that decline on Friday. We opened today's session around 65.9, so just shy of 66,000, currently above 69,000. So nice recovery here for BTC. And this weekly chart, we're poised for our second straight green week after breaking a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 week red streak last week. I mean, we just barely broke that streak last week. We were only up 0.31% according to this TradingView data. But either way, looks like this could be at least a temporary change in the tides for Bitcoin. I want to talk about these crypto stocks because they're not all necessarily moving in tandem. You have MSTR, which just broke high of day, but COIN, Coinbase, actually well removed from its high of day. We'll take a couple others here. MARA, Marathon Digital, near day's highs. RIOT, well, I mean, sort of removed here from day's highs, and I would say a little bit more range-bound and tepid than some of its other peers in this space. But yeah, the point is here, even as we do get a move up in crypto, we're not necessarily seeing that reflected to the same extent that we might have a month or so ago when it comes to these crypto equities. Back to you.
Thank you very much for that, Dara. Yeah, let's take a look at Bitcoin here from the daily. We had Dara looking at it from a weekly standpoint, but let's pull up this underlying and see what we've been up to. I mean, a nice recovery. What I was thinking here this morning, and I kind of went against my own game plan, is that we had that breakout session, but then we had 2 red days. And I'm like, at some point I believe we're going to get some follow through, and it seems to be that today was that session. So nothing wrong whatsoever. And this isn't a bad indecision print right here around those lows. This could hold up. Right now you can see that we're forming this consecutive higher lows, so that's not horrible whatsoever. You're bouncing off of that tertiary trend right there. Oh. And then maybe we can get an additional move up into 74. But first things first, the supply zone, you come to the lower end of the support, and then now you're starting to find somewhat of a rebound as it is starting to come back in. But aside from that, not too bad of a look on in the crypto space. As for Ethereum, yeah, I mean, it's, you know what I say typically, Sharif. Sometimes
what are you saying, Joey?
It really sucks to suck sometimes. And I think that Ethereum's in that neck of the woods. I think it's going to be a little bit more time until this thing gets rocking and rolling, but we're still down 60% approximately from that previous almost $5,000 high to where we're currently trading at right now. Just a little bit 2020. Shout out to 2020. Anyways, aside from the COVID year, that would be. Aside from that, not a horrible look, but downtrend still. For our TSLA trade, I'm sitting on approximately 12 to 15% of this position. I told you guys we're going to take the bulk of it off at 1360. I took 30% off right here. I'm just like, you know, we get overly greedy. That one, we get up in 2.5. Took some more. Only a 3-to-1, right?
Oh,
I'm in at 28s, was risking to 18s, then we 30 cents. Now I'm on the remainder to leave it for a runner. I'll do an additional partial. Maybe I'll remove half of what I have remaining off at 1365s if we're fortunate enough to get that move.
Bro, this is wildness here on Antics. Look at the spread opened up to 13 pennies all of a sudden.
Oh.
It just made a high a day at 45. I was actually posted at 45. It didn't print. That breaches now. No, 48 is 2R, 3R, pardon me. So that doesn't breach 3R, but we don't get the print either, but we've breached the high of the day. It's not a good looking candle though. Doji candle with equidistant upper and lower wicks. If we breach prior bar low, this could be a problem on Antics, okay? We're gonna keep a close eye on that. We'll see what we get and we won't get upset. Shout out to my man Neil, who I know is having a time, all right? So let's get to some more, because I said very little about ETSA, and that's blasphemous because ETSA was far and away my biggest winner on Friday, having, you know, outdone my biggest loser. I was emotionally charged on Friday, and I don't anticipate to get like that again. Bro, when you size up, there is like this adjustment period of emotional regulation that you have to kind of get through. And every step sizing up seems to, you encounter new emotional turbulence, let's just call it like that. And you think that the emotional turbulence would just subside because it becomes systematic. Yeah. At least for me, it's not, right? Yeah. So if I'm taking, like, just say $50 a share or $50 per trade risk, you'd be like, okay, well, I've stomached the $50 per trade risk, and then you move up to $100 per trade risk, and all of a sudden you have different emotions circulating again. It's not as systematic as I would like it to be.
You know what I find, Sharif? So it's like when I'm sizing up aggressively on positions, so hence you're taking more shares, but it's kind of like a stair-step effect. So if I were to push more aggressively than average, then that step lower you're significantly more comfortable with. Yeah. Right?
And I don't want that.
Yeah. No, but
I don't want to be comfortable.
Then you have to take that next step to make that secondary step a little bit more comfortable, right?
Yeah. All right, so that's kind of the look there. Anyway, we're keeping an eye on ETSA. So watch out here for Antics. This one, if it loses prior bar, the low of which is 21, I think I'm going to flatten out here, despite the fact that we're at O's. Check out AZI. I'm looking right at it here, brother. It's AZI is breaking out. I didn't get an opportunity to talk about this when I wanted to talk about ETSA, but there it is, 89 pennies. This one's really going up to almost 90. This one's likely going to see $1, 70 penny flat top break. It looked like it had a lot of resistance there, right at 830 in the pre-market, and with that 70 penny high later on. What is that noise? Take a look at AGH. I haven't had an opportunity to take a look at AGH. Let's take a look over here. Oh, wow. What am I looking at here, brother? This is a bit of a downtrend, quite frankly. AGH. Okay. Still up 12%, but definitely, you know, the best trades behind it. I would be saying look to short, lower highs possibly. Yeah, if it comes in and it doesn't breach that lower high, I'd be looking short. I don't have a read on this. It's not really for me. So I'm going to continue to look at AZI, EDSA, ANTX. EONR is going to lose its spot, and so is OLOX. So here any minute.
All right, good stuff. Are we going over to Adair, I thought? I
have no idea.
Oh, okay, all right. Yeah, good stuff. I don't know. This could be a really risky play. You can see that we're a little bit north of our last partial right now, but there's a lot of indecision in this consolidation for range starting to be formed here on NVDA. I'm thinking about risking just a little bit here, and I'm going to use NVDL as my vehicle. 78.13s, but the more we squeeze, I like it. There is a key support level and starting to form that shelf. So if this tanks, I think that the overall market tank might be a little bit of an aggressive term, but essentially what I'm getting at is you get any form of selling, it starts to have a pullback, you breach this support level, then I think you can take that next step down, and that's kind of what I'm aiming at here on this trade. You have to take the opportunity. Oh, of course. All right, I guess we won't be using NVDL. We're gonna have to go over to NVDA. What is the short? What is the inverse of NVDL? Someone please let me know. Okay, so that's going to put me up around, what did it say? We're going to have to give it to 50. So we want to measure our risk, obviously, accordingly. It's going to be a little bit under 36 cents approximately right now. A little bit more of a squeeze. If we reject this top end zone at a quarter, then that's going to be my green light to go. So patience is really key. As we take an additional leg higher here in TSLA, I told you that the primary target is going to be around 1365. At that point, we will be at a 3.5 to 1 using the risk to reward metrics that Sharif has been as of late. All right, so there it is. Yeah, that's my signal. That's my green light to go here. Let's engage a little bit on NVDL. I mean, I'm shorting the strongest name in the market. If it decides that it wants to rock and roll, then it can blow you out of the water, absolutely, with a just steady grind higher. But I do like what we're starting to see in display. Okay, yeah, patience. Let's be really patient on this one because look at this here, Gore. This is the 5-minute time frame. Indecision print on the 1 and the 5. A big time resistance zone. You can see we did establish a new one, but we haven't had the ability to break this pivot high. So what I'm thinking is if I sell the top end of the range, and I always talk about increasing your risk to reward and getting in a good position, because where am I essentially proven wrong? Here at the break of the high of the day, correct? I'm out. Then maybe we can get a little bit better of a price. But if I were to short the lower end of the range, and Juan Padilla, not Juan, my boy, Juan said that, Juan Padilla. He said, hey man, what are you doing selling the lower end of the range? And I talk about this day in and day out. It's like, hey, you want to increase that risk to reward? Get in at the top end. So if you're shorting from here, you're not proven wrong. So that's almost $1, about 70 cents that you have risk on, and I don't want that much, right? I would rather increase the shares and then have that nice tight stop, get in at a precise level, and then see if you can take that additional leg lower. So we're continuously knocking on this door. The longer it takes for it to sell, then I would suspect maybe you have an additional liquidity grab, but if not, we're going to be looking to get involved here on NVDA short.
All right, Antix just took out the $0.50. It's at the $0.50 now. So we've breached 3R. We just wet the beak there at 3R, but full disclosure, I took the majority of the position out at 2R. Now we're holding a piece for the dream. I'm going to let this one go until I don't like what I see, until we breach trend. So it looks like that doji candle that I was concerned about was not the end of the end all and be all. I'm talking about the 11:30 candle on the 5, and now we're dealing with resistance at the $0.50. So I will likely look to 2 different levels. Let's talk about this a little bit here now that we've got the opportunity to rest a little bit easier. I see resistance, initial resistance, of course, at that $0.33. I'm talking between 30 to 35. So that's price action. That's a triple top there that sent us back to 4 and got me into the trade, into the 10 EMA on the 5. And you love when this happens, at least I do, when the psychological area of support, like the $4 area, jives, overlaps with, is in cahoots with the 10 EMA or any other possible technical area of support, whether it's volume weighted average price, whatever you're charting on. So that's what happened there, and then rocketed right back up. So I'm looking for 430 to 435 as support. If that doesn't hold, it's a zone. Currently showing me, the 10 EMA is currently showing me 426, so let's just say the $0.25, and that creates a range for me, 435 to 425, possible buy zone here on Antix. That's the way that I see this. It's held the 10 EMA on a closing basis, but as you can see with that 11:15 candle, it breached it on a wick basis. So if you're gonna get in, like for example, let's just say 435, you get in at the top end of the range I just articulated, between 25 to 35. And then you want to place your stop, obviously. So if you're looking to place your stop relative to the 10 EMA, I would say, you know, you're going to have to be clever about how you do that, because it's already shown you its ability to kind of breach that 10 EMA. And if you're going to have a close stop to the 10 EMA or right below it, you may find yourself getting wicked out, okay? So Antix in focus, 450 high, we're long eights, we're still holding. AZI, AZI, 89 penny high, showing 85 now. This current candle on the 5, the 1140 candle, is the one I'm referring to, entirely engulfed, of course, by the prior bar's price action, the high of which is, as I mentioned, 85. But look how low the price is there. 71.77 prior bar low. Current bar levels are 86 1/3 high, 81 1/2 low. So if you were to get in, and I'm not saying you're going to get in here, I'm not. You could give it, to the breach of 80. You could, if you want to size up a little bit more, give it to current bar low, which, as I mentioned, 81.5. That's not really my move, but those who want to get in here with a bias that this one gets to or blows through 100, those are some possible options. I like the breakout level. I'm talking about 70 pennies to about 72, 73 pennies. That's the zone I'd like to see it come into, knowing full well that it may not come back to that. And I may be forced. Okay, it may be forced to get in a higher price. Now, you have a different level off which to work. We just opened up a new 5-minute bar, 1145 bar now. So prior bar low, and I mentioned this to you guys, 81.5 is prior bar low. We're showing 85.5 now. So it's about 5 pennies worth of risk. I think that that's pretty good. So AZI continuing to go here, and its proximity to the dollar makes this one, at least in my opinion, and never financial advice, more likely than not to hit the dollar on the day. So we'll see if it gets up there and whether we're participating in it. Again, my levels are a little bit lower. I want to mention, there goes Antix, end 459. We're holding here. It's going to show 60 soon. We're tapping out. We're taking the remaining amount out, and that's a good trade. We're going to be looking for a little bit more. Let's see if Antix wants to come back down, as I mentioned, into the third of a dollar. But just before we send it back to our boy Joey Opsh, EONR. This one bled its own blood quite aggressively, lost the 10, and for whatever reason here, is finding support generally in the one mid-single digits, 106, 107, 108, whatever. It's finding a little bit of support. Now, it's starting to put incrementally higher low wicks. So what I'm looking for here is that rounding pattern, right? Where we incrementally get higher highs on every subsequent bar, followed, of course, with higher lows. So if we get that rounding pattern, we can base our out on the area low. Case in point, let's just say, for example, EONR does that curling pattern, and we're going to get in 112, 13, 14, something like that. We know for a fact that there was a buyer here on the 1130 bar at 106. We know that same buyer showed his ugly head at that bar at 1120 at 106. And then he even got more aggressive on the 1140 candle, buying at 107. So you have an area low off which to say, I'm wrong if it breaches this area. So EONR, I'm looking for that rounding pattern, and we're going to weasel in, Joey.
All right, man. Good stuff there on the weaseling. Mike P. So there it is. We take a little bit off there. I don't know if you can say that, but anyways, aside from that, 13, 16, here we go. There's the squeeze as the market is climbing a little bit higher. This thing is the king of the fake outs, so I'm also getting involved in a consolidation zone, but I like where we're positioned, once again, at the top end of this range, not at the lower, and trying to sell the break of that support. If it breaks, then so be it, right? We'll have to take that loss. We put a decent size here, a position. If it breaks through this resistance and I see the volume really start to kick in, then I can just get out a little bit early, even though you just want to stay methodical and just really stick to the stop loss and everything. But if price action's telling you to get out a little bit early, obviously it can fool you, bamboozlement, everything along those lines. But if it breaches, picks up momentum, then we can get out and then reassess the situation to see if there's even an opportunity to re-engage in the short, all right? We did get to the lower end of the range, but we bounced right off of the support, and then that's just displays of strength, especially if you come right back to the top end. And then if we look at the tape, that's the TSLA tape, head over to the NVDA tape. It's probably relatively strong, even though we're starting to hit the bid. We're starting to hit the bid that's like that, but consecutive movements right at the ask as well. So we'll keep an eye on it. No need to panic or get out of it. We'll just let the market do its work, and if we get an aggressive pullback, then sure enough, we're positioned well. Because why? We're at the top end of the range, okay? You can see it, not exactly, but relatively close. I mean, it's almost perfect. It's way better than selling 20 cents lower, 30 cents lower, okay? So there it is on HIMS. HIMS is breaking down, couldn't breach that trend line. Just basic stuff. You know, Neil, he would probably look to engage on the backside of this trend, but that wasn't the case, right? It didn't break out, so you're going to want to look to continue to the downside. And there goes NVDA. This is one of the most difficult vehicles, in my opinion, to short. All right, so Oh, okay. All right, I got all that. Hopefully I didn't flip my position. So at the breach, you can see the volume and the momentum really starting to pick up. This could be just a liquidity grab. Totally fine on that front. I want to make sure I didn't flip. Okay, yeah, we didn't. So we take the loss there on NVDA, and I have no issues with re-engaging if the price action displays, hey, Joe, let's get involved. This was just a shakeout of weak hands, aka I got out, and then if there's an opportunity to take that second and third short, then we're going to look to get involved, okay? Because we are really extended from the volume-weighted average price. That bull flag is working, but if selling pressure really starts to kick back in, we'll be able to display, because each individual candle tells its own story, and we'll head over to TSL. All right, so we did take a lot of our loss off right there on this specific trade. We give some back on NVDA. Okay, so there it go. Oh, I thought that was another turnaround corner. So we're gonna send it over to Adair, and then we'll take a little bit more off here on this TSLL as it continues to climb a little bit higher there, Sharif. So a nice little look. We'll grab some. This is all bonus, essentially, considering our 3-to-1 was at 1360s, and we hit that target. Now we're just letting the last remaining ride, and we're gonna piece it out until we run out of shares.
All right, Joey.
Adair.
Keep an eye on some comments here from President Putin of Russia. He's reportedly saying that, quote, oil production linked to the Strait of Hormuz risks coming to a complete halt as early as next month. He also said that changes in logistics for oil deliveries will take a long time and require significant expenditure. Ruling, as we've kind of heard tons of reports and commentary about, that the Strait of Hormuz is effectively closed. So again, Putin of Russia commenting on the closure of the Strait of Hormuz and how this is going to be basically impacting production and the expenditures required as a result. Back to you.
All right, yeah, good stuff. I wonder if he's ever had one, a poutine.
Poutine?
Yeah, a poutine.
That's a good question.
A really good question.
Tucker should have asked him when he went there for that
really
7-hour interview.
I don't know, maybe Tucker doesn't even know what a poutine is. But I'm
I hope he does. Yeah,
but he's American. A lot of Americans are like, hey, what is that stuff?
You see some of Tucker's stuff lately? He's been railing against this war.
Yeah, he has.
Really?
What was he talking about? He's like, hey, yeah, what's the population of Iran? And but he's like, yeah.
It's like 90-something change.
No, but the guy, he was the American.
Oh, yeah?
He was talking to me. He's like, yeah, I don't even know. So he's like,
he doesn't know?
So, yeah, Tucker's like, so you plan on invading and overthrowing a government and you don't even know.
Oh, that was Ted Cruz.
Yeah,
that was a while back, though.
Yeah.
That was not Ted Cruz's best moment there.
Yeah, so,
Joey.
Yeah, one second. You got something
I don't got it, but Antics is rocketing up. Here comes 5.
Yeah, so there it goes. That's why we get out, right? Teddy Cruz there.
So he did have one with Huckabee be as well.
So that's why we get out when we're supposed to. It did breach through. I'm glad that we got out a little bit earlier and didn't give the 10 cents because the volume really did start to kick in. We were in at the top end of the range looking for that move lower. I think this just might be an additional liquidity grab, and then maybe we can get a continued or an additional move lower. At some point it will pull back because it's choppy and it typically has those deep ones, and I want to try to take advantage of that.
All right, man. Antics is going. Here comes 494. That's the high. It's going to take out 5. That is the high of the day right now. Yeah, I didn't hold it. Yeah, into the high. But I'm looking now at EONR. This one is starting to do that rounding pattern that we talked about. And if it gets above, I want to say I put my entry at 116. Let's see if it can clear some of this resistance over here on these 2 bars, 1105 and 1110. If it can clear that, then I'll believe more in the rounding pattern and a possible move into 1 1/4. I just got stopped out of AZI, lost 80 pennies, probably too tight of a stop there. We're going to keep AZI on the side chart over here, and DTCK is coming back into the volume weighted average price at around 253. Something to keep a lookout for. We're going to the big desk with Adara with news.
We have more commentary here on oil. President Trump reportedly telling the New York Post, quote, "I have a plan for everything." I've heard other quotes of him from various organizations today, but I'm seeing this one circulate a lot right now, so I want to let you know. Also, a couple more comments from Vladimir Putin of Russia. He is saying that Russia will continue to supply energy resources to countries that they deem to be reliable partners. He also said, much like what we've heard from President Trump, that the current high commodity prices are only temporary. Back to you.
Thank you very much. What are you looking at, Joey? I'm looking at setting up here on EONR, guys.
Nice. Yeah, nice look. There we go on TSLL, guys, continuing to climb higher. We've been seeing this one since 10:30, about an hour and a half there now. The market is definitely ripping. You can see that the NASDAQ is getting a nice bounce here, guys. So is NVDA. Keep squeezing. I think it's going to give a good opportunity for a potential short. I mean, I don't think we can continue on that trajectory for too long, but we also don't want to get too aggressive on it. I will be looking to take some more off. Now I'm sitting on approximately 5% remaining of this TSLL. Let it ride, man. We'll take a partial out at 13.75 if we're fortunate enough to get that one, but not too horrible of a trade here on the 2X derivative on Tesla. Now, as for this, I thought that this is where I thought we were going to run into some resistance here. We have now surpassed that. We're north of that specific zone, considering as a pre-market low. Maybe you get some curl around, but that doesn't seem to be the narrative so far on today's session. And congratulations to my boy Borev, who is also taking the long on Tesla. Loss, I think you said you were in Tesla as well, too, and on the long. So a beautiful bull flag. And if you're going to take a bull flag on any name, I guess it's going to start with an N and end with an A right here. So boom. Boom, nice move up there, over $1. Over $1 you're collecting if you do get the lower end of the range. I was shorting at the top end of the range, looking for that move back into towards the volume weighted average price, but that was not the case. But we're fortunate enough to be sitting in a little bit of this. Oh wow, is this a genuine print? Okay, let's get over here to the 1 minute. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 consecutive minutes. In the past 10 minutes, we have 2 red candles, a nice aggressive bounce, and we do have the volume supporting it. I'm going to be looking for any forms of exhaustion.
All right, keeping an eye on Turbine, TURB. It is making a move here, still south of 6 1/4. Not like I really want to say that 6 1/4 is that line that we all need to keep an eye out on, but it's kind of, dilly-dallying here with some higher lows. Certainly not much in the way of higher highs, obviously, with that 650 high, but we spoke about this before. The closing prints all south of that 6 1/4, so that is something to look out for there. I'm keeping a close eye here on EONR. I'm biased to this rounding pattern, but I need it to be above key areas of resistance. That's what I'm looking at there. ETSA also could be setting up. I was speaking to somebody in the chat. Buy zone here on ETSA, I want to say from around 750 really into this kind of 780. It is a bit of a wide zone given the price, but that is what it is, right? You got the volume weighted average price at around 7, high 40s, and then obviously the $0.50 psychological support. You also have that implied balance high resistance there right at 760. That is the 935 candle. And now you've got a double bottom here, 1145 and 1150, the low of which is 779, 77, or 780. So keep your lookout there. AZI also coming in. Let's see if it breaches that 86 penny area. I'm 0 for 1 on AZI, but it's setting up as a good bull flag. Now, I did get wicked out on that candle at 11.50 that lost 80 pennies. You can see how quickly it retraced above 80, but I don't want to get cut up on this name. Let's get the quality entries, and then we'll look to execute on this one. So let's have a look here on AZIs. It comes right back into that 85 penny area resistance. No closing prints above 85 pennies, but that's for now. As I mentioned, high a day 89, but very few in the way of prints anyway above 86, quite frankly, despite the fact that the high is 89. We spent all but no time there. You can see that quick wick on the one top chart there. So something to look out for here. AZI turning, but freaking Antics, man, it just keeps going. Where is it, Antics? There it goes through 5 into 511. It's all gas, no brakes on this one. It's getting quite extended away from the 10 EMA, which is now at 4.5. The high is 511, showing 5 here. Great strength on ANTX, now up almost 77% and looking to do some more damage to the high side. Let's do a little quick TA on ANTX. Let's see where we can expect the resistance to come. We haven't been up at these levels for a while, so the $5 level is going to be super important. Look at that double bottom from May 2023. Obvious area of resistance. We're coming from much, much higher, obviously, though, into the 20s. We lost all that back in February of 2024 when this thing dropped from 20 bucks and then, was trading at like $3 within a few days. $5, key area of resistance. Let's see if we can get above it. That's the double bottom, as I mentioned, May 2023. But this one's already higher, man. 519. The breakout is on. The shorts are running scared here. They're squeezed and they're in trouble. Let's wait for the reversion, though, because this one probably will turn back a little bit. Let's see exactly where it goes, where it comes back from. Whoa, my God, 523. Antics is really going here, man. Good?
Yeah.
Keep an eye on this one. I don't think 5 is cleared with enough distance to say, yeah, we're going to use 5. But here are the levels. Current bar low, 479. High is the 23, as I mentioned. Prior bar low takes you down to the $0.50. So that will take you down into the 10 EMA and psychological support. Now at 4.5. There it goes again, Joseph. 435. This one's all gas right now, guys. ANTX. I lament having taken that off, but who knows? That it was going to squeeze 540 now. The strength is very, very palpable right now on ANTX. It looks like the $0.50 is coming in momentarily, but it is getting quite extended. So if you're looking at getting here, you got to think about obviously the profit taking and the shorts, seeing exactly what you're seeing, right? You're not seeing it in isolation. EONR, just to digress back to that one for a sec, still kind of showing me that, I want to say, curling pattern, but I am alive to the 3 uninterrupted topping tail candles here that we got on the 5. These ones are not good. That means either there's low conviction right now amongst the longs, and they're only looking at taking about 5 or 6 pennies, or the shorts are very, very aggressive. Now, for the moment, the longs are winning out vis-a-vis these higher lows, but I am alive, very much so, to these topping tail candles and what they could mean here on EONR. We're going to pause for a second. Neil is not here today, guys, so no Neil's lesson of the day, but we're going up to Adara for happening now.
S&P 500 really trying with this 670 level. We've touched it with quite a few of these 15-minute candles over the last hour, but unable to breach it. Let's see if that level gets breached over the next few 15-minute candles. NASDAQ looking very similar, both S&P 500 and the NASDAQ gap down, but we're actually kind of near these prices where we closed last trading session. Right now, as we do have the market continuing to react to and assess all this news in the oil space. USO, of course, on watch here, along with all these other oil plays. You've got the small caps, including TPET and BATL. You have the larger cap oil-related equities like CVX, LNG, as well to look at. So there's a lot of different ways to play this catalyst, but let's actually get into some of the notes on said catalyst. We did have the G7, or certain financial ministers here with the G7 meeting up today. Before we had the official statement, we already had comments from French Financial Minister Lescure, who said, hey, it doesn't really seem like we're going to be at a place where we're ready to release these stockpiles. G7 statement does reflect that. So it looks like they're ready to take necessary measures if needed, including the potential release of energy stockpiles. As of right now, though, they're going to be, quote, closely monitoring the situation and developments. Let's talk here about GEV. I do want to bring up this one. It was at our watch list this morning, but nice move up here for GE Vernova. They got not only a double upgrade and a price target increase of almost double here from $560 to $1,100, going from sell to buy with Rothschild. But they also are going to be joining the S&P 100 as of March 23rd, 2026. So two strong catalysts here for GEV, stock pushing to the upside. Another stock here near intraday high, speaking of these additions, is VRT. Vertiv making new intraday, I believe maybe near all-time highs as well here for VRT. They're going to be joining the S&P 500 coming through, along with a couple other companies, including COHR, SATS, and the other one's LITE. So all four of those joining the S&P 500 on March 23rd. Earnings going to be on focus this week as well. Later down the line, we're going to have Oracle and Ulta Beauty on Tuesday and Thursday, respectively. But we did have Zim Integrated Shippings, which is going to be acquired soon. They reported this morning. Nice look for them. Tonight, after the bell, we're going to get HPE or Hewlett Packard. So lots to keep an eye on today, without a doubt. In the meantime, back to this intraday trading. We've got Joe and we've got Sharif.
Oh my days, ANTX, my goodness, can you make me feel any worse? There it goes into the high of the day, 583. It is up 97%, coming back down now into 50s. Keep an eye out on this one. The strength is on. I'm waiting for an entry here on EONR. It's not clearing 16. I'm waiting for 16 to get cleared. I've already got the order active. Let's see if it gives it to me. It's finding some resistance here at the 15, 16 penny level. My out will be the breach of 106, which is the bottom of the rounded pattern on EONR. Let's see if it comes in, coming back down into 14 here. So not quite ready to kind of go at the moment, but who cares when ANTX is doing what it's doing right now? This one's going to see 6 quite soon. Very, very strong move here, 97%. Keep your eye out on this one. The levels are on this one, obviously $5 area, probably psychological support now that we've been into 83, 583 that is. But the 10 EMA on the 5 is still about 25 pennies below that $5 area. So you could get a buy zone here, really depending on how this trades between that $5 whole dollar support and the 10 EMA. It doesn't look like it's making its way down there now, quite frankly. 683. Keep your eye out on this one. It's been a long time since we've been up at these levels here on ANTX. So if you're doing a little TA, you got to look at some of those levels with a bit of, with a little bit of suspicion. We'll do the TA again on this one, but we're already through that $5 area that we spoke about by a good amount. You're looking here at about 780 to 8. That was an area resistance shelf. Let's say 7 2/3, pardon me. And then a lot of the closing prints go to 8. We're talking, of course, about July 2023 to the breakout there in mid-August 2023 when we broke above that area. So 7 and change, I want to say 7 2/3 to about 8 possible resistance on ANTX. We're going to pause for a second, guys. We're going up to the big desk with Adara.
Reuters reporting that President Trump is going to be reviewing options to combat the oil price spike as soon as today. So again, Reuters reporting President Trump could be reviewing these oil price spike options as soon as today. I guess, we have this push higher in oil. He's previously said that he thinks it's going to be a short-term spike and then it'll right itself. Looks like as of right now, could be changing his tune on that. If I get more details, I will keep you posted. Apparently, some options under discussion with the G7 in the U.S. could include releasing the strategic reserves, which we already know the G7 isn't really ready to do right now. There could also be intervening in oil futures or waiving taxes. Back to you.
Great stuff there, Adara. As always, we need as much information as possible, considering we are short the largest name in the overall market. We're going to take a second attempt here on this one.
Okay,
I had that 180. I hit the key. zero fill. So this is a little bit of a chase for me. And I mean, almost 30 cents, right? So that's going to substantially hinder your risk to reward ratio. If it breaches this support level, then we might be okay. But I have about 33% more size on this trade than what I had on this initial one. And I'm glad that we got it a little bit early. So let's see if we're fortunate enough to get this breakdown as we head a little bit lower, slightly ITM, but nothing substantial. We're going to wait for more. And I mean, we can get that breakdown into the middle of that range if we're fortunate enough. But I also have to take into consideration the weakness within the selling pressure and that I'm going against the trend right now. Okay, so this is a counter trend. This thing could be an all-day grinder, and then later on in the session, it's just like, okay, I have to come to a realization that I'm literally 0 for 5 on 0 for 4 currently, if I'm wrong on this one, 0 for 5 on shorts, and I'm 1 for 1 on longs. So what does that tell you? Like, what am I still shorting if I'm -5? And it looks like it's gonna to break here. So there's time and a place to look for these shorts, but it may not be in these stronger names as NVDA gets bought back up on every single occasion.
All right, man. We don't have anything new. Still waiting on EONR for a possible move above 116. Happy that I chose that level for the breakout because you can see kind of rejected that area, at least for the moment. Coming back down, losing prior bar. That's EONR. I'm still keeping a close eye here on AZI because it's still holding trend. It looks like more of a prolonged bull flag. However, the bull flag is with a bunch of lower highs, so you can kind of wait for the breach of that, and then you get a nice squeeze possibly into that dollar. You're coming towards the higher end here of the lower high range. Let's just say the high of this range, obviously the 89 penny is the high of the day, but it looks like you had a lot of resistance at 86 1/3. So that's AZI, keeping a close eye on that. ANTX right at that 5 1/3, and it looks like it found support here at 5 1/4. Prior bar low, by the way, 517. So if your bias that Antix is going to hold prior bar low, this is a great entry point. 5 1/3, say 535. You give it to about 5 mid-teens at 517. That is, if your bias, of course, that we're going to take out prior bar high. I'm going to keep an eye out on that. Bovin also telling me about SAFX. I don't mind it, Bovin. It's up nicely on the day. Let's say it's about 61%. There's obvious resistance here, initial resistance at the $0.33, and then it breaches that, and now it's kind of using the $0.33 as support, 33 pennies. But there's a lot of wicks on this, Bovin, so it's a little bit, you know, I don't want to say convoluted, but it's all over the dang map. On SAFX, but not a bad trade whatsoever. Also, ETSA coming back down, says Amir, into the volume weighted average price. There it is, unbroken, lower highs. Look at that downtrend line on EDSA, right at that 7.5. 7.5, not only VWAP, but also implied balance high breakout. Look at that top there into 750, and then you get the eventual break much later at 1105 once it takes out that implied balance high. I would say wait for a decided break of this lower trend line. Just because it's at VWAP doesn't mean it's going to rocket back up. But keep your eye out on EDSA. It was a great one on Friday. And there goes ANTX, unreal. Unreal, holds prior bar low. So if you got in at that 35 area, there it is through 6. The squeeze is on. This one is really rocketing up now, 105% into 603. Holy moly. Yeah, man, I should have definitely been holding a little bit there, Joey, but who knew, right? Into 603 goes ANTX, clean hold. Should have been looking at getting in again here, man. You had a 517 prior bar low. This prior bar had a 525 low, and now you got a 603 high. So a lot of strength on ANTX. Be on the lookout there. Those are the bunch that I'm looking at. There's so many. AZI waiting for a trend break. EONR waiting for a trend break. ANTX, I just don't want to chase. And SAFX right back into the high, Bovin, right back into 38 pennies. It looks like it's going to take out the high there, having found support at 33-ish. That's where the wicks seem to find the buyers, having obviously used 33 pennies prior as resistance. So a lot moving right now, guys. Trade them carefully because, as I say, they're always around for a good time, not a long time.
Not a long time, yeah, for sure. So, I mean, the more we bounce off of this level, I think that you might happen to open up on the backside of this trend. So I want to see a break relatively soon. And then as soon as we get a 1-minute candle opening on the north side of this here, then I'm at a dodge because I'm going against the grain on that. And I have a lower tolerance for that move, but it's starting to seem relatively weak. Boom, there we go. All right, that's what we want to see. A nice flush to the downside. I have a trend line drawn. It's unfortunately the delay on this thing is absolutely painful. Yeah, see, boom, 62, another bounce off of it. Ooh, at what point is it going to snap? Because we also have to take into consideration, right? Like this was acting as resistance, and then we're just bouncing off of this support level, essentially. So we really want to see the volume and the momentum pick up in order for this thesis to really cook clean. And the more kind of space that I give myself on this one, in the money I'm essentially referring to, then the more comfortable I'll get and then just have the ability. It's just the initial starting of the position. And I would have loved to bid in here. I should have been in at 90s. I tried working on some of my hotkeys this morning, but it's just, you can't do certain things when
What are you trying to do?
I was just trying to have a certain share size partial.
Share size, yeah, that's the tricky part. Yeah.
Bro, it's not that.
So the way that I would do is I would put the squiggly line. You ever hit this thing?
No.
Yeah, so look at this. So look what I do. When I hit it, it goes to my default, which is 100, right? Yeah. But you can switch your next default. Let's say you want to get out 5 at a time.
Can you have multiple defaults?
No, but you can just switch it. So it's like, say for example,
okay, I see where you're,
right? And then you hit the hotkey, and then if you want 7 next time, you hit 7, and then you hit the hotkey. So you get it ready for when you want to hit it.
I don't even have squiggly line on. Oh, there.
You should, but it's on the level 2. Yeah.
There. All right.
A tilde key. Yeah. I know. I see it. I
mean, I don't think it should be that complicated.
Yeah, I agree.
So
it is what it is.
And
though, right?
exactly. You got to work with what you got. Essentially, NVDA stuck in this chop here, guys. We got HIMS on the back side of the trend. And then sure enough, you know what position we're currently sitting in. We got Tesla still working out for us, guys, as we're climbing higher. Been in this one for quite some time. It's definitely been keeping us in this game here today. And let's see if we can get this name to really breach this in the momentum pickup. So one thing that I'm going to be worried about is that we have kind of a liquidity grab south of that, and then you get that strong rebound. Right now, we're stuck in limbo. It's just chopping around within this range. You're seeing the bid being aggressively hit. You're seeing the ask rebound immediately. So which direction? I'm not in at the top end of the range in which I would like to be, but that's fine. Like I said, we work with what we got, and sure enough, boom. Let's go. Come on, man. You could do it on this one, Sharif.
You can do it.
You can do it. Come on, hit the bid. Slap that bid. I mean, I know it's the other thing, but dang, just another rebound. So I am going against the grain. Increase on the volume to the north side. A support level right here that's acting like some American defense systems over here. It's really strong right now, Sharif. So, I mean, there it is. Can't complain. We'll go through our top names, even though we haven't gone through the mag today. I mean, we got NVDA on our radar. Apple hovering around that high. Microsoft starting to come in a little bit here. We don't need to talk about that name anymore. Google hovering around the highs. So you're definitely getting that push and pull in the NASDAQ, but we are in a definitive trend, and that is to the northeast. What's Broadcom been up to on today's session? At the highs, so not too bad of a look right there. Meta at the highs as well. We're about to breach through some pre-market zones, so not too bad of a look whatsoever. We'll head over to our lower end of the range. How has the banks been acting? How have you been doing, JP Morgan? How have you been doing?
How they been doing?
Not so good. Not so good. All right, there it is. We're still down 15%. Oh my days. Who would have thought that JPM would be down 15%, but I wouldn't be surprised if we see a rebound anytime soon in this name. This is not looking good for us on the short here, Sharif. As we are about to breach this descending triangle, it looks like we might be sitting on the backside of this trend here momentarily, and this is what I'm referring to. This is a worst case scenario, guys. We might get stopped out, even though it's not all that bad. You take a stop out, it's just like, Joe, what are you doing? Stop shorting. Your one good trade on today is a long, and you've taken all losses on the short. Get it together. APA is Monday.
You say stop short? You said stop shorting, but
stop shorting.
Yeah. So if I know you're not a Seinfeld fan. I know it's tragic.
Is there something along the line?
All right, I stop short. Come on, guys. If you guys know that Frank Costanza part, I stop short. Oh, baby, that is one of my favorite lines there. Frank Costanza is amazing. Yeah, there. Okay, now I see what you guys are saying. All right. Guys, I don't think EONR is, that's my move. I told everybody about it. I stopped short. There you go. All right, Gary, I see what you're saying there. He stole my move, says, yes. Chaffer, shout out to my man. Kramer stole it. Yes, he did. He's a thief. I don't think he meant to do it on his wife, but I did love that. I did love that episode there. Because it's a little relatable, right? Not in that way, of course, but it is. We've all got moves that we all accuse everybody of stealing. Here's the deal, guys. ANTX just continues to go. I don't have an entry on this because it's higher risk entry at these levels, but I guess that, you know, this is the best part. Just holding prior bar low. The problem is prior bar low, it's always so far removed. It gave me one opportunity that I hesitated. That was with this red candle here. The low of this candle came awfully close to the low of the prior candle, so I could have given it a tight stop, but ANTX continues to go for those who want it. SAFX, Bovin, this one keeps going as well. Unbelievable. There comes 40 pennies. This looks like a bull flag breakout. It does have, you know, aggressive wicks both ways, especially that 12 o'clock candle. But if you're able to stomach that and put in, you know, a good area of support, or sorry, your stop below a good area of support, I think you were safe. Generally, I would have put mine below 33. This one did breach 33. Not by much, though, 32.5. So if you were wise to that, SAFX definitely going, no question about that. Joe, just a suggestion, I think he means long SoFi and short MSTR. Your boy Joey Opsh is busy, but we're going to take a quick look here at see what SoFi is doing. I know that they were a little negative this morning as a result of not being included in the S&P 500 in the next quarterly rebalancing. Anyway, down 3.4 and change. SOFI seems to have a lot of resistance, at least intraday, at around that 1840 area. A lot of moves here into 1840, 1850 with resistance locally, though, some higher lows, but that flat top between 18 and a third, let's say to 18 mid-40s, still unbreached. But SOFI, interesting. MSTR, again, thank you, JKL. MSTR seems to be finding support at VWAP. It did before. Look at that move here, 10.05, 10.10, and then the big move, 10.15. Here it is again with 1, 2, and now a third touch into VWAP. I'm assuming that 12.05 candle probably bamboozled the hell out of everybody because you get a double bottom off VWAP, rockets back up to 138.5, and then drops right back into VWAP. Alas, it's putting in yet a third bottoming tail candle, generally finding support at VWAP. MSTR is up 2 3/4. Keep your eye out on that one if you're interested in trading it. And then here's ETSA. ETSA is now a 2-candle, you know, I don't want to say a holdup because it's technically below VWAP, but it's in the VWAP vicinity. I think it's at exactly VWAP's price right now. That's not the move for me. I'm going to need to see a breach of that lower trend line, and then I can get into ETSA. Again, ETSA, my biggest winner on Friday, and we're going to keep a close eye out on it today. And then Turbine. Turbine is losing it here in a hurry, guys. Be careful with Turbine. This could be a short, especially if we take out that low at 1050 and 1055. I think the candle lows on both those is 534 and 535. Here we are at 539. We've lost a $0.50. We're below VWAP, and we're just barely above that double bottom. But there's also this bull flag low end range, which takes us to 510. So if you're looking for a really risk averse trade, it's below, the short's below 5, but I'm probably not going to be looking at it all the way down there. We're going to pause for a second. We're going back up to the big desk with news with Adira.
Another oil and energy moment here. What I've been kind of trying to do is wait till we have like a couple stories over a 2-3 minute period. So with that in mind, off of a catalyst I brought to you guys a couple minutes ago now, Reuters reporting that Trump is going to be reviewing options to curb oil prices. Now, apparently, I'm seeing further reporting suggesting that one of those options would be export curbs and tax waivers. I mentioned that earlier, but I'm now seeing this reported again. I also want to mention here as well, CNBC reporting that Iran is warning oil tankers to be, quote, very careful in the Strait of Hormuz. Back to you.
Fair enough, fair enough. All right, guys.
Everybody's going to catch hands, Joe.
Yeah, everybody.
Everybody. You see, like, I think he's the president, not the new guy, Khamenei's son that they just elected, but there was a president who comes out either Friday or Saturday or something like that, and then he apologized to the Gulf states for all the drone attacks and basically said the Republican Guard the Iranian Republican Guard was kind of acting autonomously and wasn't under the leadership of.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because the leadership they got clipped, and so that it was operating independently. So they were the ones firing on the Arab countries,
wow.
and now you're kind of seeing it again. So it's just like it's all over the freaking map here, man. Like who the hell knows what's gonna happen, man?
If I hit that squiggly thing, but now that this is popping up every time. Squiggly line, and then now it's popping up. How do I?
What does that mean? It's popping up every time.
So like if I hit my L2 here, it comes up here.
Oh, you don't want it to show up there?
No.
Yeah, well, if you're gonna, okay, so you have multiple L2s for the same name?
Yeah.
I didn't know that it did that.
Oh.
Yeah, I didn't know that it did that.
That's all right.
Perhaps you should are they the same? Are they the same?
It's the same ticker.
Window? No. I'm talking about the window number. You know the pairing?
Is it linked to?
Yeah.
No, different links.
So it's the same. What number is that? That's 4. What's this one?
This is 1.
This one. All right, then I don't know, Joey. You got to be honest with you, brother. I didn't have that problem.
No,
but,
that's all right. That's all right, man. Don't worry about it. I mean, I'll probably just have to change the ticker, and maybe something will work. Hang in there, man. Q's looking like it finally wants to. Joey Hockey strikes again. Yeah, you know it.
Get it, Joey.
Dude, listen. I had the most simplistic system. It wasn't even funny how easy it was before at home.
Yeah.
It was just like it was too easy, right? Like it just made things too easy. But there it is. I'm gonna probably get stopped out here momentarily. A bounce off of 179.60 once again. I don't know. I don't think this thing is going to break down, to be honest with you. We are starting to form these lower highs, which is a positive sign. But if you have the aggressive buyers step right back in, then we might be in a little bit of trouble on this one. We can adjust this trend line a little bit here. To that to see if we're going to hold up that level. And if we continuously reject, it's just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You've been consolidating in this zone for almost a half an hour at this point, and you don't want to break down. That's going to tell me that we're probably going to go in the opposite direction there, ladies and gentlemen. So yeah, and there it goes, right? We don't want to hold on to this for very much longer. If it really starts to rock and roll, then we'll have to get out of Dodge there.
625, guys. ANTX continuing to go. I mean, it's just not stopping, right? The buying is still moving. Now the 10 EMA on the 5 is substantially higher than where it was before, almost at the $0.50 now. There it goes again into another area high, 635. We're not even close to limit up, but every time I'm looking at this one, it's got a higher low and a higher high. Obviously, there's a lot of volatility per 5-minute candle. You're going to get that when you've done about 30 million shares. And I want to say the majority of the shares just came in, man. Like the volume bars all coming in recently, I want to say. Definitely a lot more than it was doing, you know, the 10s, 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock, and then the volume really comes in quite aggressively at, I want to say, the breakout there right at 11. Sorry, not 11:50, right at 10:45, so 635 high. Continuing to watch ANTX, too extended for me to get in here with a proper risk to reward. But the other ones I'm continuing to watch, EONR, it looks like it's putting in some higher lows, but it's definitely getting some selling here in the mid-teens. So we got 16 rejection. Now we're getting a 13 rejection. If it puts more lower highs, we're going to remove it. But AZI continuing to put in that lower high trend. I don't mind these prolonged lower high trends where you can kind of draw a clean lower trend line, because that means when they get breached, they'll be super obvious, right? When they get breached, and that's usually my cue to move in, and then I give it to prior area low or bar low, really depending on the setup. But this feels like a nice looking bull flag here with a bit of a downward tilt, which is fine. A bit of a range. You want to trade it as a range, have at it, and then save a piece for the upper breach. That's what I'm looking at there. But I'm not going to execute on AZI until that big move above that lower trend line. Thirdly here, SAFX Bovin. I perceive this one at possibly have support right at the 10 EMA, 36 pennies. This is one that I would give myself a little bit more room for my stop, given what it's done on the day. I mean, the one thing you look at and you say on SAFX is there's a lot of upper and lower wicks, irrespective of what candle you're looking at. They all seem to have high and low wicks. So if that's going to be this one's characteristic, you have to trade it, within the confines of its characteristics. Otherwise, you're asking to be stopped out prematurely. So coming down into 36 pennies, I would have to give it to this bar low at 12 o'clock, the low of which is 32.5 pennies. So if you get in at 36, I would risk to 32.5. You can try to keep it a little bit below 33, but that subjects you possibly to a stop prematurely below that area wick there. So that's what I'm looking at. Looks like EONR curling back up again. If it if it breaches prior area high, which is where I was looking to go long, man. I was looking to go long at 16, but it's got to cross 16s for me to get the print. So it rejects 16 there because it doesn't cross, comes back down, holds that upper trend line, and if we make another move above 16, it'll feel a lot more bullish this time around. And hopefully my order will trigger automatically. So that's the look there as ANTX continues to trend up, Joey. OLOX losing the trend. This one seems like a short. It's now using the volume weighted average price as resistance for those who don't want to go long these small cap gappers, and you're able to get locates on OLX. OLOX is hard to short under my platform. Not saying our trading floor, just my platform here. They're not available. So, make sure you're getting locates there. But a breach below this area low, the 1135 candle, the low of which is 164, probably pushes us back at least those pre-market highs, maybe into 150 or so, if not more. So that is the look on OLOX. And then this one, WTI. Ever since I put this hot garbage on, it's been bleeding its own blood, really losing VWAP. This has been a hell of a short off that $4 area, WTI. I don't even know what it's doing on the side chart. It should have been gone long ago. There goes Antics again into the ominous 666s. Good, it didn't spend that much time there. 670. Joey, this thing is on the way to $7. It could be a $10 move today. 685. We're going to see 7 soon. I was trading this at 408, guys, and that was less than an hour and a half ago. Holy cow, it's 12:30 already. 408, I had an entry on this thing. It's now at 686, 690, 91. The breakout is on and $7 is incoming. Watch out for Antics. It's been making a move, but this will end at some point. Who knows where, though, but ride it until it tells you it's time to go. All right, OLOX is back into 116. Sorry, EONR, pardon me, back into 116. Let's see if we can shake the seller at 116. If we can, I'll get triggered as a long. If we don't, I won't get it, and it'll be yet another higher low and a flat top at 116. Let's keep an eye out on this one.
All right, good luck there, brother. If we take some more off on that strong move there in TSLL, at least we got this kind of to offset what we lost in NVDA there. See, this is what I'm talking about, man. Outs are extremely important. I said we're getting out at the breach of the high. We get out a little bit early. What happens? A rip. We take a second attempt. You don't get the breakdown. You bounce off of the support level on multiple occasions. We're on the backside of this trend, and just before the volume started to kick in, we get out. So, I mean, aside from it being a loss, more than happy to get out when you're supposed to, and sometimes you got to make your losers look somewhat as good as your winners, right? I mean, TSLL definitely going to be our best one of the day. I'm looking at IBIT here, so not too bad of a move whatsoever. TSLL been an absolute banger today, so we'll hit that one there. But again, full disclosure, still slightly red, but that's ain't nothing to worry about. Oh man, what a battle! I was having fun. A Friday in the latter half after the show because I was slightly red and I had the breakdown, but I just got out too prematurely and I was just essentially like pushing size. I'll pull it up here now. It's totally fine on what happened, but I had multiple good opportunities in order for me to just capitalize on the day. But just because, as Sharif was talking about earlier this morning, is that when you really increase your size, you don't think the same, and that's what you kind of want to avoid. So yeah, exactly. So it's a big time mistake, and here it is on Oracle. Even though you almost catch $1 on this move, Katina Man was short there. Never mind that Microsoft. But if I'm telling you, relatively speaking, for me, I had that hunch that the TQs were going to break down, but I just didn't execute accordingly. Why? Because I was more focused on putting on more size than actually focusing on the correct trade. And that can definitely get you into some trouble. Minnesota Trader, do you ever have such leave TSLL in your long term? Or no, it's not. I mean, you can look at it from a swing standpoint, but it's not an investment vehicle. The leverage products are not investment vehicles. because of the decay and just how much they get destroyed, right? Like, it's the most basic thing. If you see a 50 or 25% drop in the underlying, then you'll see a 50% drop in the leverage vehicle, and then that means in order for it to just get back to where it started, you need 100% return, right? And if it gets more drastic, like 30%, then you're going to really start to fall in. I mean, you can swing them for a couple of days, but they're not investment vehicles. All right, Sharif, what do you use to monitor your small caps? Sharif has a scanner that he goes through, but I'll definitely let him touch on.
Yeah, just 1 second, just because I'm just setting up a position.
I can ramble on.
Sorry,
so,
brother.
Yeah, no worries whatsoever. So there it is. We take some out on TSLL. I don't have very much left, 5% here, guys. Now we're gonna get involved in some IBIT. Let's see, man. We may as well just go with the flow. The thing is, though, Bitcoin ain't looking like much of a long here either, there, ladies and gentlemen, as this pattern is starting to form. Maybe we'll be fortunate enough to bounce off of these support levels like what's happening in NVDA. But if we want to look at the grand scheme of these things, it has been super mega hot garbage. There it is. This might be the short signal on the NASDAQ, but I've already taken my attempts on it, so I'm not going to. And USO is moving higher. So potential buying scenarios here. I'm long IBIT, still sitting in the TSLL, but it might be time to kind of sway away from these common names and maybe go to a USO and an HIMS and see if we can find any positions. At some point, I'll tell you this for free. There's zero chance that I'm hitting a shutdown today. At some point, I will close shop just to keep those losses small and just try to rock and roll. If we breach this 39 level, then I'll get out of Dodge, and then I'll have maybe 1 or 2 trades left in me before I'm just like, you know what, I'm not in sync with the market, daylight savings, maybe a little extra tired or whatever it may be, just shut it down, and I'm more than willing to do that.
I likewise, brother. That's why what's up? Okay,
yeah, big take.
All right, here's thank you very Zen Zombie for the $2 super chat. Sharif, what do you use to monitor your small caps? So I monitor them, if you're asking in the strict sense, on the side charts, the ones that I'm bringing in all the time. So I'll choose my favorite 8 because I got to limit them to a number, obviously. And then I'll put them on. And then I keep them on my watch list as well on the side. And then, you know, they'll come on and off depending on whether they're holding levels or what the hell they're doing, right? But the way I find them, if that's what you're asking, Zen, is using the scanner. Now, every platform comes with a different scanner. The one that I use, and they're all going to be named different things, top percentage gainers. That's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for the ones that are making a big move, okay? And I don't have much in the way of filters, okay? My filters are super simple. They're price and volume based. I'm probably going to change this, but I used to have it at $1. Then Neil convinced me to filter it down to 85 pennies so that the ones that are on the way to the dollar, I'll have 4 notice of. And then I have volume here of 251,000. That's not my standard for trading. It's just my standard for filtering. The reason I do the 251, AZI is breaking out, guys. AZI coming back into 89 pennies. So the reason 250 is what I put on there is because I just don't want the ones that are doing like 10 and 15,000 to show up, but the ones that are making a move and starting to accumulate volume, I want to have 4 notices of as well. So those are the 2 just price and volume filters that I use. I'll get to my columns in a second once we get back from Adara.
Keep an eye here on INTC Intel. This company reportedly launching its, or I guess just announcing here, it's launching its Core Series 2 processor with real-time performance. They're also expanding their Edge AI portfolio. So some product and offering announcements here for INTC this afternoon. Back to you.
Thank you very much for that. Yeah, so the columns I have here, again, these are going to be super specific to the platform that you're using, and they're not all going to be the same. So obviously I have the name of the, let me close this down so you guys can see a bit better. The name of the instrument, the price, obviously, then the change percentage. Change percentage here is calculated from either 4 a.m. onwards, or if it was trading in the aftermarket yesterday after the 4 o'clock closing print, it'll populate from there. So that is either from 4 a.m. or from 4 p.m., depending on whether this one was moving in the aftermarket or the pre-market. Then I have a next column next to it called change since open. That one is populating the percentage from 9:30 this morning onwards. So what is it up since the bell rang? And the reason I keep that on there is because some of them, they make a move in the pre-market and then they fade right after the bell. So if it's one of those ones, I want to be able to clearly see it and then filter it away. Right? And then there's the gap percentage. Obviously, that's important, right? That's based upon what it opened at today versus what it closed at yesterday. So the bigger the gap, obviously, the more bullish the look. Then I have a bunch of volume columns. The regular volume on the day, for example, Antix has done 37.5 million shares, but the average volumes for ANTX, volume for ANTX, 232,000, right? So I know this one's doing RVol up the yin yang. And then I have another volume column there. This is called short-term volume for the 5 minutes. And the reason I keep that there, EONR is going to stop me out. It's coming down into that area low. Let's see if it holds up here. I have my stop in place. But short-term volume tells me whether this one was doing volume earlier or volume later, right? And that's what I want to know. Is the volume coming in now? Just by looking at the scanner, without even having opened up the charts or anything to that effect, I'm able to kind of know that right from the get-go. Then the shortable column. I don't short these on my platform, obviously. I'm not trading on my platform. I'm trading on the firms. But this one tells me if it's easy to borrow or not. And if it's dark green, that means it's not available. If it's light green, means it is available. So the light green ones gives me an understanding about whether or not it's easy to borrow for the shorts. And then I have a column over here. It's the spread. So I can immediately tell upon looking at the name what the spread is. For example, on Antix, the spread is opening to 4 pennies now tightening back up to 2. So I can kind of get an idea right away. Is this one that I want to keep my eye on, or is the spread of such a nature that it doesn't fit my trading profile? And then the range. This column is new. This shows me here, given the length of the rectangle, how close we are to the end of the sell, whether or not the price action for the name is near the highs or the lows. So for example, this one over here, which is LRHC, this price action is much closer to the lows than it is to the highs, whereas, for example, CAMP, much closer to the highs than it is to the lows. So that gives me an idea just visually there about where the price action is, and so I can have an understanding of what the name has to offer. So I get a little nuanced with the columns, but the essential factor is to look for the top percentage gainers. That's step number one. And then if you want to have some volume filters and price filters as well, they certainly help, Joe.
Absolutely. Yeah, Gaurav, I agree, man. I do have some solid days where we come back from essentially the dead, but I'm not even close. Like, guys, I'm at like full disclosure, I'm half a shutdown, and I'm like, okay, we got this little bit of Tesla rolling here. It's just like, why am I going to participate in this nonsense? So IBIT, looking for the long, does a flush, and then you're right back towards your entry. Could this be a good opportunity to re-engage? Yeah. Do I want to just go pedal to the floor and full throttle this? Absolutely. But I also want to care about the month and the rest of the week, considering it's a Monday. And I think there's going to be plenty of opportunities. We'll just be sure to hit heavy when the time is right. But I think we can see a little bit of a rebound here in Bitcoin as the market is still hovering around its highs. I think there's going to be a half-decent move there. So a nice move. Just, again, like, I don't understand what's up with this year. It just wicks everybody out at the top end of the range, breaks through the support level, and then off to the races it goes. So look at the volume spike right there, too. That's very intriguing and interesting, what we got going on. But as for USO, guys, USO, not too bad, consolidating around the lows. There's HIMS, once again, that's the name that we're looking at. And then I'm glad that we tried the shorts earlier in the day in the NASDAQ at the breach of this support level, but then you get a nice strong rebound. So we'll see where we're at from a daily. Once again, we've taken a look at it on multiple occasions, but a lot of green up in here, okay? So maybe a buying of this support could be something solid, and then you have a really tight risk, even where you're currently sitting at, right? Considering so, if it breaches, then it's like, all right, let's get out of that, and the chances of you getting a better price are relatively high. So not a horrible look in the overall market, considering, I know Michael Noss was talking about it this morning, you're down 5%, like boo-hoo. That is nothing. If you go to some of the other mega cap names, and this is what I'm talking about here. So if we compare the two, so you're down 17%, right? 3x leverage. That's why you don't want. That's why you don't use leverage derivatives as an investment vehicle. But if we head over to the softies of the world, I mean, this is what I'm talking about, and we've seen it from an intraday perspective. Considering the overall market, it's only down 6% off of its highs. If Microsoft wants to rebound aggressively, that's, in my opinion, that's most definitely going to send the market to the higher end of the range and even potentially break through. And we head over to the Apples of the world, right? Like, you're still off of the previous highs. And it's not a little bit, 10%. So if these guys are like, you know what, we're gonna rally aggressively, then watch out. Same thing with Meta, off aggressively off the highs. I mean, we're talking about almost 20% here, 19.5. So if these mega cap names really want to get going and say, hey, we're done with the selling, it can definitely drive to the market to new all-time highs if they decide to rebound.
All right, man. Watching ANTX, finding support at 6, just breached prior bar high. Let's see if this one's got the juice to go again, and here it goes again. Into 632. This is taking out prior bar high, but obviously still well below the high of the day of 691. Continuing to watch here. Good strength on this one as the buyers step in quite aggressively on ANTX. Still not at the $0.50 yet. Thanks, Zombie, for the multiple super chats, brother. One more question. What program or platform any scanner will do? I mean, obviously some have a bit more nuance than others, really depending on which one you get. But the general theme is to kind of look for the pre-programmed ones that say top percentage gainers or whatever they're called. You could be any form of synonym there, and then look for that. And yes, thanks for the help. I learn something new every day. Shout out to you, my man. I hope you print out multiple storms, and welcome to the world of small cap gapper trading, baby. It's a lot interesting. All right, continue to watch your antics. I did get stopped out of EONR as this one did lose trend, and it is. Why does this one look like, oh, camp is why, because I flipped it. That one is losing trend. It lost that area low, so it's got a higher low, but it's also got a lower low. So it kind of is doing the speakerphone pattern, and that's not one that I'm looking for there. ANTX is just rocketing up right now, though. Right back into that 6.5, still with some lower highs though. But CAMP, CAMP, halted up 67.62%. This is an NQ name, so we're going to be able to see this one and the imbalance during the halt. So here it is. It's open. It's at 663. Support possibly at 6. 1 penny spread for now. Let's see how this one trades. 704 high. Prior bar low, 613. VWAP, $6. 10 EMA on the 5, 587. Be on the lookout here, 630 coming in. The spread's opening up, and here we go, $6. This is limit down. No, 607 is limit down. So false halt there, limit down. Watch out for this one. It's losing it in a freaking hurry. 704 now, down to 615. You could get in here and give it to 6, but you have to be careful with the spread because it's opening up. 36 now on the ask, 21 on the bid, tightening up again. It's been as wide as the one I just described right now and as tight as 1 penny. So CAMP halted up at 704, coming back down now, though, into the low 6s, 620-ish area. Watch out here for this one. So let's see what this is showing. So say we get in at around 633, right? We want to risk this amount, so 633. We would have to stop out current bar low. That takes us to 607. So let's say 604. All right, so that's good there, all right? So we'll keep an eye out on this one, and we'll see if it's warranted to get back in. But for now, we're sending you to the big desk with Adara.
Just let you guys know, President Trump announcing that he'll be holding a news conference at roughly 5:30 p.m. Eastern, so be aware that's going to be happening. Also, I mean, while I'm here, there isn't much of a move at all on this, but just be aware, Boeing competitor Airbus announcing some of their deliveries and orders for January to February. Keep an eye on BA potentially for sympathy or antipathy. It's not really moving on this at all, though. Back to you.
What's going on, Joey?
Good, yeah, same old, man. We're sitting in this TSLA. We're going to let this one ride here. I think we can even head towards this pre-market pivot. What's the actual underlying saying? we'll figure that out here because, yeah, I think we're going to be on that trajectory at this point, guys. We're still negative on the session. We're down 1.5, but the way the current market is moving right now, and I kind of agree with you, Los Pollos, there's NVDA. I'm glad that we got out of this one. You've breached this previous pivot right at the open, and then you climb a little bit higher, all the way up to 181. And what did I do when I was shorting? And this is why I essentially had no issue of getting out a little bit early or when I was supposed to. And we're going to break that down right now, okay? So I was thinking short. It didn't work out. I know a lot of people in the chat saying, Joe, sell this, buy that, sell it this time. Okay, anyways, aside from that, really, you gotta trade on your own, right? Like, you can't be a backseat. What do they call the people who...
Backseat drivers?
Yeah, backseat driver. You know what I mean?
Armchair quarterback?
Yeah, an armchair quarterback. Like, you know what I mean? It's like,
Absolutely.
come on, you gotta be the captain of your own ship. So essentially what I had going on here is, like, there was nothing really stopping NVDA climbing up into 185, okay? So like 185 is that next potential resistance low zone from what the actual supply is showing us here on the options chain. This is small potatoes, like 10,000 contracts. Are you kidding me? That's nothing for this thing to chew up. 13,000 contracts? That's breakfast. This isn't even breakfast. This is like your snack in the morning for this name. You want to run into those higher zones, and I think that's going to start at 185, and then that's definitely going to act as a potential resistance zone. Now, we have witching on the 20th. Let's pull that up. And this is where we're going to start to see an increase in size. Holy schmackers, this is crazy. 268,000 contracts at 200? That's insane. In 11 days? I think that might be the largest size I've ever seen on NVDA. That is an insane amount of open interest. But where is that next zone? 123,000 at 190? I think we stay below this, and you're going to be collecting substantially more at this zone. So what do we want to do? Hide a little bit behind that? No problem. 192, you're collecting 166, and if I'm going to do a bear call spread, I'm going to write this and then the 197 fives. I might do that, to be honest with you. That's not horrible whatsoever. Collecting 80 per contract combination, that's a pretty good setup for something that's going to be expiring in 11 days. But heading back to this week's expiration cycle, as I was looking more into it, I'm like, there is really nothing stopping us right now from climbing a little bit higher. And that's kind of been the narrative on NVDA today, Sharif.
All right, man. DTCK, watching this one as it works its way back above VWAP. Very good strength here. Found support at around 2 single digits, 207, 210, trying to work back above prior bar. It did breach VWAP on a wick basis, really hasn't closed above it quite yet. I'm talking about the candle that just closed at 1240, the high of which is 262, current bar high 259. Be on the lookout there, nice rounding pattern. The only one we're involved in here is SAFX, and it does seem like it might be losing trend here, and that does concern me. So our stop is below 33, right around 32.5. Be on the lookout there. There was some wicks to show that there was buying in and around that zone, but it does feel like the lower high trend now is in control, and we can't seem to breach any prior bar highs. And it's also changing its characteristic, right? It was very wicky before, and that's since kind of stopped, right? Now it's closing or opening. Sorry, it's closing at around the low or the high of the candle that it's trading at. So it's not really showing that kind of, volatile characteristic quite well like it was showing earlier. So that is something to look out there for. CAMP, tried to get into this one, wet the beak at 6.5, took out half the position there, and then got stopped out at 604 for the breach of the volume weighted average price. So we give back a little bit on CAMP there, initially profitable, then it dropped down. It is halted down, I should say, right now, having halted at $5.68. So be on the lookout there. I'm looking for, there goes DTCK. This could be the breakout now, guys. There is the move. Good look here on DTCK. Kept a close eye on this one. Let's take off ETSA. DTCK on the NQ. There it is, 677. There was some resistance here. Initially, I see you, Papacito, but I have to execute on this trade, so you're going to have to give me a moment here. So 280 current bar high. Let's see, so current bar low, By the way, the low is there 267, currently showing 283. Good strength on this one. Joe, I got to send it to you because I need to calculate all my things here.
Yeah, man. Type your thing in. We got rough hands going on right now. AOF for everyone who is aware of that. Yeah, I appreciate that. No, who's it? Tendies? Trendies or something? Trendy Gawks? I think you may be saying trendy God. No, I mean, hey, man, I appreciate it. That's why I got it when I'm supposed to, but you got to understand, like, I got to punch the keys and do things on my own and kind of just go on my own narrative, right? I appreciate the help, truly. But anyways, we take the short and we get out when we were supposed to. We weren't bank holding or anything along those lines, so that's kind of been the nature of today's beast. And same thing with IBIT. It climbs a little bit higher here. We unfortunately got, as soon as we enter, a couple minutes later, we get stuck in this liquidity grab. So that was a good time. And then the short, that's a break-even trade essentially right there. But it's sometimes, if I added more size on this, which I had the hunch that I should have, I just didn't. At the time, it did eliminate more than half of my losses. And I wasn't sitting on a good ratio on today's session. But that one win is what really kept us in this game here. And we're still sitting on it a little bit. And that's what you need. Sometimes you have that lower accuracy on certain days, but the wins are just substantially larger. On most days, you obviously want that. Doesn't always work out in that case, but that's the aim. That's the goal you want to try and aim for. And I'm fortunate and I'm happy that we did get the ability to take advantage of this Tesla trade. Yeah, I don't know if, like, see, here we are, right? This is a little bit tougher. I mean, I was in right at VWAP a little bit north of that. I'm thinking that we were in a safe place. Considering we're playing with pennies and everything along those lines, I'm like, oh, okay, we got stuck in that flush. And I had to get out just in case that downward trajectory continued. And if you look at it from a 5-minute, if you ask me, I think this is kind of a head and shoulders type pattern, Sharif. I don't know how you feel about that one. I know you're concentrating and stuff. But I think if you guys agree with me, does that look like a 5-minute head and shoulder? Shoulder one, not the cleanest, head, shoulder two. So that's typically a bearish pattern. And when you get that flush through the support levels, it's like, oh, okay, maybe we're going to continue, especially if the volume and the momentum is really starting to pick up. You have to take those things into consideration. Was I wrong? And is it continuing to climb higher? Absolutely. So I got caught in a fake out, and that's the nature of the beast sometimes. Other than that, we're sticking in our same name. I would love an add opportunity. If I see a clean flush to the downside, I think that we can recover. Considering we're only down 1.5% here on Tesla, strong flush. Let's add some size because this has been the bad boy that has been working for us throughout the whole day.
Yeah, it is. It's down 1.5%. I think it's faring worse than all the other Mag 7. Yeah, Amazon, not a distant second, down 1 1/3. Meta down 1 1/5. Softy down 0.4. Apple green, Google green. Google and Nvidia are the greenest of the bunch, at least for the moment. So continuing to watch here, got into DTCK, looking for continuation. It looks like it's going to be a topping tail candle. So no follow through on this one, at least quite yet, coming into 77s. I've also got this one, SAFX, coming back into 35, 36, but it does also feel like it's a thick trade. Very little in the way of continuation for the longs, guys, and just got stopped at a DTCK as this one did drop down, topping tail candle. I don't know why it did that. That shouldn't have done that, actually. It was supposed to breach current bar low. Current bar low is 66. I don't know how I end up getting wicked out there. So probably a bit of a typo on my part, but keeping an eye here on DTCK. I still like the trend. Current bar high, as I said, 88. So keep an eye out on that, but it's coming back quite aggressively now. Let's keep an eye out on that one. I'm also keeping an eye, as I said, on AZI. I've had very little to do on this one. It's been quite a prolonged downtrend, but I want to mention that this was a bit of a bamboozler as well, because it has kind of this very, very clear downward channel, and then all of a sudden, look at that, pops up, retests that 89 penny high, goes up to 88 and change, and then it drops right back down into the channel. So I don't think this one is quite done yet in its long area of consolidation, so be on the lookout there. ANTX is continuing to sell off. It's uninterrupted lower highs. This candle was a bamboozler, though, 1240 candle. But if generally you're still putting in lower highs, you've lost 6. 525 is where VWAP is at. I'd be looking for a VWAP hold there initially, especially if it loses the $0.50. There was a little bit of consolidation at the $0.50. You had about 15 minutes worth of consolidation there, so something else to look out for. Not much in the way of anything else. Bovin says PURR is moving up. Let's have a look at PURR. I haven't had an eye on that, probably in the pennies. Oh no, it's $5. What is this one up on the day? It is up 20 and change. Is it light on volume? Is that why? What do we got? 5.25 million shares, which is not too bad. PURR, I like that 5 to 505 area above in. That's the breakout area. You can kind of see that long area of consolidation. And then you get a big green candle to take out that level. Other than that, I don't have much else going on. I'm seeing that AZI is trying to make another move here into 80 pennies, but still obviously within the range. CAMP is also coming back up, but that one is also the bamboozler in chief, so I'm unlikely to execute on that one either. The ones I'm going to focus on in the afternoon are going to see whether DTCK can kind of hold this area breakout. I want to say from 240 to 250, even though it has this ugly topping tail candle that caught me offside. But if it starts to curl back up, we're going to give this one another try. Also, definitely looking for ANTX to come into that volume weighted average price, especially if it loses the $0.50. We'll be buyers there. EONR, this could have resistance at around 105 to 107 based upon the wicks that it had there. They were all finding support at around 106, 105 with the closing prints all around that 110. It's trying to recover above the dollar now. If it comes into that flat bottom, it could be a short off that, but that's not exactly an A+ setup either. So those are the ones I'm looking at the moment. CAMP is going to lose its spot on the side chart. It's just awfully volatile and kind of a little all over the place here. So that doesn't work for me. ANTX is kind of the A+ setup, but definitely in a bit of a pullback now. So if you're more long oriented, I think this one's got some time still, Joey.
Right on, brother. Yeah, I mean, avoid it if it's not doing what you want. Then we hold no loyalty to stocks. We move on. And that's what I'm talking about, right? Like, took a couple attempts on some names. It's like, all right, not in sync. Let's find something else here. And that's kind of the narrative I got going on right now. Aside from Tesla, a single entry, right? Sometimes that's all it takes is just a single entry, and then you have the ability to put on a half-decent trade. So not too bad here on TSLA. TQ still hovering around those highs, guys. Not too bad of a look. That is now positive. So the NASDAQ just a little bit under that, about 1/5%, I think it'd be roughly sitting at. It is starting to come in off of those highs, but you can see what we can see on the 5-minute time frame here on the triple Qs is that we're starting to stair step lower. Right, so not the strongest of selling pressures. HIMS is starting to break down. This is like a triple top almost around that area. This was a resistance zone. You can see from the pre-market support level now acting as prior resistance. We've had multiple attempts, and then you also have the volume weighted average price correlating with that specific zone. It's going to make it a little bit more difficult for it to breach that specific level and then head a little bit more north. I thought you would see some more continuation in today's session, considering I thought this was a weight weighing on the stock, but doesn't necessarily seem to be the case. You have that initial reaction late last night. Obi was talking about it. He was well asleep. I'm surprised by it. I thought Obi would be up, obviously being sarcastic, trading that, but nice call out. You come back this morning and then no real no continuation essentially in the strong move that we experienced from in the blue ocean sailing of the seas. Adara, what do you have for us?
Hey, lots to keep an eye on here with regards to oil. Once again, Emmanuel Macron, who is, of course, the leader of France, saying that he thinks the Iran war could, quote, perhaps last several weeks. And Iran also reportedly warning that they're ready for a long conflict. That's reported by CNN. Citing a senior Iranian official. So we're going to get the sense here that we're going to get a pretty long conflict potentially here in Iran. With that in mind, you do have to keep an eye on USO and these other oil plays, as well as the market in general. And with these oil plays, another way to look at these, as we mentioned a couple times today, that would also be these airlines like AAPL or cruise lines like CCL. So there's not just one way to play this conflict. There are many different avenues that you can go down here. Back to you.
Thank you very much for that, Adara. Yeah, I'm just reading some notes here. I'm sure when Sharif gets back, we're going to start the news. So some interesting things we can talk about on that front and see what we got from the bigger picture of things. Yeah, so there's an aggressive pullback in the NAS there. The good old NASI. Let's see what we got on our watch list. We can go with some options chain. Let's see what Tesla's been up to. Why are we continuously knocking on the door of this specific zone? I don't even have it up on my side chart. Who shall I remove? All right, yeah, let's do... No, I like HIMS. Let's do USO. There's a greater opportunity. Obi, did you have to order shorts for HIMS? Did you have to order shorts for HIMS? IMS. Okay, cool. Thank you for that. So yeah, let's take a look at Tesla and see why we keep knocking on the door of this 390 level. Maybe we got some form of supply that we can take a look at on the options chain, which I think will be very interesting. And this is why we want to continuously gauge it. We didn't get quite up to 85. Matter of fact, we're still 6 points away from that. But who knows what can happen throughout the week. You may have a little bit of a sustained continued move. But as for today's expiration, 93.90, nothing really there. But what we want to really take a look at is this week's expiration. 400, there's a little bit of supply. As we head higher in strikes, you can see at 410, 23,000. That's going to be probably the highest. But where I'm going to suspect that we have a little bit more is on this expiration. So 410, once again, with 35,000 contract currently open. Adair, what do you have for us?
I have Joby and Archer both on watch here, both of them spiking higher, but already giving back some of that push to the upside. Department of Transportation selecting proposals for air taxi pilots, including New York. That's going to be Archer and Joby. They are among the companies that are involved in the DOT pilot project. So again here, JOBY and ACHR, both amongst the companies that are going to be involved in this DOT air taxi pilot program. There is going to be one of these programs within New York. Back to you.
So there's Joby, guys. We'll take a look at this one here. Not too bad of a look whatsoever. Inverted hammer candle, though. So selling, we have that move higher, but then you see selling pressure kick right back in. So I think this might be something to keep an eye out for. If it breaks the lower end of the range, maybe you'll get a little bit of a move back to the volume-weighted average price. ACHR, we'll take a look at this one. Same narrative and very identical price action prints. If you break the top end of this candle, you might see an additional squeeze higher to 650. If you break lower, then watch out for that support level to come into play. All right, so really nice call outs of volatility and volume spikes. Be patient on the entries on this one, and then see if you can just go with the flow. With the amount of volume that comes in and came in exactly like this, we should be able to find a definitive direction after this.
All right, there goes SAFX holding here from 35 3/4. There goes into the high of the day. 40 1/3. This is where we topped out last time. This 40 penny area is where the shorts and or the profit takers have earmarked as kind of their line in the sand, at least intraday. More all-time highs here, or all-time, relax, Sharif. Intraday highs. 2R for me, 44 pennies. 3R, 48. Patience, wetting the beak here, saving the great majority of the position for 2R. Again, 2R takes me to 44. That's an issue for me, not you guys. So depends on where you're getting in. Pardon me. Obviously, I'd like to have a bias here that this one does maneuver up to 50 pennies, given that it's at that 40 and change. Let's see if this one can kind of catch the wind under its sail and rocket back up there. Packing the patience. Don't want to take out too much too quickly here, but very alive to the fact that there is a 40 penny seller. And here we are again, dropping below 39.5 now with essentially a 41 penny high, 40.95. That's the intraday high. Here we are back into 40s, selling at 40. I'd like to see this one at around 45, as I mentioned. 2R for me takes me to 44. Let's go ahead and put in the bulk of the shares at 44. Let's see if it gets up there or what the situation is going to be. Scott, check out the possible reversal on TEPET, TPET. Let's see what that one is up to. Poodle. TEPET, okay. Yeah, it looks like it's catching a bit of a move, Scott. 173 low, trading into 184, but I'd say that this is pretty an intact downtrend. There's got to be covering here, which pulls you into the 10, maybe at the deepest the 20 EMA, which is currently showing me 88s. Something to look out for there on TPET. Definitely gapped up, but you know, as Joey was talking about USO, kind of dropping off a little bit here. It's down. It's USO, guys, is down 4.25% since that morning bell rang. It's up 5% on the day, but it's down 4.4% since the bell rang. So trend here, obviously not on the side of oil or these oil names. Let's keep an eye out on that. Pretty Panda says RLMD. Let's have a look there. Movement back into the volume weighted average price. Pretty 6.5 seller. I like the downtrend break. prolonged area of consolidation, not exactly appetizing, having that area low below the volume weighted average price. I'd like to see it above that pre-market high. You know, if it doesn't quite make it up into that high there at 847, let's say 850, I'd be looking for the breach of the 815 candle, the high of which there is 718, so say at 7 and a fifth, 720, just to breach that area high, but I see it making the move here into 6.5. There goes SAFX into another area high, 41.77. It's not cleanly above 40 pennies. It's just not, okay? The selling is coming in at around, you know, almost every level here at around 40. So I'm waiting for a 44 move. Let's see what we get. ANTX also showing some possible support here, some buying coming in at around the $0.50. As I mentioned to you, my first bias was a holdup around the $0.50, simply because that 12 o'clock, 12:05, and 12:10 candle consolidated at around the $0.50. We got the breakout, the big boy breakout at 12:10. Fair. And it comes down, very prolonged area of downtrend, having made the high at 12.25. It is now 106. Unbroken downtrend right now, but you're getting some bottoming tail candles. What I'd like to see is an aggressive move, a green candle closing above this lower high trend line here, and ideally a move and a close above 6. Right? We knew 6 was going to be a resistance level given that it's the whole dollar. And it definitely was selling at 6, both when we were below it and after we got above it, we dropped back down and we started using 6 as resistance. So ANTX, definitely in focus for me, but it's going to have to set up in the right way. It's going to be me focusing on SAFX right now. Let's see how this one does, but we're going to go back up to the big desk with Adara.
Keep an eye potentially in some of these finance names here and potentially names in the fintech space. Fitch Ratings saying that they believe that the cyber risk for U.S. public finance is going to be elevated due to the Iran conflict. So keep an eye, I guess, potentially on this finance space. Not necessarily likely to move anything, but worth noting. I also have more news kind of in that oil space with regards to the Middle East. President of Iran saying that producers will be supported and the import of essential goods will be facilitated. That's according to Al Jazeera. So we've got some comments coming in here from the president of Iran. Back to you.
Yeah, Joey.
Yes, sir, man. There's Tesla, the market starting to come back in. I wouldn't say overly aggressively, but an increase in volume as we break down. IBIT bouncing again, almost right off the volume weighted average price there, guys. Sure enough, boom, at 39.10s. Now climbing back into this north end of this resistance zone. So we'll keep an eye on that. I'd still be sitting in this position, but we just got caught. Like, what are the chances of that, Sharif? A minute later, you just get caught in this liquidity grab, and then it decides to climb a little bit high. No, it is what it is. So maybe if we were a little bit more patient, you can also re-engage as well. But I also mentioned the fact that, like, hey, let's take it easy and wait for some later opportunities. I told you on Friday, even though I did finish slightly red, I had a bunch of fun just like kind of grinding, because that's typically what happens after the show. I'll sit around until 3 o'clock and then wait from 3 o'clock to 4 o'clock and late for those later opportunities, latter half opportunities where you're just literally risking a couple pennies and trying to just grab cents here and there. I don't get the same narrative and the same feel in the middle of the day. I want to wait until the imbalance is coming out, which can offer some good opportunities as well. So yeah, let's take a look at this here, guys. Okay, we'll look at Tesla right after we get back from Madeira.
I have to bring this up here. NET and CrowdStrike both dropping a little bit. This could have to do with the fact that we're seeing reports that OpenAI is buying Prompt Food. That's going to be an AI security startup rather that's used by large enterprises. Apparently, they're planning on folding its tech into OpenAI Frontier to help companies test, red team, and monitor AI agents. So you've got the agent angle, you've got the cybersecurity angle. Either way, NET and CRWD both dropping in the minutes after this was released. Back to you.
And my boy CrowdStrike not doing so good there, Sharif. All right, we'll head over to the options expiration cycle and take a look at what we got going on with HIMS. We have the 13th expiration, but there's nothing really going on. But here it is. You're going to see a lot of size across the board, and this can be really telling of potential directions leading up into this date. This is 2 trading weeks away. $26, considering so, this is almost 6 times the size of what we have a little bit lower. So 6 times then at the money, essentially right there at that $26 mark. So maybe we hover a little bit south of those specific levels. Same thing, we'll go across the board. Google typically doesn't have that much options activity. You want to look at American Airlines? That's how you're feeling, Fabian? You're feeling 6 months put, 6 month put. Okay, yeah, I see what you're getting at. Just with the increase in oil, give yourself a little bit of room. We can definitely get behind that, Fabian, and see what we got in American Airlines. At the money is your best bet. They're not overly expensive, so just understand that. But I think with this, considering once oil prices start to level out, that trade may not necessarily come into play. But the puts aren't expensive there. The at the money looking at $173 or $231 for something that's slightly in the money there. So not too bad. We'll take a look at the chart too, Fabian, because now you haven't kind of caught my interest on what AAL is doing on a daily, right? Because this can tell us a lot. We just want to go with the flow. Oops, that's Allstate. We don't want that. AAL, what are we doing with this over here on the daily? Straight to the downside. Let's see how this candle forms, Fabian. Other than that, you might be onto something, considering I know you're in the options game these days.
Bang. Cool beans. Sorry, concentrating. Sorry, guys.
Where's that from, Cool Beans?
I don't know, man. My sister, bro.
She knows.
Weird ass California.
No, a lot of people say Cool Beans, man.
Yeah, well, probably from Bear, man. I don't know, man. Leave me alone. All right, keeping an eye. All right, here, SAFX coming back down, bro. Come on. 41.79 high, coming back down into 38 and change. I'm also keeping a close eye here on Antix. It's a triple bottom low into the 5.5 area. I think that this is okay. I got to send it to you, Joe, because I got to set up on Antix here. Sorry,
I don't even know what Hot Rod is, to be honest with you. Hot Rod movie. Oh, is that with that dorky guy, man, who does not Daredevil, but what's that one famous Daredevil guy who flew? No, the guy who jumped the Grand Canyon. What was his name again? On the motorcycle. Yeah, it's not coming to me. Pardon? No. The guy who, Evel Knievel. Yeah. He's like a wannabe one of that. So that is funny. Yeah, Evel Knievel. Anyways, that's a difficult one. Probably one of the most common names on the. I don't know about that. Anyways, I'll be quiet and we'll continuously look at some stocks here. Fabian, onto AAL. What's Palantir been up to on the session? You can load, a little bit of choppy, but some indecision prints off of the lows. Maybe you get a little bit of a bounce here, starting to form somewhat of a triangle, consistent lower highs, but we do have that support base right at 153.68, which isn't bad whatsoever. Now, if you're playing that range, and I'll actually give it to, even though I tell him good trade all the time, what I noticed within his trading is that he's exceptional at trading ranges. Like if the stock's not necessarily directional, he's really good at getting in at key low levels and then just playing the top end of the range, reloading at the lower end of the range. And I noticed that on a couple of his stocks, and I've noticed it for quite some time. So congratulations.
Good job, Katina,
and really nice work on that, Katina, man. Gets in and gets into the nitty gritty because the detail is extremely key. And for someone who looks for a little bit larger of a move, smaller shares, a larger move, Katina, man, putting on shares and looking for just the ebb and flow. And if he's fortunate enough to catch the breakout, then he's already positioned really well at the lower end of the range. So yeah, I like what he's been doing on that one. Really good look, and I think it was on Palantir today that he was just playing the ebb and flow, and even on the TQs, he short a couple of times, just grabbing lower end, and then when it breaks, he's at a dodge looking for something else.
All right. SAFX coming back into that, I want to say one of the breakout areas, which was 38 pennies. You could see all the resistance that it had there, cleared it into 40, made another higher high into 42-ish, 41.79 technically. So let's keep an eye out on this one. SAFX still holding up, but it's not the best looking chart. Now, I also want to mention that I got back into ANTX. I'm looking for here what I perceive to be kind of 1, 2, 3. It could be some short covering. It hasn't really broken trend that aggressively. We've got 73s on. Now, here's my move on on ANTX, excuse me. So we're in at 73. My 2R takes me to 631. And my 3R takes me to 659. So that's what I'm going to be watching out for as it's curling up into the 80s. We don't have a lot of shares this time, like what we took in the morning with this one, but I'm definitely putting in a little bit here just to wet the beak, so to speak, at 88. So let's see if it can kind of maneuver up there. Well, I'm looking for an aggressive $6 break, but you know, this one, the best trade could be past this one. So we're going to pack the patience on ANTX. This one could be bamboozling, right? Because the shorts could be in control here. We know they've been in control since 1225, since we made that area high, right? Now, we're above VWAP, we held the $0.50, but we're not exactly rocketing up above the upward trend line. We're above it, but not by much. So let's keep an eye out there. I've given it to the area low, which takes me into about the $0.50. So let's see what this one has to offer us, okay? Holding still here on SAFX, as this one is continuing to hold back into 40 pennies, goes SAFX. So here it is again, trying to make that move above 41.79. That is the high. And I said very little about this one. I'm cruising for a bruising here, trading DTCK, but it looks like it really wants to reclaim that volume weighted average price and possibly move back into 290. So if that's what it does, I want to be on the participating end of this one. We're going to risk very little below this area entry over here and see what we gonna get on that. Keeping an eye here on SAFX, there it is, back into the high. 2R for me, guys, takes me to 44. There's a huge seller at 42 that we can't shake. So 42 coming in as resistance again, this time though with a higher low, continuing to watch. 42 pennies is the high of the day, looking for a breach there, and then a possible squeeze into 44s. It's probably not going to happen all at once, if it happens at all, because we can't seem to shake the seller at 42. Back now to ANTX. There's 88s. There's the print. We're still holding the great majority of this one for 2R. There's 92. Here comes 6. 6 could be trouble, okay? 6 could be trouble on ANTX, so watch out. I'm going to take a bit off here, but we're going to save the majority of the position for a possible breach of that $6 area. So curling a little bit here, but by no means, in the clear. Let's see if it can breach 6, and if it breaches 6, where are we looking there? But there goes SAFX into another area high. Oh, come on, 43.86 on SAFX. We're gonna take it out here, and there it goes. Boom, that's 2R on SAFX. So that's a good trade. Okay, here we go. We're packing the patience. We're still holding some here. Oh no, I got it out, sorry, at 2X. Packing the patience on the other ones, I should say. ANTX, that was a mistake. I didn't mean to take out the entire thing there on SAFX. That's kind of just having to distribute my attention a little bit there between several things. But anyway, keeping an eye here on ANTX, as this one is putting in a topping tail candle, a dangerous topping tail candle into that $6 area, and that could be trouble because it has a 3-candle green setup, but the problem is it's coming into that predictable area of resistance at $6 and not clearing. That concerns me. Let's see what this one has to offer. We're going to Adara, and then we're going to start the news segment.
But to let you guys know here, USO, surprisingly, is going to continue to be on watch here. NBC reporting that Trump said it's too soon to talk about seizing Iran's oil. But then we have at the same time the White House confirming earlier reports suggesting that Trump is in fact reviewing, quote, all credible options with regards to oil prices. So too soon to say about seizing Iran's oil, though he is apparently reviewing these oil pricing options. Apparently, he left this prospect open with regards to acquiring Iranian oil as the U.S. proceeds with their mission here in Iran. We also have U.S. oil, a little bit of a push higher here. I'm seeing some other comments as well from the foreign minister of Iran saying, quote, Iran has many surprises in store to respond to the U.S. plots. What are these surprises? I do not know, but either way, yeah, it seems like there could be more geopolitical ongoings here in Iran. Back to you.
All right, we're going to Sia.
Let's talk about news for today. So NVIDIA-backed AI data center Nscale here has raised $2 billion. The AI infrastructure has raised $2 billion in a Series C funding round, and the round was led by Aker ASA and 8090 Industries that included participation from NVDA, along with many major investors and known names like Citadel, Dell, Jane Street, Lenovo, Nokia, Astra Capital, Linden Advisors, and Point72. And this startup was founded in 2024. It focuses on building vertically integrated AI infrastructure. Company also operates data centers across the UK, Iceland, US, Norway, and Portugal. And CEO of the company, Josh Payne, has said that the boom is driving what could be the largest infrastructure rollout in AI history and in human history. Also, a quick update from the company is that they appointed 3 new directors today. Sheryl Sandberg, the co-founder of Sandberg Bernthal Venture Partners, Susan Decker, the CEO and founder of Rafter, a community experience platform, and Nick Clegg, a current general partner at Hero Capital. And the startup has expanded its partnership with Microsoft, and a deal was reported to generate up to $14 billion in business for the company.
Yeah, fantastic stuff there, Sia. Thank you. Yeah, as for the Microsoft deal, they're looking to build a supercomputer, which will be extremely interesting. And we talk quite often about the lack of AI build-out that we've seen in Europe, and I think this is a good start. I mean, they've already been building things, but with the partnerships here, there's multiple. They're also signing a deal with OpenAI to establish a data center in Norway. So this is a continuous build-out, and we're seeing a little bit more. And if we're talking about the overspend in the States, and even in other countries, you can still see the demand here, considering that the European Union is essentially still looking to have some form of a competitive nature with their specific build-out. So I like what these guys are doing, starting a build-out with Norway, deals with Microsoft, deals with NVDA, and I guess most importantly, the belle of the ball right now, that's going to be OpenAI.
Yeah, that's it's an interesting look there, Joe, for sure.
Oh, one more thing there.
Yeah,
14.6 after this funding round, $14.6 billion valuation.
Yeah, which is definitely not bad at all. Definitely keeping an eye on that. What do I have to say about this one? All right, keeping a look. They've recently secured several large partnerships, major tech companies, as you mentioned, $14 billion valuation. They've expanded their partnership with Microsoft. Yeah, I got to just be honest with you. I wasn't really concentrating on this one, and we'll just go to the next story with that.
Oh, I'm so sorry. We're going to give me 1 second right over here. Yeah, we're going to talk about Citi. Citi analyst Atif Malik has lowered estimates for Apple, and the revision is reflecting a sharp increase in DRAM prices. Citi has also estimated the memory price could spike roughly 140 basis points of gross margin headwinds in this year alone. And the firm is expecting Apple to absorb part of the cost pressure while maintaining a strong product demand. Also, the forecast 1.3% iPhone shipment growth in 2026, with total shipments that are expected to reach around 246 million units.
Obviously, I'm involved in Apple. It's my largest position, so this concerned me. I made a very clear point to you guys that I was worried about the shortage of RAM and how it would affect Apple. So obviously, I had to do some research into this. Apple, at least for the moment, is shielded. Here's what's going on. So, number one, they do these LTA, long-term agreements, okay, where they secure the price of RAM, NAND, DRAM, whatever you want to call it, into the future. Apple's contracts expire in the second half of this year, at least at the current price. So they're shielded from the inflationary aspect of a RAM, at least for the second half. Now, that doesn't put the 17 Pro Max into concern. Where it does cause concern is for the 18. But as we know, of course, the market is very forward-looking, and this could be trouble. Secondly, though, they do use their scale and their size to basically bully everybody else out of the equation. For example, so say, for example, they're not paying the highest for the advanced memory, then let's just say another customer who doesn't have the same buying power. What Apple will do is they'll bully the supplier. They'll be like, look, how much is, person A paying you? Oh, he's paying you, let's just say 1,000 per 100 units. I'll pay you 2,000 per 100 units, but you give me everything you have. So they do two things there. One, they use their hoard of cash to outduel their competitors. And number two, they're buying supply and taking it off the market and pushing costs up higher for their competitors. So that's how Apple has kind of operated lately. And then there was another thing, do they hedge like airlines? My question was here initially when I started doing the research was, does Apple hedge its component parts in a similar way that airlines do with jet fuel? The answer that I got essentially was yes and no. They don't do it through futures contracts like the airlines do with the oil contracts and the jet fuel contracts that go in the future, which secure a certain price, but they do it through these LTAs and buying power using their hoard of cash. So for the moment, I'm not too concerned, but I am concerned for the 18 rollout as well as the new devices that could be coming online for launch in September. That's where my concern comes in. Mostly, Joey, let's see how this goes.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is a really important factor as well, too. Sharif, memory accounts for 9% of iPhone costs and 15% of iPad and computer costs. So I think that's a major component. It's nothing substantial. Also, the fact that it can run about a 1.4% impact onto their margins. But I know we've seen what Apple's been doing. They're coming out with that cheaper laptop, $600 essentially. So I think they're going to be able to combat this as well, too.
You are not fully right there. There was a report recently where they agreed to pay Samsung a 100% price increase in DRAM. That's not the point, brother, and that's not what I'm saying. I'm not talking about them not paying higher prices. What I'm saying to you is, what are other competitors paying relative to what Apple is paying? It's always a relative analysis. It's not in a vacuum nor absolute. So my point was, if the market price is X, Apple will be paying a little bit lower. It doesn't mean that they're not going to pay higher prices. I didn't mean it to make it sound that way. It's always a comparator about what your competitors are paying, how their margins are getting eaten into versus what you're paying and the effect on your margins. I think that that's kind of the point I was trying to make. And yeah, what do we got next, Sia?
We're talking about oil next. So crude oil, as we know, surged sharply today with the WTI has jumped around 12% to 102.28 per barrel. And this move is following a historic 35% rally in oil as of last week. But as we know it, supply concerns are intensifying as the Middle Eastern producers are cutting production, partly due to risks around the Strait of Hormuz, which carries 20% of global oil consumption. And Iraq's production has collapsed roughly by 70%, and it has dropped to 1.3 million barrels per day from about 4.3 million barrels per day. Kuwait has also announced a precautionary production cut, whereas the UAE has said that it's carefully managing offshore production levels. Tanker traffic has also slowed dramatically because shipping companies are avoiding the strait due to potential war threats and Iranian attacks. U.S. President Donald Trump has also said that the short-term higher oil prices are acceptable given the geopolitical objective. However, the U.S. officials have indicated efforts, that they're underway to restore safe shipping through the Strait of Hormuz.
Yeah, this is really interesting because it's not just about the supply channels now being blocked. We're actually talking about supply itself getting cut, and we're seeing it from Iraq. We're seeing partially from Kuwait, and now the UAE says that they may be looking at it as well. And that, I think, is where we're going to get really into trouble, because we've been talking about the different channels that the Gulf countries can funnel some of the supply. Obviously, it's not the full 20% of world oil that goes through the Strait of Hormuz on a daily basis that can be kind of diverted through the west to east pipeline through Saudi Arabia and some others. Now you're hearing that Iraq Production has collapsed about 70% of what its daily output is, dropping to 1.3 million barrels per day. Kuwait announced precautionary production cuts. The UAE said it's carefully managing offshore production levels. And so this is kind of, I feel, where, you know, the rubber hits the road. You could make the argument we could find different shipping channels for some of the for the oil, but if you're not producing the oil, it doesn't matter what channels are open, Joey. And you know, quite frankly, we've seen the expansion of the war to now hit some of these facilities, whether it's by Israel hitting some of the Iranian facilities and it raining oil rain, or the Iranians hitting the Gulf countries vis-a-vis drones and causing all sorts of production havoc. It's happened in both ways. It sucks. It sucks altogether, but this is the situation we find ourselves in.
Yeah, and I mean, Donald Trump also not eliminating the fact that they might seize some oil as well, too, which would definitely have to include a ground invasion, which would not be good, but he's not ruling it out for sure. But what I found something extremely interesting, considering we're hitting around $95 a barrel. Hyperliquid in exchange here is saying that there's now approximately a 25% chance that you might see $150 a barrel. So that would just skyrocket.
That would be horrible.
That would skyrocket the prices.
Absolutely,
of gas.
No question about it. Yeah. That would start creating demand destruction. I think demand destruction is already going to start happening at around $1.50.
Yeah.
I think that's probably, it's going to be, obviously there's some people that have no choice, but it's going to be like the situations where you do have a choice. Do you drive up to cottage country this week? Do you really make it up to Collingwood, you know? Like that's kind of what I'm saying there. People are going to start really looking at some of their choices if the price keeps going up and up and up. All right, Sia, what do we got next?
Talk about airlines next. So as we know it, airlines have declined heavily today. Delta Airlines, DAL, is down by 3%, followed by other carriers also slipping today. United Airlines, UAL, AAL, JBLU, and LUV dropping around roughly 2 to 3%. This is highly sensitive because jet fuel represents one of the largest operating costs for airlines, and it's very relevant and connected to the previous story that we were just discussing. The decline in airline stocks has followed the massive surge in crude oil prices, and airlines may also face airspace restriction and route changes. As we know, we are still seeing that today due to geopolitical tensions in the Middle East.
All right, and what concerns me even more is that, yeah, sure, the prices are up. We know, though, that a lot of these airlines are hedging their bets via futures contracts. So at least in the short term, they are protected. What they're not protected from, though, is rerouting. And rerouting usually means more miles in the air. More miles in the air means more jet fuel spent. So even though you may not be paying immediately higher jet fuel costs, because again, we've been talking about their hedging, what they're not going to be able to do is divert around or to fly through that area. And we know how important of an area the Middle East is as a global kind of hub between East and West, right? So I think that poses a lot of problems, not just to the Emirati Airlines and these others, but to everybody who flies through there, Joe.
Yeah, and I think you'll see a ripple effect as well too, Sharif, because obviously with the lack of supply in oil, you're going to see those prices start being affected over here as well too, with the increase of jet fuel and just oil in general. But what is that going to do for margins? We already know that they're pretty much running on lower margin. So what are they going to do? They're going to pass that price on to the consumer, just rapidly increasing the price of airfare. So it's not a good look here right now, especially in the airlines.
All right, Sia.
We're talking next about Hims and Hers. I'm sorry, one second. The deal is follow Novo Nordisk's crackdown on compounded GLP-1 versions. And as part of the agreement, Hims and Hers will be acquiring Zava, which is a digital health platform in Europe. Hims and Hers have reported a Q4 revenue of $617.8 million, which is slightly below the $619.2 million analyst estimate. However, the company has posted an EPS of 0.08 cents, beating the expectations of 0.03 per share. Management has also issued a 2026 revenue guidance between 3.5 to 3.7 billion compared to the estimate of $2.9 billion, and shares have gained about 54% over the past year, and the stock was recently traded above its 20-day SMA but below the 100-day, which is suggesting a certain mixed short-term trend here. And yeah, that's about it. What do you have to say about this?
All right, so one thing that is implied, obviously, in that is that this is not just a deal between the two companies. It is, but there's more included. It's the ending of basically a legal feud. So this effectively ends the patent infringement lawsuit that Novo had brought in against Hims and Hers, right? Because they were doing the compounding of the drug locally at these pharmacies, and then they were selling these compounded non-factory made drugs, of course, to customers. So that ends the litigation there. So that's good legal overhang removed from Hims. It's not just a partnership, but it's also the ending of mass compounding. So what does that mean? That means Hims and Hers is no longer selling you a product that they put together with good margins. Because I'll just digress for a second here. There's two parts of the pharmacy business that are left that are still very high margin. One is methadone for opioid addiction, and the price of administering, some of the methadone and naloxone, and we're not going all to that. That's still a high margin business, and then the compounding is still a high margin business. So that's where a lot of pharmacies want to concentrate on, those two. So what is going to happen now with Hims and Hers is they're not going to be selling you a compounded product. They're going to take Novo's product and act as a wholesale middleman and sell it to you. What does that do to margins? It clips margins. So you can't have the same outlook for maybe for revenue, but not certainly for earnings as you had before, unless something fundamentally changes. So two things. One, this deal removes legal overhang. It's not just a deal between two companies. It's the ending of a patent infringement lawsuit. And two, it's the ending of Hims and Hers acting as the compounder, and now they're just a wholesaler. Joey.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's a smart play by Novo Nordisk to just kind of end that, considering they're still in battle with other companies that are compounding the drug as well. What is apparently doing really well, Shreve, is the oral pill with over 600,000 subscriptions. But we talk about the high margins. This price, Ozempic and Wegovy were going for $1,000 a month, now $300. So just imagine what that does to a margin. Yeah, like it's really hard to sustain that. And then also you have competition in larger drug makers like Eli Lilly as well too. So I think it's a strategic play as well as much as it is from a business standpoint. I think that's the direction that they want to head towards. All right, we got a super chat here from our boy Adam James abroad. We know you're abroad, man. You can take that out of the name there, brother. No, I'm obviously joking. Yo, Wagwan. I'm not gonna say the next word. And Rude Boy. Bless up. Yeah. So what's up, brother? I hope you're having a good time. Who knows where this guy is now, but it's definitely somewhere warm.
Bro, Arsenal almost lost to a second division team.
Not the game that you were telling me about last week?
Oh my God.
What was the score?
It was 2-1.
Oh,
it was 2-1 us, right?
Man.
But oh my goodness. Yeah, well, they keep playing like a whole bunch of subs. Anyway, it's not a good look lately for us. We're still first, and we got 7 points in the clear, but it's like we're putting in lower highs. You can just see it. If I had to chart Arsenal on a graph, we're putting in lower highs. And, maybe we got a flat bottom somewhere.
Whoa.
But that might
break. Oh, no.
Yeah, we had to hit that. Yeah, anyway. Tough luck, but it sucks to suck. What is that? Oh, yeah? Okay.
Yeah.
See ya. I heard we're talking a little coin.
Oh, yes, we are. So Bitcoin had started the week with sharp volatility, but it's trading above 67,400 after rebounding from the losses triggered by the spike in global oil prices. But Bitcoin has climbed above $68,000 during the European trading, recovering from 65,633, which has been its lowest level in roughly a week. But the pullback has come from the oil surging and global markets that are reacting to escalating global geopolitical tensions. Also, other coins, ETH has risen 1.9% to about 1,973. It also reached nearly 1,981 during the session. Solana SOL also gained 1.5% to 82.77. There is macro volatility, but there is also resilience here.
There is resilience because we're not at 30,000 yet. So that's kind of the good news. I mean, I don't know. Let's just be honest about it. Joseph and I and Obi and I, we've talked about this multiple times where if you look at the historical pullbacks, again, let's just go for you know what and giggles, right? Let's take that, what was it, November? It was November 2021, right? The high there was, let's just put it right on the dot, 68,967. 68,960. Let's just go 69 because it's easier and I like that number. And then we dropped all the way down, guys, to 14 and change. That is a 78% retracement at the beginning of this decade, from 21 to 22. So I don't think it was beyond the realm of possibility to say that we were going to see that again. And if we do that again, let's do it live right now. Let's take the high, 126 and change, Joey. Let's pull it all the way down. Let's just go 78. We won't even go 80. We'll go 78. That takes us to 27,000. So the fact that we're hanging out here is good news. It's not surprising because we did hang out here for a long time. Look how long we consolidated in this 50 to 75,000 range. Let's go with that range from early March 2024 till the breakout in November 2024. So better part of a year, we were kind of consolidating there. It's only been a few weeks here. I don't know how you feel about this. This article that I wrote this morning says analysts are noting that the crypto market structure has evolved significantly over the past year or two compared with prior cycles, and they're trying to credit institutional participation. They're saying ETF inflows and institutional exposure keeps a bit of a bottom. We've heard that story before.
Yeah.
Greater derivative market depth. We've heard that before. IBIT contracts obviously have a way of creating the put and call walls. You've been talking about that. And integration with the broader macro markets. I don't know how really integrated they are other than being with having ETF inflows. I mean, we haven't seen pension funds, sovereign wealth funds, and hedge funds pick this up en masse. We've seen institutional buying.
We've heard the talks about
We've heard the talks.
like about a percentage.
But it still hasn't
happened. But what I find interesting, Sharif, is that, hey, this is the greatest, IBIT was the greatest ETF launch of all time.
It was.
But then you also, on the other side of the coin, have these mass liquidations, some of the largest since the GFC, right? So it's like you're kind of stuck in this weird parallel of the fact it's like, hey, do we like this thing or do we not? But the one thing that Bitcoin has going for it, because we can't go back and look at any form of fundamentals on this underlying asset, but what we can say is that we know that supply is going to dwindle every 4 years and so on. The reward for mining your Bitcoin is essentially going to be cut in half each and every time, every 4 years, obviously that is. So if we're basing it off anything, it's just that the fact that there has to be some form of demand in the underlying asset, but I don't think there is right now. You have to wait for that new wave of participants. I feel like it's Michael Saylor and a little bit of retail just essentially grabbing this stuff. And he could be the smartest player out right now, but I think that with the volatility, we have seen it cool down a little bit, but you're still experiencing a 40+% pullback, right? 60%. So I mean, it's not the best look, and I think you need to wait for that new wave of investors to really get involved. And I think it was Katina Man saying it, people just get really excited about that new shiny thing. Bitcoin is not that right now, but if it starts to climb a little bit higher, then you're going to get the reality of the FOMO of participants stepping in, and then that's when you can get some institutional engagement as well.
I have a question for you. Remember you and I think to be fair, a lot of us had the bias that most of the crypto millionaires have been minted.
Yeah, for sure. Well, they have. Yeah, they have been.
Okay, so let's talk a little bit about that.
Unless you have a substantial amounts of capital, like Michael Saylor.
Well, of course.
The retail.
If you're going to DCA,
the retail, the minting of the retail millionaire is essentially probably gone.
So, with that in mind, when do you think we started saying that? When it was like hitting 80, 90, 100.
I think,
right?
Maybe even a little bit lower than
even
that,
a little
right?
bit lower?
Because if the early investor, the early retail guy who's grabbing this thing for dollars, essentially, right? You hit that $20,000 mark, you're essentially, or $1,000 on it, you've already essentially made yourself.
So the point I'm trying to get to is, we saw a retracement into 14,000-ish. Let's just go with 15 because it was 14 and change, right? In 22. We saw the base form pretty well there. It was mostly defended 20-ish, but there were times it dropped below. So now let's just go with the bias that this thing drops into the high 20s, low 30s. Do you still feel that the majority of the crypto millionaires have been minted at 27,000, at 35,000? What do you think about that?
Yeah, I do, because
you do?
I think the exponential growth is in the lower digits, right? Like from when it's low, like when it's in the double or triple digits.
Right.
But once you get into that 20,000, think about how many you have to buy in order for it to, and then the compound after that in order for you to actually become a millionaire.
So so just to summarize, I think our bias is that the majority of the crypto millionaires were minted, I want to say 17, 16, 15, not 18, because 18 I think it hit 20 and change, right? Something like that. Yeah. Okay.
It's really like it's the individuals who were involved just shortly after the white paper, who there wasn't necessarily such a direct way to get the cryptocurrency, because it was significantly harder back in the day, right?
Sure.
Like you had to do a bunch of
cold
weird
wallets
stuff.
and stuff. Yeah, I remember my buddy doing it in 18.
You had to do a lot of sketchy stuff that the internet and the retail investor wasn't necessarily familiar with, opposed to now, a click of a button. It's so much more accessible, right? A flick of the wrist.
Flick of the wrist. Katina, man, you got the rollie on today? No, he's got the Apple Watch on. All right, minted.
I sold it to buy Bitcoin.
Katina, man, no, he's lying. I just saw it. Minted means, I forget the person, fearless creation. Minted means, made. Like, so how many Bitcoin millionaires do you think Bitcoin millionaires can still manifest at these price levels, or the price levels Joey and I were talking about? That's kind of what I was asking. That's what I meant by minted, Minting something means making it, creating.
Like it makes it so much more difficult when you're at 100,000. So say you had the capital to buy one Bitcoin at 100. Now you need it to 10x, opposed to it going from $1 to $10, right? That it makes things, and then you have the compound from $10 to $100, which you're at almost 1,000% or whatever it may be, 100% at that point. So 1,000%.
All right, Sia, what do we got next?
We're talking about MU not doing the best here. Because Samsung Electronics and SK Hynix have reportedly secured the roles as exclusive suppliers for 6th generation of HBM4 memory for NVIDIA's next generation Vera Rubin AI accelerator. And this is giving the two memory giants in Korea a major advantage in the race to supply high bandwidth memory for the next generation AI chips. But MU was notably left out of the initial supply chain for NVIDIA's upcoming AI platform. So this explosive growth in AI infrastructure is reshaping the memory market, particularly for the HBM, which is a high bandwidth memory. And this demand has created tight supply conditions and a strong pricing power for the HBM producers in particular. Samsung has already started the mass production of HBM4 chips, and there are certain industry reports that are suggesting that these chips pricing could reach around $700 per unit, which is roughly 20 to 30% higher than the actual production price than prior generation HBM, my bad. And Micron, by contrast, is reportedly struggling to meet some of NVIDIA's strict technical requirements here. And analyst commentary also just about Micron is maintained at buy just by Citigroup, and that's all.
Thank you very much, Sia. So here's what my understanding is as to why NVIDIA made the selection for SK and Samsung as opposed to choosing the American alternative. The only vertically integrated manufacturer of RAM is Micron. My understanding is customization and speed barriers. So apparently NVIDIA set performance requirements at about 10 to 11 gigabytes, significantly higher than the standard. Samsung was the first to successfully pass the litany of NVIDIA's tests that they put their suppliers to before they signed the contract. SK Hynix is still optimizing, from my understanding, at 11 gigabytes, and Micron either can't reach those levels consistently or can't reach them at all. And then there's also the one-stop shop advantage sort of thing. Samsung offers the best kind of turnkey RAM. Basically from the jump, Samsung can manufacture granules, the basic logic dies, and the final packaging obviously is done in-house. And capacity and volume, apparently Samsung is basically able to produce a lot more. And from my understanding as well, SK Hynix has sold their entire inventory to NVIDIA, so they're looking for another large supplier. And I'm assuming that the assumption by NVIDIA was that Micron wouldn't be able to get it done. So that's kind of the look for me. I don't think it's a good look for an American company, with all the reshoring push and the pressure that President Trump has put on some of these tech companies to buy American, to go and do that unless they really need to buy South Korean. In this case, it feels like it was, Joey. We'll find out.
Yeah, I mean, I look left, right, and center here, and it's essentially the price target increasing here on some of these HBM, DRAM names, and it doesn't going to stop. It's still maintaining positive buy, increase of price target left, right, and center. And I think it's important to note that a lot of these companies are starting to implement the increase in costs within the manufacturing of whatever they may be, computers and phones as well too. So I think that this sector is definitely going to be on a little bit of a run for the foreseeable future until you, as you mentioned before, until you kind of have that gluttony of it, but there's just like, hey, there's too much of it going on that we don't necessarily need it anymore.
All right, Adam James dropping 2 in the chat. If AGA breaks through here, it's going to $6 plus. Let's take a quick look at AGH before we send it back to Sia. I'm looking for a move above $6 for ANTX, by the way. Packing the patience on that. AGH, let's flip to the 5. Above $6. So $6, not that far away. And it's a key level of resistance too, because look at that 925. That's the implied balance high, and it rejected that. It's breaking the downtrend line though. So good call by you, Adam, on that. Camp is breaking out into the high of the day. CAMP, it's up 71.5. Be on the lookout, 7.25 high. But this is the look on AGH. Breaking trend, not a bad look, Adam. This one could see 6 1/5. There goes Camp into 743. CAMP is breaking out, guys. See ya.
So Oracle and OpenAI are the ORCL and OpenAI are reportedly scaling back on expansion plans at their AI data center project in Albion in Texas. The partners are considering expanding the facility beyond its current footprint, but the additional expansion here plans are currently now off the table. But the site currently spans about 1,100 acres and includes 8 data center buildings. The Abilene facility also represents the first deployment of the Stargate project, a partnership which involves OpenAI, Oracle, SoftBank, and the U.S. government, and it's aimed at building massive AI computing capacity. But despite abandoning the local expansion plan, Oracle and OpenAI are still moving forward with the broader capacity targets that are tied to this Stargate project.
Yeah, very interesting look here. It looks like, the original 8 data center buildings in Abilene remain on schedule, no changes to the initial development time. This is all part of course, Stargate. So, I think the companies also announced plans last year to build an additional 5 U.S. data centers, with Oracle and OpenAI responsible for 3 of them. This is under the Stargate initiative. It's interesting. It's definitely eye-opening, especially with, the, let's just say, controversy surrounding AI data center spend, specifically with OpenAI really kind of being past its prime. Any cancellation of any projects, I think, is going to be viewed more suspiciously, that, things may be coming to a head. I personally don't want to use OpenAI as the litmus test. I think that there are definitely others who are not only just passing OpenAI, but who also have deep pockets. It's not just this company that has them, even though they are well-financed, obviously, and they have first mover advantage. But
OpenAI.
Yeah, OpenAI.
Yeah, I was going to say the total opposite for Oracle, though, because we've seen before they have the mass layoffs, right? They're not going through with the expansion. So like that to me is like, oh, who's a little casual cash strapped. And we just did an example of a company like Nscale, who's just did a funding round for $2 billion, looking to build data centers in Norway. So we were talking about Oracle being the potential bubble to the AI, but there is other larger entities that have the ability to go through these funding rounds and meet their obligations, essentially.
No question about it. No question about it. Daryl, what's your take on this?
Okay, so I mean, it's Oracle. I have a take. I know I'm boring at this point. Everyone knows I'm going to talk about Oracle. And here's the thing, like, I'm not even here to necessarily talk trash about Oracle. I've always said my opinion with Oracle is until they show me differently, I do, find things to be a little bit questionable here about their business. And even then, I pulled up these headlines for a reason. But as I pulled them up, I see, hey, Deutsche Bank lowering its price target on Oracle to, I cannot believe this is $300, but whatever. Barclays also lowering its price target on Oracle. Now, some of this could be ahead of earnings tomorrow after the bell, but still, kind of a dicey look. And I want to talk about the headline progression here because it is worth noting. I don't think it's mentioned in the note here, but we had a couple different outlets and then actually Oracle themselves all denying this report or clarifying this report might be a better word. So here was the initial report from Bloomberg saying they were ending their expansion plans. A couple minutes after that, CNBC comes out and they say, hey, any existing plans for Oracle's data center project with OpenAI remain on track. Now, you're going to get an Adara news tip here. Anytime I hear anything like existing or remains on track, I immediately go, but what was the existing plan? Because if you don't provide any kind of caveat, I don't really know what you're talking about. So then CNBC basically clarified, yeah, they were not denying the Bloomberg report. They were just saying, hey, whatever plans there were existing, they are still existing, did not really comment on the expansion. But then we got this clarification from Reuters about an hour after that. So yes, guys, that's like 3 headlines in an hour and a half period. This Reuters one came out after the bell on Friday. They're basically saying, hey, the original deal's moving forward. They're still going to get buildings 1 to 8. So again, all of these outlets kind of denying the expansion without out and out denying the expansion, which is interesting. However, Oracle, they did out and out deny that they were canceling this expansion. Oracle said that's not happening. But again, any clarifying comments they made we're in line with these other reports. So long story short, I am of the opinion that these outlets and Oracle themselves are basically kind of addressing without actually addressing it. Hey, yeah, this expansion isn't really happening, but we have to put in a brave face ahead of earnings. Now, I also think it's interesting. Oracle waited a good 48 hours before responding to these allegations, which is kind of an odd move if you have a plan and if the allegations are not true. Now, before we send you back to Sharif and Joe, because I know I've been yapping about my favorite subject here, let's talk about ORCL and what they did last quarter, because they're going to be reporting Q3 2026 tomorrow. As of right now, they're not really on track to meet that cloud infrastructure guidance that was so lofty of theirs. But I really want to talk about the growth in cloud. So cloud revenue growth last quarter, 34% year over year. Their total revenue growth was 14% year over year. Now, their next largest segment growth was 7%. So that's almost a fifth of their cloud growth. So what that means, guys, is basically the only reason this company is growing revenue at all, or at least last quarter, is because of cloud. So if they don't see that consistent cloud growth, and again, we're seeing some signs of cloud weakness in Oracle, my crystal ball, my Oracle is telling me we might have another rough quarter.
Thank you very much, Adara. All right, Sia, what do we got next?
Acquiring BioCare Medical for $950 million here. It's announced a definitive agreement to acquire BioCare Medical for $950 million in cash. BioCare specializes in antibodies and diagnostic reagents used in pathology labs. So BioCare has developed more than 300 specialized antibodies, and the company has produced double-digit revenue and profit growth since 2021, generated more than $90 million in revenue in the year 2025 alone. Management is expecting the transaction to be gradual to Agilent's revenue growth, margins, and non-instrument revenue mix in the first year.
And that's what I like about it. Management expects the transaction to be immediately accretive to revenue growth. It's going to help with margins, if you believe the reports, as well as the revenue mix. So that helps with concentration risk. Also, the article states that kind of by integrating BioCare's antibody portfolio, which is kind of what they have, with the existing diagnostic capabilities of Allegiant. That kind of aims to deepen the presence that they have in pathology workflows, as well as clinical research applications. A lot of stuff that's way above my pay grade, but definitely things that you feel definitely the market may reward.
All cash deal too. Makes it a little bit more smooth. Essentially expected to close by no later than the fiscal fourth quarter of 2026. So not too long. The latter half of the year, you can't complain about that.
All right, what do we got next? See ya.
We're talking about Live Nation. Live Nation is very close to settling a federal antitrust lawsuit that was brought by the U.S. DOJ, which was filed in May of 2024, which was sought to break up Live Nation and force the sale of its Ticketmaster unit. So it had been alleged that the company used its dominant position to inflate ticket prices and harm artists. The case intensified the scrutiny of Live Nation's 2010 acquisition of Ticketmaster, and calls for regulatory action are growing louder after the Taylor Swift 2023 Eras Tour ticket sales, where fans were facing a long time for online wait times and a lot higher ticket prices.
I don't want to blame Live Nation for all the ticket mishaps that you have, but have you looked at what the World Cup game here, the first one with Canada, the BMO?
I don't want to know.
It's 6,500
just to get in the door.
That's the actual price. That's not secondary market.
Yeah.
So there's obviously like this, inflationary push for these event experiences, and I don't think it's really Live Nation's fault. Right? I don't think it's Ticketmaster's fault. I think that basically the market is becoming super exuberant and people are making a business out of this, right?
Yeah.
They're buying them at face value, which is super cheap, and they're going to off the market. I think that's really where you need to address it, the off-market sales.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Secondary market.
Because didn't in the UK, didn't they say, hey, we can't sell tickets anymore above face value?
I don't know, how does that work though? So can't you just use a VPN and then,
it's not even that, but couldn't you just purchase the tickets on your own and then go on, say, Marketplace or do
and
something
anywhere else, anywhere else and do
right?
it? Well, knowing what they do in the UK to you, if you mess around online, Joe, you may not want to do that. You get a knock at the door.
Immediately at the door, right?
Immediately at the door.
But again, like you mentioned, it's more or less the third party, just the secondary market that is really causing the issues.
Exactly.
People, purchasing the tickets and then making a post is like, hey, goes to or best OBO, right? Or best offer.
Exactly, OBO. It says here, regulators argue that Live Nation's control of the venues, the promotion, and the ticketing is creating barriers for competitors and limiting pricing transparency for consumers. Okay, so explain the FIFA problem. You see what I'm saying? Like, where the hell is that come into play here? I think it's a general, market demand thing that's really causing the anomaly here.
Yeah,
I don't think it's just one.
But do you feel it's an anomaly? I feel like this is going to be a continuous thing until you run into some form. We're talking about a strapped consumer. Well, people are paying $6,500.
Clearly, they're still paying.
Right?
Clearly, they're still paying. I was looking at Tame Impala to see what I could get for the tickets off market, and it's like triple what I paid for them, man.
Exactly, man.
Triple what I paid.
And Obi made a good point too. It's just Algo's just getting in the queue and then just buying as many as they possibly can right out of the gate, and then that's how you have something that can. It's a high margin business. I told you what happened to my buddy in the Jays game, right? Like he got. There's just so many ways around this year now. So.
All right, we are a couple of minutes over time, so we gave back the boys what they gave us in the morning. And we're gonna go up to Adara. She's got news at the big desk.
Yeah, I think this is kind of an interesting look here because we were just talking about Oracle and OpenAI here, but the information reporting about half an hour ago, and I'm just seeing this circulate now, the reason OpenAI decided not to expand the Airline site with Oracle is because they want separate NVIDIA Vera Rubin facilities. Oracle walked away, NVIDIA put down a deposit. They're in talks to basically place this with other big tech tenants like Meta. We heard something to this effect on Friday, but the information reporting some more details. Again, this isn't breaking, but I think worth noting because I'm just seeing this headline kind of circulate now on social media. And because we just discussed ORCL and OpenAI, Oracle, of course, is going to remain on heightened watch as well ahead of that earnings report tomorrow. But now we're going to head to the afternoon show. It's Obi, it's Sean, and it's trading.
Yeah, some kind of trading. Hey, Obi, how's it going?
Not too bad. How are you?
No positions. I'm in a position here. Yeah, good. How was the midday
okay.
there?
I'm just watching.
You mentioned you're watching some
US
Fallout.
and I was watching some Fallout. Yeah.
How was that?
I'm on the second season. I actually started it like I think a couple of weeks ago. It's pretty good.
Yeah, you were mentioning. I think we're going to get onto that. That's an Amazon show.
Yeah, I haven't really played any of the games. Unfortunately, I've heard really good things about them, but the show is absolutely solid.
Okay, good. Yeah, I've never played the game. I was always like, oh, I don't want to watch because I haven't played the game, but I don't know if that matters.
That's what I was saying initially, and then I was told like you don't need to play.
There was another Amazon show that was video game based.
You're The Last of Us.
Last of Us.
I haven't seen that one because I haven't finished the game. I'm like halfway
There you
through
go.
the game,
So there you go.
I haven't really.
Games, but Grand Theft Auto's coming out.
Yeah, the movie or the game?
Take Two. Is there going to be a movie? That would be wild. Probably already is very similar movies out to what Grand Theft Auto may be.
GTA 6 has been
Day in the
coming out
life
for a
of
long
Miami, I guess. Yeah, I know. November is what we're thinking about. Take Two Interactive. Welcome, everybody. Yeah, welcome to the after show here, the afternoon show, I guess. It's 2 p.m. right now. No major earnings or anything today. We'll double check the earnings board with Adair later. But I'm just short Robinhood right now, seeing if this market wants to come back. Short a little bit of NASDAQ here as well. Just short right here, right now on Hood, underneath the 200 period. And you know what? To be honest with you, man, we started to short it because of VWAP. And now it looks like we're trying to hold VWAP. We just got a little underneath right there. Yeah, but our out, I mean, it's not too far away, man. If we broke 30s, I was going to get out of this one, and we almost did that just now. So short Palantir here, short Robinhood, just underneath, you know, this is maybe not a great, I got to really convince myself that I like this. I mean, if the futures fall down, I know Robinhood will go, but we're not even down that much anymore. So I'm not in love. I really did like this one at VWAP there, and just a little slow right now on the market, not much going on. So I was going to wait to see if this name wanted to fall back in if the futures go. If they don't, that's why we have a pretty quick stop right now. So we'll lose 30 cents on this one. And then we've just sort of been given a little bit back here on Palantir. We were long. And then we tried again right here long at 154. Once we dropped it, that was it. And then we went short. Was able to get out pretty good on some of these moves into 154, back down to 153.50. So there was a little bit there. Then our last trade, short 154, was stopped out. And then I said, you know what, I might as well give it just a little bit more room, like up into the 50s here. So that's what the short we have on right now. So short Robinhood, short Palantir. But honestly, man, I thought, you know, the way this market is, and we started the day, Obi, and we had mentioned how sort of wild the opens have been for some of these names. And it was true for the futures, where we made a move up, then back down. And then we kind of just did this. And now we're starting to go high side. The only thing is that other than Friday, there was the move up around, sorry, this is the wrong chart. I want to just quickly look to see what we've did on Friday, just so I can show you guys right here. You know, the last basically hour or so on Friday, we had to move down, right? The last hour or so on Thursday, we had to move up pretty big. Then that's Friday. Then on Wednesday, we started to drift down a little bit as well. So we're just gonna wait to see what these futures wanna do right now at this level. All right, like this is a decent area here. I could see us sort of fading a little bit back in. I don't think VWAP will be in play. This move already happened in the middle of the day. So that's the one that you would have liked to catch, that sort of that backside move on the futures, finally sort of breaking that 50 period right into there. You know, respected it since we broke early, broke the trend right about there, and a nice move down. Let's just see if there is some sort of continuation. We're getting a little bit now, but we need to get a little lower. So I'm just holding on to this, thinking what happens. At the end of the day on Friday, we had that Oracle news. Let's see if we do tip down just a little bit. And here we go a little here. I do want to get out of some Palantir around 154 flat. So we'll see if we can get some prints there. And then after that, man, lower. And maybe this 50 period moving average comes into play. But the market's got to go down if we're going to make any money on these shorts. So patience for now.
I mean, something that is definitely coming down right now is USO. Once again, another leg to the downside
Finally,
here.
dog.
114s. I was watching this 113.5, but it's just there's no relief in terms of the selling that's been happening here. 113s all the way down to 111s. Maybe we catch a bit of a bid here right now, but this thing, I mentioned it before, and I'm going to say it again, absolutely beautiful kind of a trading vehicle here. That initial pop in the morning was great. I was watching it here, so during I guess the midday couple trades that I definitely missed was this 119. I was kind of watching it and I was like, okay, this is about to come in. Hesitated for a little bit and it was down into 118s, 117s already, almost $2 down. And then you can see here lower highs and lower lows, currently printing fresh lows on the day here on USO. The market itself kind of just chopping around this 24,600. Yeah, the reversion was absolutely solid when it did come in. The first, I guess the first red candle here on the 15-minute doesn't really give us any sort of strong selling. That was around 11:30. But then you have this one right here at about 12:45 that does bring us in a little bit close to VWAP. I don't think we've gotten to VWAP on the SPY or the NASDAQ just yet, but some selling coming in, going into the later half of the day here on the futures. So
I see what people are saying about how, you know, the futures are coming in here because oil's on the way down. Go long on stocks because oil is printing lower. Well, fine. I completely understand that. I understand the relationship. All good. The only thing is that, you know, I still like the technical setups. We are getting a little more out. And I just wanted to say, we wrote down USO, and I never even thought we'd get to this, man. 113 there today. Now you're bouncing a little bit there on oil. But yeah, dropping like a stone right there. I must have missed some kind of a story. That was 114 down to 111. We'll keep our ears to the ground for you for sure. But yeah, a couple of good covers here on Robinhood and on Palantir as we made some moves lower. So I understand what everybody's saying. I am starting to cover a little bit right now on the space. So we'll see if oil can bounce. I'm really just waiting for this NASDAQ to crank just a bit lower. Okay, well, yeah. I mean, Meta, I thought they would have closed a lot of these offices, you know, in sort of these areas maybe a little earlier. We did see some Amazon data centers got hit early during this. And then obviously the loss of life is what most people should be concerned about there. So it's nice to see Meta closing office and telling them, go work from home, I guess, and get it figured out. So, all right, man, we are ready to rock and roll. I am covering those shorts, so thank you so much for bringing up the oil point. But we're looking at everything right now on the desk. So let's go back over to Sharif. We do, if we're ready. We do perfect. We do have you know, the rundown, and this is what you guys have voted for during the midday. So let's go find out what you want us to talk about, and then we'll do some talking.
Welcome, everyone, to the Afternoon Rundown, the show where you decide what we talk about every afternoon. CNI, we're locked and loaded. The big boys, Obi and Sean, they're locked and loaded, and they're ready to look at the tickers as decided by you. But the only way to get your tickers on the midday show, or sorry, in the Afternoon Rundown, is to get into the chat and vote for your favorite tickers every day. But you got to throw in that $sign. See ya. We got to tell them every time. Otherwise, it doesn't register, right? Let's take a look at all four major averages. All four major averages are negative, but way off the lows. The triple Qs trying to work back into 599. Boys and girls down, I should say 0.15. But look at this column over here, up 0.8 since the bell rang. Much of the same look here for the SPY, down 0.5%, but almost up 0.5% since the bell rang. And the DIA, the Dow Jones Industrial ETF, down 0.84, and the IWM Russell 2000 ETF also a little bit less than 1%, down 0.94, but certainly off the low as well. Let's take a look at the first name as decided by you guys. No surprise here. HIMS, HIMS, up 41.25. It's not at the high, Sia, but that's a big move up after this one's been decimated for a period of months. What's a look?
Yeah, just a couple analyst ratings. Wall Street sentiments are mixed over here for HIMS and HERS. Average analyst rating is hold, and at a 23.40 average price target. But recent analyst upgrades also, some of them are B of A has downgraded to neutral, and Morgan Stanley has maintained at equal weight, and Leerink Partners at market perform.
All right, guys, so interesting look there from the rating agencies today. Of course, we had the headline that them and Novo Nordisk would actually be doing a business tie-up rather than suing each other for patent infringement. The market liked that, guys, up 41 and change.
Yeah, no, it's, I mean, we're just talking about how it's holding pretty well on the day. Again, one of my top ideas coming in, we did define some levels here in the pre-market session, and it's been holding some of these lows. You can see here, 21, a bit of a double bottom here on 21, attempted to push 21, day low coming in at 20.98. and a couple of tests of that area still holding. But on the other end, I did mention that this anchored VWAP right here, you can see how nicely that's been holding as well on the upside. There's whether you want to call it a held offer or just some resistance here, every time it gets up into this anchored VWAP, you can see that sellers do step in. But here's the thing. You can see those sellers have been getting a little weaker and weaker. Every test brings us back a little bit higher. We've been making higher lows in what I think Sharif would like to call a flat top break, or a flag that's following, a bit of a flat top happening here at 22 halves. So I do have this on watch, maybe looking for a strong push. Very good news, I guess, in terms of what was happening with them and Novo. Novo finally being like, all right, fine, we'll sell on your platform there. But this could be another case of that leg consolidation, which we're seeing today, and another leg maybe tomorrow. So a day 2 play potential for HIMS for sure. I'm going to continue watching this one here. If we can crack that 22.5 going into the later end of the day, I do like the fact that we've been holding some level of support here on 21s and stepping up into this anchored VWAP. VWAP itself is now coming in as well, pretty closely to that anchored, as it was slightly extended off of it coming in off of the open. But we'll see how it kind of pans out.
Yeah, I mean, what about us as Novo Nordisk? Yeah, I mean, not really much. Novo here today, obviously up a little bit, 1.7%. You gotta like that, considering how the market's trading today. We can look at Eli Lilly and just to get a quick little look. But at VWAP, that was a pretty tough trade early. I mean, started to tick down once we finally took down sort of that 200 period and started to get the lines going the right way. Then we had a nice move up into $40 again for Novo Nordisk. But this name continues to get hit, right? I don't think you really want to go long, but this is getting ready for a potential break right into here of $40. So you got a lot of garbage down here. Novo Nordisk maybe starts to pop upside. I mean, there are more products in more hands, I think is a win, right? And so I like this opportunity also for Novo Nordisk here today. Eli Lilly, of course, is the big dog. We'll see what they're doing. Nope. Let's go switch over Eli Lilly. Over chart. All right, so both names are up. I just wanted to see if it was maybe a sector-related thing, but yeah, this looks like pretty good too, man. Right here, 992, good little dip buy zone areas. I mean, you have to be up $6 from here to get to that level, but 992, 993, something like that for Eli Lilly. But yeah, I don't mind the Novo Nordisk look on the upside right there, moving forward, right? More people with their hands on weight loss, GLP drugs through Hims and Hers. I mean, it's a great opportunity to grab it. We have stuff like that here, but I think that's like the telehealth and ordering and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, I think it's a win here for Novo Nordisk and Hims and Hers. They can come together, which it seems like they've done that. So I was actually really strange looking at that stock because I thought it would have been more of a mover than it was, other than the first 10 or 15 minutes. So interesting look there for Novo Nordisk. Palantir goes up, Palantir goes down, Hood goes up, Hood goes down. Not much happening on my positions right now. So let's go back. You're done with Hims and Hers?
Yeah. No.
All right, let's go back over to the desk and figure out what stock 2 is.
Okay, that's
crazy. You got to stay alive, though. You got to stay alive.
No, I won't.
All right, Tesla's next, guys. A couple of headlines on Tesla, then Sia will give you another one here. Semiconductor shortages, guys. We heard China could consider export controls on Nexperia chip subsidies, that threatening auto production as well. Very reliant on that. Separately, we had, I was going to joke and say noted Tesla bull Gordon Johnson. He's the exact opposite, noted Tesla bear. He's actually making the point here that disengagements on the latest version of FSD are actually increasing relative to the prior version. So saying 14.2 was rolled out in October 25, and disengagements have actually increased from version 14.1. I don't know if the veracity of his data is right, but that is what he's reporting vis-a-vis an expo. So you have another headline about somebody leaving the company.
Yeah, so longtime engineering veteran Thomas Dimitrick, who's the director who played the foundational role in building the company's OTA infrastructure and also the newly launched robotaxi ride-hailing service. He officially announced his departure from Tesla as of today, and he's left the company after 11 impressive years. His team built the software infrastructure for Tesla's robotaxi, and comments from him, he described the work as creating a ride-hailing capability and bringing it to the world in a way that has never been seen before.
Never been seen before, guys. Tesla down 1 1/3.
No wonder why everybody wants me to get FSD, man. All these disengagements. I'm going to be driving off the road over here. Yeah, no, I mean, I really think that I need to go back to looking at Tesla as like a top traded stock for me. Like this move happens, like there's big moves happening all the time. And then I look over at the chat and they're like, Tesla. And it's like, boom, like nice move back up there to the upside. Okay, still down. I'm short the market here. It looks like we're starting to blow higher here. So this is going to be a problem for these shorts. But you guys already know, we've talked about where my stop out is for all these trades. So hopefully, okay, here goes Palantir. Where's my stop for Palantir? It skids out. Both stocks, okay, both stocks right now stopped out. Robinhood right there at the highs, it looks like. And Palantir, fine by me, man, right into here as well. Stop out for Palantir. We could wait for VWAP 155, but maybe the market is turning around. Is USO trying to turn around as well right now? No, not really. See what I mean? Market goes up, oil goes up. So it just goes to show you that that sort of relationship there between market and not might be slightly different than what we're thinking here. Okay, President Trump. Oh, talking about U.S. demands again, all that kind of stuff. Okay, that's fun. All right, Tesla. Tesla. Just a quick look. I like the levels we're at here for Tesla, so I don't think there's any discussion there. These dip buy opportunities seem to be available. The only thing is, man, we're getting a lot low. Like every day, we seem to be getting lower, and some of those lows just continue to get going there. And even if we zoom in just a little bit more on this, you know, you're gonna see like this was the low, then we got that low, then we're starting to, you know, tick a little lower. Meanwhile, the highs kind of remain at the same spot here. So 420 seems to be a high, and this is getting lower, man. You're sitting right now on the 200 period moving average. Dangerous time here for Tesla shareholders, I think. Looks like we're about to lose that bid. I still really like the stock, but I honestly, man, I don't know. Like Starlink should be moments away, potentially SpaceX, all that. So I just wonder if traders are maybe selling off some Tesla shares before all the hoopla. But I like the stock. We know they're selling less and less of these vehicles now, and moving over to Optimus. So I guess maybe this is a wait and see story, Obi, until the next earnings release, and we really see where some of their profits are coming from. But for right now, Tesla, just a couple months off of its all-time high of 500, we find ourselves down at 391.
Yeah, I think the selling in the morning was definitely interesting for me, where I was just like, okay, pre-market comes in, you retest prior week, some decent selling coming into the end of the week, and then gapping below in the pre-market session. What's really kind of catching my eye here, and I was talking about this during the morning session as well, was that increasing relative volume. You can see here that once that RVol kind of drops off, the volume is also kind of continuously dropping off as well. Decent relative volume in the morning session, kind of suggesting that this is being sold off with volume that's higher than norm. Right? So what do I like to infer from that? I'm like, okay, fine. If we're selling off aggressively on increased relative volume, there's unnatural participation that's happening here, and it seems like it's seller dominant. That's what the chart is kind of showing us. Look at what happens once that RVol kind of steps off. What a beautiful reversion this becomes into as the volume starts to kind of fall off and price just reverts to a mean, which is at VWAP, and then continues to push even higher. And you can see here the market started to sell off here around 1245 with a decent reversion back down into 24.6s here on the NASDAQ, and then a clean reversion here to 6.7s on the ES as well. But Tesla doesn't really pull back that aggressively, kind of reiterating the fact that maybe we've done a lot of selling that we were going to do for the majority of the day. So I do like this setup. I think definitely missed it here. But if you see, just on a higher time frame, aggressive selling on the first 3 15-minute candles, you get a bit of a doji, some indecisiveness, and then just flips the script straight to the upside. Now it seems like we're making a bit of a beeline to that opening range high, where sellers were very dominant in the morning session. So that's kind of what I have on watch here on Tesla, definitely on a self-drive all the way back to highs.
right, guys. NVIDIA next up here, up 1 1/5. A couple of headlines on NVIDIA. Nothing really major on the day, though. Obviously, Vera Rubin, their next-gen AI GPU, coming out soon, and they were looking for certainly a supplier for RAM. Looks like they've snubbed Micron and instead have gone with SK Hynix as well as Samsung. We went over some of the reasons why during the midday. They also have another headline today.
Yeah, so as we discussed earlier in the show, it backed the AI data center startup Nscale, raising $2 billion in a Series C funding round. The round was also led by Acker, ASA, and 8090 Industries. It also included participation, as we know it, from NVIDIA, with major investors like Citadel, Dell, Jane Street, Lenovo, Nokia, just to name a few. And just a little bit more about Nscale. It was founded in 2024. It focuses on vertically integrated AI infrastructure, and the company operates data centers across UK, Iceland, Norway, Portugal, and Iceland.
All right, guys, something else to keep in mind, that Oracle and OpenAI tie-up for some of the data centers they were looking at building are on the chopping blocks, at least for now. One has to assume those would have included NVIDIA chips as well.
I mean, so this week we have Oracle, right? ORCL, what is it, Wednesday? I just want to double check to see what date it is. Is it tomorrow? Yeah, so it's tomorrow at 5 p.m. So, sorry, conference call tomorrow at 5 p.m. after close. So we'll get that look soon for Oracle. And for me, I mean, I know Adair is super excited to read the Oracle report and see what's going on there. I almost think that look, it's definitely not out of the way yet. I mean, you got everything's downturning, right? Even the 200 period looks like it's trying to slope down. So that's looking like it wants to slope down a little bit as well. But yeah, there's the move on the 50 period moving average. We've really seen a drop off since that whole OpenAI story, right? On one of their earnings reports, it must have been back in here in September, where the story was, man, we're just going to just build all these data centers. We have all the support. And then it was like, wait a second, how are you doing it? Like, how are we funding this thing? It's like, oh yeah, we got to go to market for that. And we got to raise $100 billion and all these kind of, balance sheet, really affecting this play down here for Oracle, as they don't have the cash and they got to go out, find that, and they're taking a hit on the balance sheet. And who knows what kind of profits will even come from all of these data centers. So Oracle's down about like 60% or something from its top. That's 340 down to 140. So yeah, man, you're losing a lot of money on this Oracle trade if you've been involved in the past 6 months as it appears near its lows. Sometimes things are beat up so much that maybe they become attractive. So I think for this trade, I would wait until earnings, but I don't think there's anything wrong with trying to maybe grab some calls or something like that, depending on how expensive we're talking, 160, 170. I mean, the case has been with a lot of these big data center plays, let them report. And I guess that's what Oracle is now, right? Is let them report, see the reaction, and then, adjust after day 1, day 2, day 3 of trading, because I don't know how the market's going to take whatever numbers they're going to come out with. It's just when you look at what their PE is right now, you're at an attractive level for their historical lows. You're at 19 right now for Oracle. So, that's not bad considering where we were. We were in the 50s and 60s all the way up there. So I feel like this is a decent PE. It's now the forward PE that is, and that's why we wait to see what this market wants to do tomorrow night, Obi, because honestly, underneath, there's not too many names that are actually underneath the market multiple right now that are in the tech space. So if you believe in Oracle, I think you got a couple more days and then you could buy the dip here on ORCL. So I don't know. I like some of these levels. I just think it does touch a little lower, maybe 130 or so on earnings, and then we can start to scoop it up, down almost $200 from its highs.
Yeah, I just want to say that there's some news here about BYND and Starbucks partnership right here, and you can see Starbucks not really moving around that much, but Beyond Meat kind of blasting up from 76s now pushing 81s. Here we go. Let's see how much further this can go. Maybe we get that dollar test incoming here. Yeah, no, I was thinking about hitting the 79s here, but yeah, lots of liquidity on this one, doing some serious volume, and I wouldn't. Maybe it is a large cap association trade. It is somewhat of a penny stock right now, trading at 81 cents. It was just a few seconds ago trading at 78s, but decent move there. But let's get back to Oracle here. Yeah, I think it's been selling off, and I think I'm going to be waiting for this earnings report coming out tomorrow to really see if they're going to use more volume as reasons to sell on this one. again, regardless of how they report, we'll definitely be watching to see how they guide. You can see how this one's been performing on the weekly as well. Pretty much almost every week after this earnings report here in September of last year, we've been selling off with some I guess seller dominance is what I want to point out since then. So the past 2 quarters, seller dominance here on Oracle, kind of pulling back into these areas that we haven't seen since about April of 2025. I do want to remind everyone that was the presidential bid in and around April of last year, where the president was just like, yeah, buy stocks. And since then, we've had a pretty aggressive bid since then. So beautiful reversion coming right back into an area of potential support here. That's sitting in and around 119s, 117.67 lows here on Oracle. So we'll see. Do we get another gap to the downside on this earnings report, or are we going to do just absolutely nothing or a bit of a bid? But Oracle on the day today doing a little bit of relative volume coming in off of the open, some more selling. We did have some fresh news coming in on Friday, which was more reasons to sell. Coming in today, gap down, continuation right off of the open. This was probably the opening drive to take that I missed here because it gives you a few minutes of just a hold of this 150. 150 was that pre-market low area as well, a little bit of support, and then just cracks straight through all the way down to 147. So shout out to anybody who caught that opening drive. Since then, sideways consolidation, so doing absolutely nothing since then.
Great, guys. SanDisk up next, up 6 2/3. No specific headline for this one on its own, but it does fit in with the whole Micron, NVIDIA, SK Hynix, Samsung look. So as we know, some of the reports that NVIDIA has chosen Samsung and SK Hynix for their HBM4, but that's DRAM. The good thing for SanDisk is they work in the NAND flash and the enterprise SSD space, which spares them from that look as they operate in a completely different space here. So up 6 2/3, possibly in sympathy for the Samsung SK Hynix news story.
What was up 6 2/3 there? SanDisk, okay, yeah, because I was looking at Micron, I was like, okay. Yeah, right now, Micron, I mean, SanDisk is a good story. We looked at Micron earlier, and I actually think this is, despite having a good day today, I don't know, I might have to put on my thinking hat here and just be like, maybe this is the fade that we're looking for right now. I don't know if it's gonna happen today or not, but like, it wanted to break, you know, and did break. And what I mean is this little sort of flat, it's kind of a flat bottom, but doesn't have enough memory. But right into here, 3 or 4 days we held not too long ago into this 360 area, 365. Not too long ago, but a month ago. We just came in and it opened up, you know, 354. So we can go have a look at what it did around 360. But I just think like back to the 50 period moving average, you know, like as a day trade and as looking at charts and all that, like to me, this looks like a pretty good short area right now. And that is what it would look like. So if you're going to go long, at least you have this little bottom wick there at 350 to judge it with. But, you know, if we don't get a great report from Oracle, Sharif already sort of mentioned the supply and demand. I heard him talking about Apple there with some of the RAM that's available and priced out into the second half of the year. I'm a little nervous that this story, too many people know right now about it. And it was kind of cool when it was just like chugging higher. You know, you could see silver running into a little bit of problem near the top side. And I just wonder if Micron's going to do something similar. I think you're actually fine in the short until you break like above this 4. I mean, obviously this 430 would be the top, but even into here, like we tried to get going into 415 and didn't break it. So I kind of like Micron for a longer term trade, like longer time frame. Maybe we'll check this back in a month, but looks like it's going to break higher. And when you lower, sorry. And when you have a stock that comes from, even if you go back to September, this was $128. You're at $400 now. You know, there is a lot of room to get back to the downside. Obviously, trading this with options and everything, Obi, is going to be very expensive. But, you know, looking at that, I like Micron. I think this might be a decent day to put on a short and play the bump higher in a name like Sandus that's up 6 points.
Yeah, I think the run up has been pretty aggressive today. Strong relative volume coming into the pre-market here as well. But bigger picture is what I'm watching this for. And yeah, we talked about how that prior week was pretty aggressively sold, and we're catching a strong bid coming into the beginning of this week as well. So bigger picture, the trend has was a little bit broken last week. I was honestly looking for continuation coming into today, but not really happening as of right now. So we talked about this in the morning session, where I'm just like, okay, well, what are the different iterations here? Are we going to catch a bid? This is also that 500 area as well. You know, I think it definitely worth watching for a little bit of a bid, but we'll see if it continues to push back up into prior week's range. If it can kind of overcome that, then yeah, I think the trend is still within, it's still holding. But as of today, very strong bid coming into some resistance levels from prior week as well. You can see here, Thursday, strong selling, couldn't really get above 570. And then the next day as well on Friday, couldn't really get above 570. Today, maybe a little bit of resistance at that 570, because 572.64 is that day high. So nothing really I'm seeing changing in terms of where some of those resistance levels have held. But this could change going into the end of the day, going into the end of the week as well. But shout out to anybody who kind of saw some of this move. The pre-market high breakout, that was clean as well. 550 push, even cleaner. You can see here on the 15-minute, very clean, and continuing to hold higher levels here above 560. So decent look. But I'm more concerned about it on the bigger picture, as because it is very overextended.
Yep.
The question becomes: are these names slowing down?
Right.
And if they are, do you want to participate in a little bit of the backside?
All right, guys, USO, final one here, still up 4% on the day, but when we look at where this opened up at 4 a.m. bright and early this morning, the high 125.85. We are over 9.5% off those highs as we drop down here on oil. 110 low that we just put in, 124.07 technical high on USO. But as I mentioned in the pre-market, we were up to that 125.85. What's the look, Sia?
So as we know it, crude oil has surged sharply today. WTI has jumped around 12% to 102.28 per barrel. But this exchange traded fund basically is now outperforming the commodity itself, and Wall Street Journal has been tracking this, and they just reported on this, and it's gained about 23% over the past 12 months. As we know it, the supply concerns have intensified in major Middle Eastern producers, as we spoke about it earlier in the show. It's partly due to the risks around the Strait of Hormuz, and because it carries roughly 20% of the global oil consumption. And so there's just a report on the certain countries, like Iraq's production has collapsed roughly by 70%, has dropped from 4.3 million barrels per day to 1.3 million barrels per day now. And Kuwait has announced precautionary production cuts. UAE has said that it is carefully managing offshore production levels. And just that tanker traffic is slowly decreasing because shipping companies are avoiding the strait, which is obviously affecting oil and the
price, yeah.
That's all for today.
President Trump making some comments, guys. It's not exactly contemporaneous, but he told aides he would support the killing of Iran's new supreme leader if he refuses U.S. demands, such as ending Iran's nuclear program, according to current and former U.S. aides. I believe there is a scheduled press conference for President Trump at around 5:30, and he's going to provide an update on Iran and take questions, but that'll be outside regular trading hours. Oil still up 4%.
Oil got, thanks, Sharif, there. We'll get an update, I guess, after market. So that's okay, after our market anyways, as you had mentioned, oil going all the time. This is looking like a good little level there. We had talked about 113 and thinking if that came in on the note that would be a decent price. But you could see right here, oil downside pretty much all day. We had a good little open, though, I guess. And then as soon as 10 o'clock hit, we'd sort of double touched around 120, 123 and change. And then you fell all the way into, of course, your 200 period moving average right about that 111 and change. So looks like USO does have a story to tell here today. And Obi, I have not been involved in it. I don't know if you've seen it, if you've traded it around there. That's a 5-minute chart. for USO. Looked like a good bounce spot there around 110, 111, according to my sort of levels there. But yeah, what are you thinking here about United States Oil Fund and what crude is doing? I mean, hold on, before I go over to you, let's just check out crude by itself right now without looking at USO. So here's the look right here. Got as high as 104 and change, right about that 10 o'clock area that we mentioned. That double touched from the pre-market. Now you're all the way back down in here and just absorbing the 200 period and maybe looking a little bit lower as hopefully, I don't know. I mean, as Sharif said, we're going to get an update on what everything's going on, but hopefully we can, you know, calmer heads can prevail here and we can get a downside push in oil as we retrace downside a little bit. I think that'd be great for the consumer. But right now, oil is still up 4%. But hell, man, it's better than the 12 or 13% I saw overnight.
Yeah, no, some crazy moves. I keep talking about how this is a pretty decent trading vehicle here. It did get a little bit involved here on the push, kind of anticipating a push here. Very strong bid coming in off of that 110 clean test on the day lows currently, and we can see here a bit of a consolidation area that was holding much before for a pretty decent time here. You can see about 11:20 to about 2 o'clock. You consolidate between this 116, 112. That breakdown came in quite nicely, all the way down to 110s. And before you knew it, it was all gone, continuing to the upside here. So a decent bounce here, 114. But I think the bigger picture here was the news in the morning session at around 10 o'clock. You see that aggressive push. The short since then, all the way down to 110s, has been absolutely beautiful, to say the least. I think I was watching it at 119s. You can see the crack of this kind of consolidation low right here, 118s and some change, 118.80s, straight down, and then through the day low as well, 116.20s opening range low. That was pretty good. Consolidated, held that opening range low or morning session low as well for another leg down into 110s. Now that's about a $14 move from the high to the low as of right now. So I'm going to say it again, absolutely beautiful trading vehicle if you are getting in on the right side of the moves. I did get involved right here, a bit of a chase. I'm not gonna deny that, bit of a chase on this push because I'm like, okay, is that a little bit capitulatory? Doesn't really have the volume to say so here, but I do like the push, maybe an attempt back into this 115, maybe back towards some of these opening range lows to see if that resistance still holds, the resistance that was holding for about a few hours there on USO. Again, going to continue watching this name, until things definitely cool off, because you can see how it's acting on these intraday catalysts, right? Catching maybe potentially a lot of people offside. I came in with the idea of, wanting to short oil, and I'm like, okay, well, that move already happened during the overnight session, even in the pre-market session here, but sellers stayed persistent here underneath this 124 level, even with that aggressive bid that took us all the way up there. But it's important to also be watching crude oil futures, because that's kind of what this name trades off of. It's important to watch the underlying asset is all I'm trying to say. Here we go, back up into 114s. I'm curious to know whether or not we get to VWAP, which is all the way at 117s on USO.
Yeah, I was actually thinking about the short around that 15 area, but I know that's where you targeted as some actionable plays. So let's see if it gets back up there. That'd be a great trade, obviously, if it gets to that and 70, 80 cents in the money. But like, you were holding that $1 against you. Like, you have to understand the volatility, as you clearly do.
Exactly.
So that's the one thing I would tell everybody. Like, not every trade is built the same. And if you ever want to ask us where our stops are or anything like that, please put them in the chat, and we have no problem explaining Wagwan with that. All right, so, Tesla's trying to break higher here. I was actually thinking about, hey, what if I'm not sure what the market wants to do, but I was thinking about what if we faded back through this 392 area. I'm actually going to cancel that right there. My Palantir short, obviously it's at 155 now, so we're out of that one as that came and went. I was just looking at some of these highs that Tesla made earlier on in the day. Like, are we going to go? That wouldn't put us positive, but you're right back to where we were at the start. So I think there's something about this Tesla trade where it just wants to moon right now, 390 to 393. We could go short against this high there. I don't think that there's really anything wrong with that, but we're already blasting. Like, Tesla's really going here against the futures that are doing nothing. I almost wonder if there's a story here, but there's a nice move upside right now for TSLA, right back into where we opened. So I think there might be something worth a trade there for Tesla off that level. We can try it. Let's try a little short here at 80 if we can get it. All right, so we're gonna offer, I just offered 82s. It doesn't look like it's gonna come through. But that high of the day, we'll play it against that, right? That is, well, here it comes. All right, just heard that Apple's postponing their smart home launch right now. So there it is, Adara. Don't take your time, man. Don't need much longer than a second. Not a big, huge move there for Apple. It does go down 20 cents on that story, and I just heard it right now. So I'm not sure exactly what their new home suite is all about, but it looks like they're delaying that as they wait for more AI, is what I just heard. So yeah, not Allen Iverson over there. What team did Allen Iverson play on again, Obi? You say Philadelphia 76ers?
Yeah.
Then you're correct.
That's what I said.
So great job there, Obi, on that one. So yeah, but anyways, they're not waiting on that. They're not waiting on that AI. They're smart home display launch now postponed as they wait on AI. So that's 393. I'm just getting my stop in here. 393.20. All right, that's the high, is 393 flats. We'll go to 393.20, give this thing a little bit of space. And right now, there's my stop, 393.21s. Offer, enter, let's ride. And let's go over to Adair and find out this story.
Yeah, so it's basically, as you said here, Sean, Apple reportedly delaying their smart home display launch. They're waiting for new AI features to be put in this product. Now, this was already delayed from an original launch that was said to be a year ago, spring 2025. So they're going to delay this even further. It's going to be later this year once they have these AI features ready. If I do get more details, I'll let you know. But that seems to be the gist of this story. Back to you.
So, okay, so there it is, man. We'll take a little bit out there as we'll go a little bearish on Tesla against that high. So we're already in the money 40 cents. The risk is 40 cents. So we'll take 1-to-1, and we actually took out about 15% there at 1-to-1. So if you like that trade, or maybe if you don't like it and you're in it somehow, if you don't like it, you shouldn't be in it, I guess. But it's right now 1-to-1. And I heard Sharif mention there he's trying to go, 2-to-1, 3-to-1, R to R, risk to reward ratio there. I don't really play like that other than when you get an early move like that, I do want to take a little bit off because so many times we've seen moves just crank and then just rip right back up. So I do want to take something out there for a 1-to-1, and that's what we just did. So we got it at 15%, so we could still lose on the last 85%. I'm going to wait a little bit lower here, get out another 10% if we can get something like 25s, and then we'll see about hopefully a break of 392, which we kind of liked in the first place. Maybe that brings this stock a little lower. So that's what I'm going to wait for here as we sit on our hands with this Tesla trade and wait to see if it gives us sort of what we're looking for, and that is a downside push right now. I mean, the market's going to have to go, and I don't know if that's the case at all right there. It seems like a little bit of a flag pattern happening now on the upside for the futures. Tesla's just kind of strong by itself there. I'm only playing against that, hoping, and it's part of that strategy that we talked about. Wait for the bigger move, then just try to like undercut it a little bit there and make a low bid. But it doesn't look like it wants to do that right now for Tesla. So here we go, man. Tesla upside for now, and it looks like we're going to get broken out at none of these plays right now. Going counter what the stock wants to do seems to be working. So looks like Tesla trying to go higher right now. Hey, man, this looks like it'll be a 30-cent hitter. So I don't expect slippage to be that much, but we are stopping out at 393.21s.
Yeah, I think that that Apple news. I don't know if you saw the chart. That was a bit of an aggressive sell.
I saw that it went down a little bit there.
0.1% just swipe down into VWAP, but buyers stepping it right back up, being like, all right, maybe a little too far, too fast, and just absorbing all that selling in one single swoop right there, coming right back in. So again,
it's gonna go,
maybe yeah, exactly, kind of showing us some of that buyer strength here on that flush down. One of the largest volume candles of the day. Again, we had some larger ones in the opening session, but this seems like it's, what is this, just on my chart right here, the third largest volume candle on the 1-minute chart on that swipe down here. Let's see if Apple can get through its day highs on that bit of a shake and bake, if you want to call it that. 258.28 is the high of day, and the market tailwind definitely on that side as well, as we did bounced pretty decently off of that 24,600. Robin Sandu saying long AVGO here. Okay, let's take a quick look at AVGO. I'll hop up to a 3-minute chart. Yeah. Again, this thing's making lower highs here, but very strong on the day, extended to the upside here. So let's see, just from opening lows up to the top, about almost a 6% push here, but holding pretty well. So it seems like, yeah, maybe potentially I'll be watching out for this one. Oh, I like this even better now. Coming up into prior week's high, not only prior week's high, you can see today is earnings day 3. So we did attempt to push that pre-market high from earnings day 1 yesterday, or prior trading day, which was on Friday. And then we attempted to push a little bit higher today as well, but maybe coming into some resistance as we went sideways in this area on Friday, kind of giving us more sideways action here on the day today on Broadcom. BE, be ready, saying Commodity King. Bloom Energy, let's see if this one has any sort of energy today. Wow, okay, so strong selling coming into the day. Wow, look at this. Low a day, double bottom breakdown on Friday. What a clean push. I don't know if this was news driven or anything, but definitely you can see the volume pick up on that low of day plus opening range low, double bottom breakdown coming into the end of the day. Yes, Adara?
No news on BE.
Okay, so no news. Seems like just a technical push there at coming into the end of the day, and maybe a little too far too fast because it did relative volume in the pre-market session and coming in off of the open, reverting that flush all the way back up within an hour off of the open. So now still stuck in this consolidation that we did for about a few hours here on BE. What else are you guys looking at? Oh, that's a name I haven't heard in a long time. PLBY. I remember trading this as an IPO when it did come out. But yeah, absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing here. I think barely does any sort of volume. So nothing crazy happening with this one. People calling out SNDK. We already looked at that one. RLMD. I think this one was on one of my scanners this morning. Yeah, that makes sense. There you go. So RLMD, bit of a small cap here. Let's see what the float is on this one. 60 million. Okay, so not that small, but small enough to give us this kind of a move in the pre-market session. This is what brought it onto my scanner this morning. Aggressive move. $5 all the way up to 69%. $8.47 in the morning, and since then kind of holding some of these lows, holding $5-6 here and trending up coming into the last couple of hours of the day. I guess we only have an hour and 10 minutes left here, so good look there on RLMD. Let's see, RDW saying Commodity King. Yeah, this one also was on my watch here. Just came up on a relative volume scanner, and I think Joe also mentioned this as one of the I think upgrades or downgrades potentially here, and it's been holding up quite well on the day as well. So yeah, continue to. We already kind of looked at SNDK there. Other zinc, SNDK is doing well as well. How's your Palantir doing?
Nothing. I just reshorted it. It's we're gonna get into some. We're short now at 40s against just basically all we. Like I sit here and just get frustrated because, like we see levels and we just don't wait for them. And we get too short and we punch out. And we keep going short and keep going short. But eventually we got into this 200 period moving average right here. And we kept on wicking the top. So that was enough for me to have a look again. So 155.50, looks like that's going to be the top there. We're going short on Palantir. We're short at 30s right now. We did get stopped out of our Tesla trade. Of course we did. Like now it's higher. We get stopped out right there, but it does blast through, right? So I'm guessing not a great spot there. We tried against that high. And this is what I mean about like maybe share sizing a little bit. If you're going to be in winners, you got to take losers sometimes. And, unfortunately here, we just was using that high of the day as like our out, and we got stopped out there. So I'm fine with it. It's just letting you guys know like that was the out, and using it a little bit higher than that is sometimes risky. And we've seen levels break, and like right there, that this is 03. So if I zoom in now and we get a little bit of a look at that and where we are, like, breaks there, we get out, we give it 20 cents, and then, the following move happens to the too bad. But that's the break there. Now you get three red candles. The future's doing nothing, and now Tesla wants to go back downside. So I don't know. Maybe some sort of a long happening at your 25 period now for Tesla. But this stock really is humming today, back just in the last hour, anyways, from 388.50 all the way to 393.50. So you get a nice $5 move straight up on Tesla. Although the futures are going up, didn't seem as violent as this. Wow, I didn't even realize this actually, Obi. Futures turned green right there. So the S&P 500 red, NASDAQ still green. I'm guessing on the back of all these big players, right? I mean, I don't know if you saw the Google chart recently as well.
It's so strong.
Yeah, that's so strong, up 1.5% right there, breaking off the 200 period moving average. And again, like right off the open. So I'm wondering if this is like a pretty good indicator right there. Like if we get a crazy spike kind of at the open, is that just telling us the way that the stock wants to go? I say that tongue in cheek because then I go over to the stock we just looked at, Tesla. And, I guess, so Tesla right off the open actually went up. But then if I'm like, okay, so it wants to be strong today, you had a $14 move lower, right? Oh, come on, Tesla, now you're going to make this move lower on me? So we stopped out 40 cents ago, and now it's going lower. So even if you have 100 shares, whatever, which I did and I had more, but, you'll lose on that one, the 40 or 50 bucks, and then look at 40 or 50 bucks again. But that's why we don't want to trade too big on that. And then silver, you already looked at. Whoa. Okay, so silver just hit again. So there it goes. Yeah, silver hitting on some scanners now, breaking out goes silver. So SLV taking out day's high right now, taking out day's high about 10 minutes ago, and there it goes on a 1 minute chart. Silver getting aggressive now, 77 bucks up to 78. There it goes. What are we doing now with silver? Let's have just a quick look and see if there's anything on our 5 minute chart as we zoom back out. 78, 78.50 coming into play. Maybe something there. Definitely holding that 200 period moving average. Looks like a strong long there for SLV. So good look on that. You're still in USO, so I don't want to cover it, but if there's anything you want to talk about, we can start talking about that. But there goes silver. Nice move to the high side, and we've averaged in a little bit here into Palantir. So we got it into that 55 area. We got a little more short. Let's see if Palantir gives up the ghost. With silver going, I'm not sure what the dollar is doing. We can have a quick look at that, and then you're on oil. So let's see if the market will fall down just a little bit here on the day is what I'm looking for, a little short to come through. Might not be for very long, but hopefully it's at least enough to get us out.
Yeah, no, I was looking at this GE Vernova here, people mentioning it in the chat, and I think this one had a bit of an upgrade and something else this morning as well.
Added to the S&P 100.
Okay, thank you, Adara. So an S&P 100 add. So decent move here. Holding VWAP in the morning session. A bit of a choppy push there, but every time it does get back into VWAP in the morning session, we hold. Finally, when we do break out, if you want to call this, it's not really a breakout, even though it is technically a bit of a breakout of this opening action here. You can see once it does get going, we got all the way to a high of 825.78. A bit of a cool off since then here, pulling back towards that VWAP as of right now. You see that I guess that Tesla's coming in now. Bit of a pullback in from 24 seconds on the Nasdaq. So that 100-point bounce off of that 24,600.
We don't have Tesla.
Yeah.
What's oil doing on this pullback?
I mean, nothing. We're just kind of consolidating on 114s as of right now. But I am looking for a potential continuation here, looking at some higher time frames as well. That was a bit of a strong bid all the way down into 110s. But I could very well be wrong, more than willing to be wrong on this one. And moving on to the next trade. Triple D saying DJ Chat 3D Systems right here. I guess not really that much volume. I was watching this one because again, it's an earnings name here on the day today. You can see more crumble, cookie crumble. I guess 7 million is a decent amount of shareage here, but also you have to remember that it's priced at $2.42 as of right now. So nothing too crazy. Opening drive might have been something, but I did go through all of the earnings names this morning, and I was like, I don't really see anything too convincing. Bren is saying that hymns to blast through VWAP. let's see what HIMS is up to, because again, it's been holding that anchored VWAP like a champ. It's been holding VWAP as well pretty decently. I'm looking for a potential push higher as well, but you can see here maybe a bit of an inverse bouncy ball happening into this 24 half area. But every time it's gotten up into this level, sellers, 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 even though those sellers do look like they've been getting incrementally weaker as we approach that VWAP. So we'll see. I think it's best for me to just maybe throw an alert in and around here. I'm going to add an alert right there. Boom. Okay, so some active alerts might need to be deleted. I'll just put it on my other account right here, and we'll know when HIMS breaks out of that 22 half area with any sort of distinction. I think the trade will definitely be on there. But if you've been buying dips, it's been nice above this pre-market low area that we did mark out. Again, I guess I didn't chart this all the way properly. Let's get rid of this anchored for a second and look at where some of the prior support levels were. So I think this 21 might be something. Even that 21. Yeah. Okay. So right here, you can see that on the first pullback off of the news on Friday, the first little pullback. This is a 3-minute chart. You can see that quick little slams into 21 clean, and then catches a bid. So one could argue that that was also support as well. Maybe some more support here on the shake and bake that does happen in the pre-market session. So you can see first pullback off of the reaction comes in as some decent support, because that's where buyers came in, took it even higher coming into the pre-market session today. Holds as support pretty much all day long here at that 21 level, sandwiched between VWAP at the same time. So that's a good look there. Profit TT saying nice NVIDIA move. Is that continuing to pull back in? Let's see what NVIDIA's up to right here. Yeah, there you go. So got back up to 180 halves. Again, we're watching the NASDAQ here as well. The rejection of 24/7. I'm definitely expecting some sort of a pull here on something like an NVIDIA, which is, again, a market leader. Let's take a quick look at some of these mags to see, yeah, man, absolute strength on Google. Google is the only one out of these. I do have to take a look at Meta, because that's the only one I don't have on my splay. But Meta, let's see what that one's up to. Meta's just sideways chop. Okay, so don't really watch Meta that often, but you can see here Google looking distinctly different relative to that of any of the other Mag 7s. It's only Tesla that's near its high a day. Remember, we talked about Tesla just not too long ago. You can see here a push of that 393 level as of right now. So we did make a bit of a beeline all the way up to Tesla. And is that a call for a dare?
It was.
Let's go to the dare.
Indeed it was, guys. Let's take a look here at the market. I'll pull up USO as well, because I am hearing from the Israeli military, the IDF, saying, quote, our defense systems are intercepting an oncoming threat. So looks like there's some kind of incoming threat coming towards Israel. If I get more details, I'll let you know, but more geopolitical headlines here coming out of the Middle East. And back to you.
It feels weird to be like short Palantir when all we're talking about is intercepting drones. Everything like that. It feels like that's right up Palantir's alley. But we are getting more and more out of this short, out of half of it right now. But volatility, as we see in USO and silver, creates movement. And for sophisticated traders, movement, of course, creates opportunity. Beta Pro by Global X offers Canada's first and longest running suite of levered and inverse levered ETFs built for sophisticated investors who understand the risks of leverage and the importance of precision. Its triple levered bull and bear ETFs tied to the NASDAQ 100 index are designed for daily active tactical trades, providing amplified exposure and giving traders tools to engage with both upward and downward momentum. These strategies are currency hedged, seeking to offset U.S. dollar exposure, very important today, back to the Canadian dollar. For those navigating short-term market moves up or down, Beta Pro offers the flexibility to act with conviction, whatever that looks like for your individual strategy, objectives, and risk profile. Trade tactically, learn more at betapro.ca and scan that QR code to learn a little bit more. All right, so for me, I'm trying to learn more, and I'm just trying to learn how to hold on right now. Holding on for dear life. As you know, the shorts have not been good. We kept getting stopped out. Now we're trying to hold on to see if we can get a little bit of a push back in for PLTR, okay? A couple trades up there. Obviously, we like that top. We talked about 155 and change. These are the trades that I need to make more of. And hopefully with Obi here, I can be a little more disciplined because I know that, you know, he's looking at very few trades. And we talked about this before. Sometimes Neil will trade probably 3 or 4 times the names that I do. So if I'm traded 3, he's probably traded 12. I feel like Obi and I are similar trade style. And I know Joe and Shreve, everyone has their own style. And I just should be a little more patient, waiting for better setups. Like, I don't need to be shorting this all the way up here. There's really nothing that's telling me that. We can look at a 1-minute chart, and that's what I was using, so we can go over that. But when you have a bigger move into the 200 period right here, and then you just get a bunch of like wick tops like this, to me, this is what I'd like to take the shot at, you know. And then if we get stopped out, at least there's some memory and there's some past support and or resistance levels that I can hang my hat on. And that would have been good to do that. And now it's coming back in. So we feel pretty good about this trade right now. My next bid, though, is at 45, which is just ahead of the 200 period. So if we're going to use them all, you know, let's just go to 55 where I see that is. We'll change that 45 to 55. Put the bid there, see if we get it, and maybe we do have a longer trade here developing. Like I said, out of about half, if I get this 55, we'll be out about half, and then we'll see if we get a dip down there as well. And look, beggars obviously can't be choosers sometimes, and I begged for this to go down. It did not. It broke the high, and now we're about $1 in the money on that short, but we're out of it. And this is actually looking like it wants to hold 392, right? So again, in being a little more patient as we just decided there, if this barcode's around here for a couple more minutes, this little level of the 50 period is probably a decent hold here for Tesla. So I would say if you guys are still in this short, it didn't stop out where I did, just be careful with 392. It looks like it's trying to have some absorption levels there. Volume not huge, but it definitely doesn't look like it wants to break too much lower. Oh boy, we did get that, Obi. We did get that 55 there. So that was a good trade. So I'm glad we went to 55 and not 45s, and we made an adjustment there based on the level 2 and based on this wick. So hopefully that will make a little bit of sense moving forward, and we can celebrate a longer, you know, time frame win here as this should drift a little bit lower. But interesting names there. I don't know if that moved any of your oil at all as you're still in it, as Adara dropped some news about missiles being intercepted over Israel. So yuck.
Yeah,
we're always hoping for
volume,
better.
I guess pushing into it. We got up to 14 halves here. So I'm looking for a push for that push of that 15, but you can see, I guess here, I'll pull up,
You in
pull up
Tesla?
the chart. No,
USO, yeah.
Not in Tesla. I just had it up from before here. You can see kind of a swipe back up into this area where we've been kind of ranging here. So I am watching this pretty closely. You can see it did take a little bit off here, but definitely not the whole thing. I want to look to push into more if and when we get back up to 115s here. But again, I'm fighting against a bit of the dominant trend for sure here when it comes to USO seller dominance for majority of the day here. Looking for something that might be a little distinctly different going into the end of the day, but something that's news driven. I do have to be careful. I do have to watch out for any sort of panic or crazy moves right here. Here we go. Some aggressive selling, pulling us right back in to some of these levels here, 114. So we'll see if there's any sort of.
I want to explain. You're making those trades.
I'm lightening up right now.
Okay.
Because again, news-driven stuff. We just got a bit of a headline, so we'll see. I'm not seeing any volume to really confirm that it's moving on any sort of news, but we'll wait and see for that one. What were you going to say?
I was actually. It's only because you had mentioned it there. Yeah, I was going to say apparently there. I was going to type in the chat. Apparently random there, Adara in deep. Oh, someone said it looked like you're in deep thought. So I was going to say that you're always reading stuff.
I'm always reading stuff. I'm always working on infographics. I'm preparing for Oracle earnings tomorrow, which will be interesting both personally and professionally for those who know how long I have spent on this company's financial newsletters and releases. So I hope everybody's having a great day. I'm always happy to be here at this desk. And yeah, I like to have every thought that I have, I would like to be a deep one. So shout out to that.
Shout out to that. That's what I was going to tell you guys. Like, don't. You can see out of the side here that, or out of the back, everything pretty much that Adara is doing, and she's always looking for those stories. So
I can't hide from you guys now. I can't. I'm always here on screen.
I like it. I like it. So the thing is, too, is like we have basically similar to like a Bloomberg terminal. We have different news sources there that Adara parses through, and there it is. There's the desk. Here's Obi and I. Obi, I'm waving. There goes Obi. Oh, there we go. There's Adara waving as well. Adara's waving, putting your hands in the air and waving him like you just don't care, which is a good move. There. Okay, what I wanted to get into quick time. And it doesn't have to be that quick, but here's a list of all of the names that I sort of chart out, right? AMD, and there we could sort them alphabetically. It doesn't really matter. A lot of them are big time names, right? I mean, they're all big ones. The TQs, obviously, you see me trading that the most. You know, Texas Instruments, SPXL, Uber, JP Morgan, Boeing, all the names here, like Robinhood, Silver, Gold. And I just wanted to say I just added USO. So this is going with, by the way, good outs on Palantir. We made $1.20 there. So remember we were saying we were looking for longer term play there on Palantir? Well, we get the 200 period, which for me is the Brendo level. So I just wanted to show, like, I have alerts set. This is an alert. Maybe if I can zoom this back out. An alert ticker here matches with the watch list. So as names approach VWAP, as they approach different indicators that I've sort of set up for myself, they will start. So like right now, DraftKings, we can go have a look at that at 306, hit something. So did Gold, so did BABA, XOM, BABA. And I have them to reset about every 5 minutes or so it doesn't just keep spitting the same names over and over again. But I was just giving a little bit of a look there because now I'm gonna add USO to this. List, because I hadn't had it on there before. And with oil moving around the way it has been, obviously, a little late to this party. I should have had USO on here a long time ago, but I'm just letting you know I'm adding it today, right now. So we'll get some more looks, because for the first time in a long time, we actually had oil, for myself anyways, on the sticky note today. So it's been a minute since we had that on there. So I want to make sure that we have oil, silver, gold, all those kind of things. And I think I know you do this as well, Obi, and that is that every day you come in and there's different tickers you're looking at. Yep. And if you keep adding them to your screener, eventually you're gonna have to start taking some off, because some names, they're just not as hot anymore for a minute. But like on that Beyond Meat might be a trade breaking through $1. So you want to keep updating some of your watch lists as you go through, and then maybe double back and check them every week, 2 weeks. Get rid of names that don't interest you anymore, but keep putting on names that are there. That are trading, because like I could add names like Battle, Endo, TEPT, so that if they're gonna hit levels that you and I appreciate, that's what our scanners are for, then we want that update. Exactly. Because to me, a ticker, and this is gonna sound a little ridiculous, but it's just a name. Yeah. Like I'm looking for setups and then reasons to hit those tickers. So like I'm not necessarily just going to short JP Morgan because it's at the VWAP, right? But if the stories are there short, you like what the sector's doing, then that's going to give me a reason to look over there. And if I don't have it up on my monitor, then on my watch list, then you simply can't watch it. So that's what I'm going to be doing. And I think as a busier trader like we are, you always have to be able to look at everything. Yeah. But I mean, focus.
Yeah, exactly. You look at a lot of things, and you want to. It definitely helps with stock selection, right? Because I
don't think there's anything more important, is there? Really?
No, there really isn't. Because like you can have trading skill, but if you're trying to force trades on something that is not in play, that's not doing anything, you're just, we talk about putting yourself in a position to get lucky. You are definitely doing yourself a disservice if you're coming in, and trust me, I know, there was a time where I was trading Amazon every single day. You
remember that?
Right? It's not in play. I knew, again, my goal was not to necessarily make money. It was more about like, more of a learning kind of thing, and then P&L just secondary. But regardless, it was it's more of a thing to say about like stock selection. I'll continue this talk after we get back from Adair.
Yeah, I want to say here, I'm just seeing some reports that 3 drones have been intercepted heading towards the Sheba oil field in Saudi Arabia. So it looks like there has been some drones intercepted heading towards an oil field once again in Saudi Arabia. Yeah, shout out to stock selection. I really like this conversation, guys. And I have to shout out the time that I overheard Obi once say, like, oh my gosh, why is Amazon not on the watch list? And I was like, just started doing the watch list. I thought I was failing. And yeah, it turns out there was no story. So make sure that you are trading stocks that have catalysts. Shout out to Obi and that Amazon mentioned. Back to you.
For that
How did you know that?
Well, I didn't know that.
We're just talking about talking with traders in the back.
Yeah.
And,
I was just like, this is going to 110. I saw like he took the short.
And now you're long.
124s. Yeah, exactly. I'm like things might be a little different, but I did kind of heavily piece off into here. I was expecting this to go on that push, but don't really have anything that significant left over. But yeah, no. Going back to stock selection, it's about kind of making yourself lucky. And this is what I have here on. Here, I'll take a screenshot of this because I don't want to necessarily show everything, but I'll show what I have here in terms of some of my lists. So this is a screenshot from some of my watch lists on TradingView. You can see here it maxes out at about 500, and over the years I've done exactly what you're talking about. Anything and everything that I think has moved, anything that has had momentum, I've added to a list. Over time, I have some lists. And
wow.
So it's just like, so you guys asked me, how did I find that BW? How did I find this? These are just a fraction of the stocks that I watch.
Those up. That's 500 symbols?
Yeah, exactly. So what I'll do, you guys know here. I'll.
Well, do you have the same symbol doubled up?
No.
No. Okay.
No, so they're all pretty unique. And so what I'll do here is here. You know what? I can show you on this. Let me just delete some of the stuff. Here, it's proprietary. It's proprietary stuff.
That's okay. Yeah, take your time.
So
whenever you're ready.
So like right here. So I'll have a multi-time frame display. This is kind of how I'm watching HIMS here as well. So how do I go through those scans to figure out what I'm trading? So right here on the bottom right, maybe I'll have a monthly. Not maybe. I definitely will have a monthly. I'll have a weekly here. I'll have a daily here. I'll have a 3-hour right here. I'll have a 15-minute and a 3-minute. So going through some of those lists. I can just, tap up or down, and you can see here. Hold on, let's go to U.S. stocks here real quick. Boom, boom. We'll just go to a red list right here. So my red list, I can sort it doing whatever. Now these are some names you probably haven't heard in a long time, but you can see here I can just go tap through them, and what I'm looking for is anything that's going to scream out at me right away. Scream out at me right away. What looks distinctly different? Boom, 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 boom. If you do, there was a time where this would take me a few hours to go through all of them, and I got to the point where I can go through about 2,000 stocks within about 30 to 40 minutes, just looking for anything. Like, what is the thing that screams at me the most?
Right.
And then I'll make that sub list, and then I'll go through those again.
What is the first chart that you look at for the screaming?
The Dow Jones. Don't you know it's at 50,000?
Okay, yeah, I know. No. Is that a joke or?
Sean, you haven't seen the Pam Bondi testimony?
No.
Okay, yeah, you will get that joke, and also how the NASDAQ is smashing record highs if you watch that stream.
No, but So I start off with the Dow Jones, and then I'll look at futures, I'll look at Bitcoin, I'll look at Ethereum.
Do you look at the 5-minute? What I meant is more like.
So I'm looking at all of those.
Okay, but so nothing specific. Like for me, my eye goes to the 5-minute first.
So I look at the 3-minute.
Okay.
But because I'm looking for, I guess, what's the reasoning behind looking at all those time frames? I'm looking at a monthly, a weekly, and a daily. I'm looking for daily breakouts or breakdowns. Yeah. I want to be participating in something where I have multiple higher time frame participants that are also looking at it. So it gives me a little bit more if I'm looking for the breakout intraday, right? So, but yeah, the shortest time frame I look at is probably a 3-minute. Okay. And then a 15, and then the hourly and the daily. But that's kind of how stock selection, man. That's why it's just over time. I'm not trying to trade the same thing every single day unless it's doing the same thing every single day. Now, a good example of that was last week. Last week, we know that
It's so funny because I was gonna say last week I traded Nvidia every day, and it was like one of the top stocks. And then you went right to Nvidia. I know that's not what you meant, but that was kind of funny.
Netflix has been breaking out. So we've had that aggressive selling, and then they have the WBD pullback, and it breaks trend on the weekly, aggressive bid right here. So something that it did pretty much almost every day of last week was the opening drive was sold off, and it was reverted. You can see here Friday, Monday, every single day, the opening drive reverted back down. So it's doing the same thing. So I did participate on it for a decent chunk of the week there. Definitely was watching it, looking for that similar move there. Let's take a break and see what's happening now with SIA.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Obi. So real quick reminder here, as Sharif mentioned in the afternoon rundown, that the U.S. official has said that President Donald Trump will be speaking post-market at 5:30 p.m. today outside regular trading hours. He'll be providing the update on the Iran war and will be taking questions. Let's quickly jump into the headlines for today. Live Nation has reached a settlement with the DOJ over antitrust concern. The DOJ, as we know it, sued Live Nations back in 2024, alleging that it had held a monopoly over the ticketing industry. The settlement requires Ticketmaster to open up its ticketing technology to competitors and for LYV to divest 13 of its amphitheaters. And as part of the settlement, Ticketmaster will be offering a third-party ticketing system for other companies like SeatGeek to use its technology, and LYV is currently up 4.43%. Moving on, Anthropic has sued Trump and his administration over the Pentagon blacklist. And just a quick couple points here, that Anthropic filed a lawsuit against the Trump administration because the company was blacklisted and it deemed a threat to the U.S. national security. The company has said in a complaint that these actions are unprecedented and unlawful and that they are harming Anthropic irreparably. So moving on to the third headline here I have for today is OpenAI is buying PromptFu, which is a 11-person cybersecurity startup to better safeguard its AI agents. So PromptFu's team will be joining OpenAI and its technology will be integrated into the Frontier platform for its AI agents. CEO Ian Webster of the company has commented that joining OpenAI lets us accelerate this work, building stronger security, safety, and governance capabilities to the team's building real-world AI system. And OpenAI also said that it would continue building PromptFu's popular open source project, which basically lets developers use and test various AI-related prompts and agents and compare the performance of large-scale language models like GPT, Anthropic's Cloud, and Google.
I want to let you guys know I'm seeing some more headlines here coming out of the Middle East. IDF, again, that's the Israeli military, saying, quote, we have expanded strikes on military infrastructure in Iran. So expanded strikes here on military infrastructure in Iran as per the IDF. Back to you.
Okay, yeah, that just moved.
Go ahead, Obi. Yeah,
just a strong crack. So I did. Funny enough, I had a stop here. Like I mentioned before, I covered most of it in and around here. Just left a little bit on. My stop was above this 113, and it slaps me down all the way almost at 112s, getting rocked right here for the rest of the shares there. But absolute strength in terms of the sell side coming in on USO on that news. Yeah, I was just like, yeah, there's definitely some sort of news. So thank you for bringing that to us right here. So the market catching a bit of a bid right here, and you can see just teleporting to the downside here. Let's see if that 110 can break. That's the next question I'm asking, Sean.
Yeah, the market's gone. We actually did pretty good there, getting some Palantir there, and then it breaks higher right now. Trump telling CBS that war could be over soon right now. So Adair will come with that story, but that's the story that we're hearing.
That's the whole headline. I just saw this come through right as you said it there, Sean. Again, CBS reporting that Trump said the war, quote, could be over soon.
Okay, I'm going to try to go a little short on oil there. I mean, just in case it's actually something. But you are already in this name. Obviously, we're seeing it move around quite a lot right now. There goes Palantir to the upside. Hey, maybe war being done doesn't necessarily mean oil's done yet, but we are right now experiencing a little bit of a move higher here against myself. And just to watch how oil trades is pretty freaking wild right here. I'm not even used to this one. Watching this USO, man, we just got to 112. Now we're back down here to one. That was my punching in early on that story, and then we averaged it in, and now we have a decent position here for oil on the breakdown. So here goes, Obi. Oh boy, we've got one on now. So let's see how low can we go right now. Now we're in the Dollar Club member there right here as oil dancing. I don't know what this is going to do, but we got a bid at 110 there. Let's see if we can get it again. This is wild. Maybe we shouldn't say Dollar Club member until it's like $5, because the way this is moving around here, I have no freaking idea what's happening. But it's been fun to trade it. Oil right now moving around. Let's bid some 1050s here. Make about that. There it is. Make $1 now on the downside as oil trying to get lower here. I don't know, you in this as well? Yeah, okay, we're both,
I
of
mean,
course, that doesn't happen to me often on the show, my guy. But here it goes, 110.05, we'll bid again here. But yeah, let's go short oil.
110 is holding pretty decently.
Yeah, that's the problem
right now. I'm looking
right
for that crack
now.
to come in, and it seems like that held up.
I just got 110.05.
Here we go. Yeah, 110.01's on the bid here. Let's see, there it goes. Do we crack? We got to
Let's effing go, Obi. Let's go.
70s. Oh my God, let's go. Let's see if it continues to hold, or do we kind of travel a little bit lower? Yeah, I'm getting fills in.
Here, just put your bids wherever you want.
Yeah, exactly. Just put your bids down there, and hopefully.
Let's go, OB.
Let's go. Let's go.
Okay.
And breakdown right there. Absolutely beautiful. Double bottom, triple bottom. Oh boy.
Yes.
Oh,
$3 right now. The war's over. Oh, no, we shouldn't say that. Here goes oil, man. We've got this one, Obi. $3 in the money. What up, Adara?
So apparently this happened in a phone interview with CBS. Trump saying basically, quote, I think the war is very complete, pretty much. So those are the actual comments. Again, Trump saying he believes the war is, quote, very complete, pretty much. So if we get more details from this interview, we'll let you know. But either way, that's according to a CBS reporter on X, citing a phone interview with U.S. President Donald J. Trump. Back to you.
Oh, boy.
All right, yeah, this is a big old boy situation right here. So, I did cover a little bit. My best out is 108 and change. I'm going to put another bid right here, and then let's just watch this thing fall. I don't want to be out too early, Obi, in case there is a complete and utter collapse here on USO. But right now we are going to the downside. And there's the look, we did this on Friday with Oracle.
107 halves coming in. 7 halves next level. We'll see if that
107 half is what you like?
Yeah, 107.60s is the low right now.
I'm going to bid a 65 bid right now, my guy.
I like to work in quarters.
Bang! We get that exact price, Obi, right now. All right, let's keep on working on this trade there. Let me know if there's a call for Adair. There might have been one. Okay, let's go back to Adair right now. We're $4 in the money on this oil short. Let's go.
More that was said here by President Trump. I'm just going to read the whole post from Weijia Zhang, who is the aforementioned CBS reporter who posted these comments on Trump, citing a phone interview. Trump saying that apparently she's saying that Trump told her that, again, the war will be, quote, very complete, pretty much. They have no Navy, no communications. They've got no Air Force. He also said that the U.S. is, quote, very far ahead of his initial 4 to 5 week estimated time frame. So, again, it's kind of confusing here if the war is pretty much over or if it's ahead of its 4 to 5 week time frame. If I get more details, I'll let you know. But that is actually coming from the source itself, Weijia Zhang of CBS, who, again, said she did a phone interview here with President Trump. Back to you.
I mean, I'd like to see a little more sources on this here, but yeah, I don't know, Obi. So I'll have to go double check to see how many shares.
Oh, I've lightened up a lot.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm just trying to figure out what percent we have left. Maybe 35% left or so on this trade. Let me put another bid right here. There we go. We get a bid. I'm just putting bid enter and getting them. So
exactly, it's printing every price.
I don't even know what to do. Like I just put 108.15 or whatever and got it immediately. All right, let's just put a 107.25 and see if we get that. There it is. I'm bidding 107.25s now randomly as we take the quarter fill. But let's see if we get lower. That's the low of the day. Or it's not the low of the day, but the low of this move right now. Or is it the low of the day as well? Yeah, okay. So oil is making that move lower there. We did not get 107.25, but that's enough for me. So we're going to wait to see where this bid goes. But so far, so good here. As we're getting going on oil, my guy. So that's the trading, man. We want to thank everybody for watching us. We're not done yet, of course, as we're trying to just piece off. And I think that that's the most important thing about what you can learn from us, hopefully, is risk management. I mean, the trade is the trade. But, you know, I just looked over there to Obi and was like, I'm assuming you're starting to get like most out. We don't watch each other's trades. So you're out already right there.
You can see what I kind of did. So here's my self-talk point of improvement.
Self-inflicted wound.
I'm calling. So I was in like what less than 80% of that long on here. It swipes down to 112. Kind of telling me that, yeah, there's probably news on this thing coming in, and then I'm watching the tape, and I even turned to you, and I looked, and I was like, yo, this book is crossed.
Yep.
So for those of you who don't know what that means, is that sometimes what happens in times of crazy volatility is that the bid can actually appear higher than the ask, or the ask can appear lower than the bid. And I was just like, this book is crossed. Things are about to get wild. Is this, if you're using that as a bit of an indicator, and it's making a beeline for that 110. So right here, you can see this is just a 1 minute chart. I should be taking a lot more through that 110. A lot more. Why is that? That's because 110 was that pivot point right here just a little bit earlier on this strong flush. 110 clean was that low, and then you have an intraday catalyst that comes in, and that's giving you some sign as well of aggressive sellers punching into the bid. Everything's going crazy right here. If we can kind of zoom back out. Okay, so I'll just pull this up into here, but you can see everything's going crazy, and this is that 110 level. So I'll pull this in here as well. So that 110 level, when that does crack, you get a flush down to 107. Sure, it's not clean, but in that moment, I'm just watching the rainbow. I'm watching, the tape right here, and majority of what I'm seeing is just yellow and dark red prints, basically meaning that every kind of order being done, majority of the transactions getting done are below the bid or at midpoints. Right? Not a lot of green on the tape. So I'm just like, all right, sellers are very much on. Now, this could go for a second leg here if we continue to crack below this 107. But talk about momentum. The momentum definitely has dissipated. Now they can start back up again on a second leg. But take a look at the market, Sean. The market is blasting through the highs right now.
Of course it is, bro.
Wow. Absolute craziness.
Yeah, this is crazy. I mean, look, all we did 2 trades when that story came out, right? And that was get the heck out of Dodge on Palantir. That was like I was just marketing this thing out. Everything's all good on that. We were like, no, if this war is over or nearing an end, then we do not need to be in Palantir. That is for sure. So there goes, if anything, maybe Palantir. We were short, but just I could see the good news hitting, right? And there it goes. And then we flipped over into USO. And I think we just wait now to see how low can we go. Okay, how about lower right now? I do have a bid at 107.25, that same one that I put a while ago. And I was kind of mocking myself for putting it, but it's in there right now. So we'll see if that happens. A 107.25 coming through. Then I've got a 106.50s. If that hits, great. And we'll just wait for everything to come through right now. But wow, what an incredible day here today.
Boom, there it is.
Bang, right there. That's your hot dog cannon trade of the day right there. Bye-bye. Ciao, Bella. $5 right now in the money as we continue to spin it live for you here at Trader TV Live. These are real trades, man. I mean, Obi and I are actually in these things. And there it goes right back down into the downside. It's oil, man. And at least this time I don't have to say this is like the largest trade ever because it's not. And we made a little bit more on silver. But here it goes right now. This is $6 to the downside right now. We'll bid 105.50 here as we continue to go down. Okay, Trump says he has someone in mind to replace. Okay, I already know about that in Iraq.
Yeah, that came out when you heard the earlier note anyway.
Okay, in Iran. Yeah, what the hell am I giving you guys news for? Dara's back there. So she'll get that for you. But there it is, man. It's oil. It's the NASDAQ. Bang.
105
right
clean
there.
lows right now.
We like.
105 flats on the day low. So, yeah.
You like flats or drums better?
I like drums.
Okay, I won't hold it against
I mean, drums are definitely getting beat on this USO right now.
All right. What's up, Dara?
That's a great pun there on the oil drums, Obi. Let's talk here about another conflict, which I have now news on, and that is going to be Ukraine and Russia. The Kremlin coming out right now as we also digest news in the Middle East. They're saying President Trump has once again expressed interest in the Ukraine conflict to end soon, and they said, the Kremlin rather, said that the Russian military is moving fast, and this should make Kiev consider renegotiation. So comments coming through again from Kremlin in addition to this ongoing Iran situation. Furthermore, CBS also reporting President Trump has mulled taking over the Strait of Hormuz. Yes, guys, that's correct. Obi and Sean trading oil. Big headline here for oil, guys. We do have President Trump reportedly considering taking over the Strait of Hormuz, according to CBS. Back to you.
It's because I'm sitting here not really looking at anything else. I'm just focused on that. We talk about like focus. Like, how are you able to, snipe something? You know, if you guys kind of read up on some of the best snipers, patience and just sitting there waiting for the right kind of setup to. Even though I'm watching USO, we talk about wait for the setup to kind of come in. And again, did try the long. nothing too aggressive, but definitely should be getting a lot more aggressive on a catalyst-based momentum move. And yeah, there's that second leg down to 105. So 107 halves. Why do I like to work in quarters? And again, Joe is definitely going to understand this. You know, the 2 halves, the holes, some of them could be interesting options levels as well. That's why I like the 7.5, the 5s, the 2.5s as well, and the holes, just to kind of.
Do we add to this short?
I mean, I think the ad was probably on this pop towards that 110 because that was the day low.
Like
you
traders that don't have it.
I mean,
you just got 106 flat.
It's a chase down here, so I can't really. The level of confidence I had here just to punch in on that 111 break and watch it go, you know, $1 against me on here, knowing that okay, we're still slapping the bid. The news is still relatively fresh. Is not the same level of confidence I have down here at 105. So this is a different trade in itself.
Yeah, we go to see in a couple of seconds. Oil right now is just almost broke its low again. So we just got some out there at 106 just to let everybody know, and we just bounced off 105.60 there. The reason why I asked you about potentially joining something here is that, like, if those of you have missed this trade, for me, I've been looking at a 25 period moving average as somewhere where you might want to start a trade on a momentum kind of thing. So that's like 110.50. We could get back up there. We're getting lighter and lighter, man. By the time I'm out of this trade, 180, just trying to do the math here, how many shares we have left as to how many we had in the first place. We probably have about 15% left. We're getting lighter now on this. I'm going to do the exact math, but let's go back over to Sia and get her small cap update. Maybe some oil names running around in the small cap land.
Was it bad?
Yeah, we're quickly going to dive into the small cap. Russell currently is in the negative, down 0.51% at the moment. And we're going to take a look at the chart here. BE is up 13.31%, CRDO up 4.58%. But I'm going to dive into 2 individual tickers for today. XENE, Xenon Pharmaceuticals, up a whopping 46.69%. Shares have risen after the company said that it received a positive data for its study of its investigational treatment for focal onset seizures. Moving on to GPOR, Gulfport Energy, down almost 6% after an announcement from its leadership team changes earlier today. John Reinhardt has resigned as the president and CEO, and director resignation of this is unknown for now. But the company has formed an office of the chairman to lead GPOR, according to reports, and that's all. Sending it back.
Yeah, before we go back here, I have more news on oil. And as I mentioned, I was kind of now seeing, in addition to comments on Iran, I'm also seeing comments on Ukraine and Russia. I'm seeing more comments on Ukraine and Russia. Again, Trump administration, guys, reportedly considering further easing of Russia oil sanctions amid this surge in oil prices. So once again, as oil prices go higher, Trump administration reportedly considering further easing of Russian oil sanctions. Back to you.
Yeah, make sure you hit the like and subscribe there. I was just writing in the chat, the war's over. No, that's what's causing this move down, whether or not the war is over or not. I mean, I would hope that it would be over ASAP, but who knows, man. Right now, as we get more reports coming through. Yeah, this is just $7. So I'm just going to keep on covering on the way down. Honestly, like I'm just going to take little shots. I do have 15% left of this trade, and just zooming back out a little bit here, I don't think there's any need to even look anywhere else. I mean, if this market keeps on coming in right now, it's the oil trade that's unwinding right in front of us right now. So it's just like, if the trade's unwinding, I mean, we had that huge trade on silver at the beginning of January, February, I don't even know what month it is anymore, February, I think it was. And this looks very, very similar here as oil cranking upside and now cracking downside again. So like, as if that got to 116, 117 today, you're now at $86. This is oil. Okay, today, like, what a huge move right now. Was up 14%, I thought, when I woke up this morning or overnight, and now you're down 5%. That's a 20% swing in crude oil right now. Do you think the pumps are going to be reflecting of that? Maybe not. Wow, look, we are now $8 in the money as there it goes. Huge move to the downside. Hey, man, we're all over this trade. Yeah, so look, just great to be beside Obi here and making this trade with me. And downside continues here on USO, my guy. Look, I mean, we just got 102.
Yeah, no, I'm just.
You're just wishing you still had some?
Yeah. It's okay. Next trade. We do try to get better with every consecutive trade. But yeah, no, just looking at the fact that I was short 110.80s and we're trading at 102s. Remember, I was just like 105 cracks. We get to 2 halves. There's 2 halves right there. If there's 2 half cracks, maybe we get to that 100 hole. Who knows? Let's see what those silver futures, those crude oil futures are up to right here now. I think my data is going to be a little bit delayed here on this platform. Is it? Yeah, it is delayed. Do you know what the? I don't know if I have entitlements for this. What the contract here on people? J.
CL.
CL.
/
J.
Yep. J23. J26. Just do it. It should give you an option. CL.
Okay, no, it's not.
CL / there it is. J26. Yeah.
J26.nm. Okay.
J26.nm, which is the crude. So it's right here, 84 and change. J26NM.
There you go. So now we'll have these futures right there to watch. And this is again, we talk about underlying assets there, and this is just the USO is just an ETF. But this is what we're trading off of, and we already talked about how we're kind of in and around that 100 level on the futures there, and CL making a move all the way from 95s to 84s.
Wow, that touched 101.
Absolutely crazy. Yeah, 101 touch right now. 189 is the low.
Where do we
USO right now? So absolutely wild. Shout out to anybody who had the breakdown. Shout out to anybody who's still holding the trade. Yeah, absolutely solid move there. And again, you could have taken the other trade as well. What was the other trade? The other trade would have been Qs, SPY. You can see how the NASDAQ and the ES are both going absolutely bonkers right now, trading back above that 24.7, 24.8, 24.9. We're just testing that 25,000 clean here on the NASDAQ, and the ES breaking through on 68s. Here comes 100, man. If that 100 breaks, I have no idea.
This is now $12 in the money. So I don't even know. Like, well, we just bounced off a hunch. I don't know. Like I said, does it even freaking matter at this point? I'm just gonna go to 99.15 and see if we get something.
There it is. Bang. 100 breakdown.
Yeah, like there's no stopping where this could go. I don't think anyways. Like I'm not comfortable enough. I'm very comfortable, but I mean like calling where this could potentially we didn't know. Like I didn't think silver was going to drop down $30, whatever it did that one day as well. Looks like he might get a little bit of a bounce back. Okay, well I'll take 101s again. I am bidding. Oh, did we get? Holy shoot. Obi, I didn't even realize. Look at my screen. What tick we got down there. We got 99. We got 99s. I bid 99.15s.
99.12 is the low.
I bid. I can show you in my order log. Like there's a 99. I said it live. I'm going to bid 99.15s.
Boom. There you go.
It might not be the low if we come back once we get back from Dara.
Yeah, we have more headlines here for oil, and a lot of these are, again, going to kind of be the same type of thing we've already spoken about. But right now, headline for oil here, IDF identifying missiles launched from Iran towards Israel. Also, Joby actually officially announcing, I mean, we heard it earlier, we did have the Department of Transportation announcing that Joby is going to be part of their pilot project for, I guess, these taxis, these flight taxis. Now it looks like Joby themselves has addressed it on social media. So JOBY continuing to make a new high of day. The stock was already doing really well in the day, though. Back to you.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. All this talk, like see, I was just saying like 99.15s might be good when we got it. I don't know.
What are the halt bands on crude oil?
Is there halt bands? I'm going to say there can't be. I don't think there is. How could there be?
On futures?
You would already be halted, wouldn't you? Right now, down, well, it depends. Like you're down 9% now, but from the top, we're down 30% or so, right? I mean, you're down from 118 down to 99 bucks. Sorry, what, 30%? You're down 20% from the lows right there. All right,
so
guys.
We're at minus 8%. So there is halt band here for crude oil futures, 10% within a 60-minute window.
Well, that might happen.
That could very well happen. Oil could halt down here if we go a little bit further. We're at negative 8% here on the day for CLJ26. But we'll see.
Here comes back upside a little bit of a bounce. I'll take another bid at 102. Yeah, just getting lighter, man. I mean, thank you everybody for watching. It's 3:40, so we're getting very, very close to the closing session. right now, right? And the rebalances coming out as well. Here, let me just take a quick look to see if there is anything on the rebalance as far as oil is concerned. So right now, this is from the morning. So IBIT, that imbalance didn't even get done yet. So we're not looking there. Let's just look at anything that's 330 or so right here. So Suncor, nothing. Like I'm not seeing anything oil related on here at all. Well, I mean Suncor, but it's always on there. EB, GDX is a buy. Small little bid on gold. Oh, you know what we can do? Let me check out what's going on in the dollar right here with this kind of a movement now. US dollar, where's my US dollar chart? Here it is. It's a Bitcoin chart right now. Bitcoin saying, huh, what's going on? It's 69,000, nothing's going on right now on that one. But yeah, so $12 winner there at the peak for USO. That was wild, man, wow. Now it's back up to 104. All right, sorry, this is Bitcoin. The DXY is what we wanna look at right here. The dollar currency, so let me just go, we don't need a daily chart. Let's just check out what's going on in the last couple of minutes. There we go. So, you know, there's the play. You could have also gone short US dollar there. So nice move on the downside for the US dollar. It's really been cruising in and around that $100 mark has been the top. If we go to a daily chart, and then we're gonna go to a dare in 1 second, obviously because we're talking about news, there's 100 right there. So we kind of bounced off that a little bit, but US dollar weakness hitting the market now. Oil bouncing slightly back to the north side here. Daryl, what you got for us?
I feel like now I have another oil headline, and I have another oil headline, guys. So Interior Secretary Doug Burgum saying, quote, oil price increases will be temporary and there's lots of oil in the U.S. So again, we've got Doug Burgum here basically dismissing any concerns about price increases, and I'm seeing more headlines circulate. I mentioned this earlier, but Trump administration reportedly considering easing sanctions even more on Russian oil to help cool these energy prices. So long story short, Trump administration interested in lessening the sting of these high oil prices. That headline with regards to Russia was reported by Reuters, and it looks like Doug Burgum could still be speaking on Fox News. So if I see any more comments from that, of course, I will keep you all posted. Back to you.
Bit of a pullback here on that.
I was gonna say I don't really want to go short again on it. I think we'll just see where we go.
I think if anything, that was I'm just looking at like some again moving averages on a shorter time frame.
Getting near that
The
106.
back through that 101 could have been a quick scalp long as well if you're looking at this moving a little too far too fast. But yeah, just a simple break of trend. Reversion is definitely a strong part of my playbook. And I'm looking at this and I'm like, yeah, that's definitely the back through 100, the back through 102s here as well. Quick scalp for a potential reversion. And you can see that confluence.
Touching out on 106 break.
I'm going to get 500 rejection on
I'm going to get out of a third left. If a third of what I have left, which is only 10%, so 3 or 4% of our initial position. We're going to punch out the rest there at 106, and that's where the two. I said, if anything, we got to watch out for that 25 period. And look at that, man. We bounced right off of that actually, and then back down $1 off of that level. But you know, I've now just like got into like a little bit of shell shock. Like I didn't really think oil, and I'm happy the way it moved, obviously. But it was going to move like that, and so now I'm like, oh God, we got to protect our gains and you know get our stop outs ready for if and when they stop out, because you know like the fact that we got that 99, that's almost unbelievable there. The reason why I put it there was just random. I thought if it breaks 100, that would spark.
Get at least, exactly.
That would.
I mean, no, that's
not spark up. You know what I'm saying. We're not trying to spark anything, out of hand here. Or anything like that, but we'll try to spark a little bit of a winner up right there. All right, on this pullback, we'll bid some 104.60s here. There it is, we get that, and to take advantage of it on the way back down. 2% war is over, Marvell. Yeah, so shout out Easy Peasy, thank you so much for that. I took a swing and a miss on Okay, wow. Didn't realize that. There goes Marvell. I thought it was a long early. This is almost right away off the open, and thank you, Easy Peasy, but that's wrong. But oh boy, this is why I thought Marvell was a long, honestly. I really liked the stock, and I was like, well, the NASDAQ's down today, and the NASDAQ was down over 1.5% when we opened the day, as was the ES. Obviously, this war is over nonsense, which I'm only saying nonsense as in, like, I think it's great if it actually happens, but I'm not convinced that this is really what this market needs to be doing right now until we get a little bit more confirmation of maybe targets hit and all that kind of stuff. Like, it's one thing for the president to come up, and I got to assess the news, right? I mean, it's one thing for him just to say, it's going better than expected. The 4 to 5 week timeline, we can bring that down a little bit. You know, what about the targets? What are they looking for? What does Israel also say? I mean, is he speaking on behalf of like that coalition or what? Because we hear that report and then all of a sudden we hear more drones being sent out, right? So a little bit of a back and forth there, but we definitely take advantage of that move and not going to average into it as we wait for the market to come back in. Palantir, unfortunately, we gave up some. I thought Palantir was going to the downside there, up to 157. That's a good little top, but to predict that was tough. There goes Palantir. Shorted it all the way, man, and finally started to print out for us until it didn't, and we punched out of that last little bit for PLTR. So, yeah, it's been a really good day right here. The question is that now that Iran potentially might not be the focus, they have looked at Cuba as well. So we'll have to see if there is more talk about that in the upcoming days. And if there is, I wonder what Cuba, not a big exporter of anything, I don't think that we would be trading around here. But yeah, exactly. So just wondering what that might do. Maybe the price of oil fluctuating on any Cuban crisis as well.
Where's some of the tobacco stocks?
Tobacco, we could take Philip Morris or
PM,
Altria, all those kind of names. But at the end, or just more about Philip Morris. But I don't think that's a play there. Cuba Sugar, yeah, okay, good one there. Yeah, Cuba is not a big oil name. We know that one. Cuba, Greenland, and Canada. Oh man, that'd be hilarious if Trump starts announcing some Canadian stuff now. Okay, that would not be hilarious, actually. All right, so 103.11s I'm bidding right now as this is coming back in. We'll see if there it is. We should get it now. I mean, as if it stops at 13, I don't think that'll be happening. Let's see if we get a move down here for USO. And just as if, I'll get it. I'm not going to worry about it. There's oil there as well as we just talked about it. So this on ours will be the J contract. So we're looking out at April now. We can switch over once volume's more. So CL/, right now we're on J, which is the April. If we go to May, they're doing 519,000 contracts. This might be the better one. I think it's May now. No, still J. So it's 516 versus 746. Generally speaking, it's the third Friday that we switch up. So this will be only the second Friday this week. So almost switching over contracts. It looks like right now, $85 current price there for oil. And yeah, we do get our 103.11s there. So yeah, good trading there on the downside. Only 2 minutes till those imbalances. Obi, is there anything you're excited about?
Yeah, we'll see how some of these imbalances come to be. Very strong bid in the market. I did look up another, I guess, a tobacco stock here. I was like, who owns Camel cigarettes? And it's a BTI, British American Tobacco Industries, that trades on the NYSE here. But what's interesting to me here, Sean, is that even this stock, which again, I didn't really have eyes on, had relative volume in the morning session. Interesting. I got to go back and kind of look at what else did, because almost a lot of stocks that I'm just pulling up had some decent relative volume in the morning session. You know, a little sketchy to me. You know, how I like my not only tinfoil hat, but my tinfoil suit. And we always talk about someone knows something, almost always in the market, and you cannot hide from some of these. I guess some of the indicators that help you see those footprints in the sand there, and RVOL definitely being one of those that I like to use here. But yeah, I don't know, just some speculation there. HIMS, if you guys saw, some of you guys were talking about this one while the market was breaking out. It makes a lot of sense. Right here, we had that alert on. I did see it kind of pop up there at that 22 halves. That breakout was a quick, nice scalp as well. But again, I asked myself, you really want to trade something like a HIMS while it's happening, or you want to trade that USO, or even something like the market as well. The market, the high-a-day breakout on the market was, I would arguably almost just as good as that USO, but USO maybe probably being a lot more technically sound as that, as that 110 comes in. Here we go with some of those imbalances, Sean. So let's see what's happening here. I got to pull.
Yeah, it looks like a little bit of a sell there for imbalances on NVIDIA. That seems like a little bit of a sell side imbalance there. Open Door with a sell as well. After you look at Open Door today, $5. That could be something to look at. We got a little sidetracked here into the close. I don't know what happened, something about oil. DraftKings sell, Intel sell, I'm just joking. EWY, a small bid there. We'll see if that can get going here. Yeah. That would make a little bit of sense, right? As we've seen the Kospi over here, this is Korea. EWY move on SK Hynix and Samsung. So that would be interesting there. SOX L with a small one there as well. We looked at that on Friday. Friday was a big imbalance, and then I don't think it didn't really do anything. So, and then NVIDIA looks like the biggest one there as a sell. And then Coke, for some reason, somebody they're no, not they're loving it. What's Coke's slogan again? Anyways, Coke. What was it, Adara? I don't know. Does Coke have a slogan?
Yeah,
Maybe it doesn't.
They do.
I'd like to teach the world to sing. I know that song they have, but
I don't know.
Do they have a slogan?
Maybe they do. Maybe.
Real Magic. Their current
Real Magic.
global. They had Taste the Feeling in 2026. Open Happiness in 2010. Always Coca-Cola in 93.
Oh yeah, that's a good one. Always Coca-Cola. Yeah.
The Pause That Refreshes in 1929, if you remember that one.
Of course I remember that. Okay.
Real Magic is the one right now.
I remember that. Oh, come on, 1929? Yeah. That was just a little wee one then.
I was like 5 years old.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, so yeah, Coke with an imbalance anyways at the end of the day as we discuss what the slogans are for Coke. All right, so yeah, you know, just getting not stopped out, but, you know, waiting to get this out. We need to wait. We only have 8 minutes left, and Obi and I need to be flat at the end of every day. So as we sit here on a prop floor in lovely Toronto, Ontario, we sit and watch our stocks trade. All right, so 103.26, we just put a bid there. We catch that, and we catch the taste on that one of those Coke slogans apparently. And now we'll wait to see what's going down to the downside here with just minutes left. I don't know if there's anything else on the imbalance locator that's interesting to me. I already looked at it. It was NVIDIA with a big sell. I think that was just about it there. Did NVIDIA even do anything on that sell?
It sold off.
Not really. It sold out a little bit before that. Let me just double check it. Man, this mouse, ever since we have new monitors behind us there. Coke. Yeah. So NVIDIA still sells. So we'll have to see if there's anything going on there.
Yeah, I'm seeing this. I guess USO is catching a little bit of a sell. I don't know if there's,
it is, 102
there's
and
an imbalance right here on. I got to pull up my.
It was not
Amex.
I have Amex on here. Just ARCA would be. It's under ARCA. We have SOX L is there. That's about the only one that I'm seeing on an Amex trade right now. You guys got to look for NAS. There it is. So ARCA's there. That's just what it's listed as on our board. No, there's nothing there anyways. All right, so that's NVIDIA, just trying to hold out for that bid. The market, we could do a quick little rundown there. I know Sia did some small cap recap, but just the overall market. We have Kohl's tomorrow, should be interesting for retail. I mean, if you guys remember, and anybody can do this just by looking at anything, today this was all red. We only had one green name earlier. We looked at Broadcom and it was AppLovin. It was the only other green name. Now, although you can easily find red names, it is a different story. Eli Lilly was red today as well. Now you're up 1.4% over there. Amazon, Costco, these names quite green. Costco anyways. Google 2.25%, Nvidia 2.25%. Apple that 1% as we get the story that Apple was delaying their home system due to
Smart home display.
Home display based on a lack of AI inclusion into that. Micron up 4%, that's nice. Energy names obviously getting hit here at the close as we see what's happening with oil, but Valero downside there, Conoco, XOM. It's funny because they're not even dropping that much. Would have thought for a little bit more. The sector that's still the most beat up out of everything though appears to be finance, and that's just not great. This morning when Morgan was down 4%, that might have been a buy opportunity. Goldman Sachs was also down. There you go. What a comeback from Morgan Stanley today. We should actually take a look at that. There's only 5 minutes left. Morgan Stanley was down 5% or so. And I was like, these are the names, that I was interested in buying on any dips. Wow. War over, Morgan Stanley up. Huge right there. So yeah, from the lows of 154 up to 161 as well. I guess our guy JP Morgan probably making some runs over there, Joe. Yeah, same type of move. Look at that. As if JP Morgan's chilling at VWAP right before that story. Boom. So any VWAP traders, close your eyes and you get a nice win there as well. Hewlett Packard tonight. Casey General Stores tonight, CASY. That's been a good one. CASY, Casey General Stores. We don't have them here, but I've heard pretty good things about Casey General Stores, and also upside on Casey. So we'll see what this one does. But yeah, that's it, man. Waiting for tomorrow night on Oracle. That's the big one.
Yeah, I think that'll definitely be the big one for I guess Wednesday. Yeah, we'll definitely be trading that one, or looking to potentially trade it there on Wednesday. I'll definitely participate if anything shows up in the Blue Ocean session tomorrow night as well. But yeah, I'm going to be watching for a potential continuation here. I think tonight's probably going to be spicy as well. Last night, nothing really crazy happened until I went to sleep here. You can see some of the moves that do happen in boats or Blue Ocean. You can see here. A lot of them after midnight, around 1, 2 o'clock, right here. Sometimes you get some nice moves off of the open there, but you can see, I guess you had some consolidation breakouts and then opening range breakouts coming into 1 a.m., 1:30 as well. So again, with trading pretty much heading towards 24-hour trading, we're going to have to try to diversify our time appropriately and be like, okay, well, do I really stay up that late and sacrifice sleep such that maybe that my performance in the daytime session will kind of be affected? Are the opportunities well worth it in the overnight session? I think the trading is definitely, I would say, a little bit more straightforward in the Blue Ocean session, just based off of how it's currently structured. But then again, when playbook setups, like USO show up here in the open session, in the New York session here, opportunities are just as good, if not better.
I mean, that's the thing with the moon and all that. There's a lot of opportunity. You never know, like, especially with it being a completely different time zone over there in Middle East, and then we're going to hear more about Russia, Ukraine, I think, later on as well. And when does Trump start to speak? Is it 5 o'clock, Adara?
5:30 p.m., but knowing that it's him, give it like half an hour to be potentially late.
Okay, so between 5 to 6 o'clock, President Trump or so.
He runs on presidential time.
Yeah, which is the best time. Might as well. So he'll be there tonight, and that would be another example there, as you can go over and check out some of the after hours trading on different markets as well. Yeah, people were like, we missed CCL earlier, but then look at CCL now.
Yeah, you guys talked about a potential push. The short was great in the morning. One of the viewers pointed out that the short was absolutely solid, but a bit of a flip of the script after it gets above opening range low, holds, and look at that. That's the breakout that kind of came in. Here we were looking at airlines as well. AAPL. Let's take a look at that. I got to also see if I'm flat right now. Yeah, I think I'm pretty sure I'm flat. Only about a couple minutes left going into the close, and you can see here AAPL also taking a little bit of a run going into the end of the day. I was looking at LUV, which was sold off, I would say, very aggressively in the morning session. Take a look at that beautiful reversion, pulls back into some prior structure, and the breakout coming in quite nicely as well. And even if you miss the highest volume breakout, look how cleanly it holds. 42 on the initial pullback and a nice grind back up to 43s. But again, not necessarily something that's in play for me. I came in today and I was like, I'm only looking at 2 stocks. And I honestly think some of the best opportunities on the day were in either HIMS, which did break out and give us a little bit of a move, bit of a chop here. If you were looking at some of these support levels, that was nice, as well as it sandwiched into that VWAP, or on USO, where we had 2 distinct instances of price moving news, which was one was at 10 a.m. where you had a little bit of a push, but that reversion was absolutely solid. And lucky enough, if you had that reversion and you kind of, I've been talking about trying to get better at pyramiding into some of these trades. If I had the most ideal scenario, I have this, I pyramid into it, maybe cover some, get a little bit more involved, and then stay involved with the percentage of the position, and then take aggressive size on the breakdown for that full-on move right there. So a lot of room to get better, Sean. But
always.
Here's
only 5 seconds left. 2, 1.
2 and 1.
All right, man. Yeah, I mean, what a difference a day makes, man. Rewind the clock 7, 8 hours there, and we are in a lot of trouble. And now all of a sudden, near the end of the day here, the Nasdaq's up 1.3% and rocking now, as well as the Dow is up, the IWM now up, ES up 0.89. And I'm just gonna guess IWM is up. I actually should check it out before I tell you guys that. Yeah, up 1.25%. And then the diamonds is your Dow Jones. If you are trading on EIA, I don't even see it there. I'm just gonna go to AM and find out what's going on. So here it is now. Now, 0.62, so not the greatest there. Diamonds up 0.62, but it's the Nasdaq up 1.41 and really setting the tone here today. What a great day, man. We got out of oil there right at the end, right at the close, and it just didn't give it too much to the downside. We shorted that news, and there's the break, and that's why you want to be with us from now on, man. I mean, anytime we hear something, we're going to go right over to the asset, see it, take a quick little look, and we had heard about the war potentially being over, according to Donald Trump, or getting closer to over, and that created this little, basically not little, but this big waterfall. We were able to get 99s and good covers. We started the trade at 111, 112, and then just a lot of covers on the way down. And then we just got out right there at the close at 104.50. Not
Great
bad
job holding
there.
for the whole.
Yeah, we tried. We tried to hold, and we actually did pretty good. We held on to enough there. Obviously, my number one stock today is going to be USO. All right, man, join us tomorrow as we'll have some more ideas, right? You never know what we're going to be trading, but I bet you it'll be oil at some point tomorrow. Watch out for silver. We'll watch out for a strong US dollar, see if that can rebound. It was weak there into the close. And then, yeah, more Palantir, more everything. Thank you so much, TPS reporter, saying great show, great job. Yeah, we're just happy to be here live with you every single day. And we're doing it live. Like, this is not, like, we'll show you the prices. We'll talk about the names. We'll do it live. Thank you, Adair. I know it's always a busy day, especially recently, so thanks for that. Big day tomorrow as we get ready for Oracle earnings after hours tomorrow night. We'll have Joe again. Oh, I didn't get... we didn't talk about the chicken. What, did you have the chicken today?
Yeah, the jerk chicken.
Yeah. Okay. So we got to start rating some things around here. So I'm gonna say, I actually thought it was decent for what we're talking about.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go 7.
Okay.
Maybe 7-1. No, the red tie had what, 7-2? So I had 7. Yeah, so I would say, this chicken, not the greatest as far as a jerk chicken is concerned.
Yes.
But I thought it was pretty tasty. Mine was well cooked. So if I'm gonna go like 8 as being like really good, I'm gonna go 7 as good. So for me, it was about a 7. What do you got?
I would say about like a 5.
A 5, so not very good. My guy over here, what are you saying?
7.
5-5.
5.5.
Okay, 5-5.
Cool.
All right. Neil said 10 out of 10. He messaged me from Florida, so he was really happy with it there today. Adair, too spicy or?
Yeah, I ended up, so I had the salad and I had some of the rice, but I just got a sandwich from Aroma because the spice was just not vibing with me, nor was the aftertaste of the chicken. But it was too spicy for me.
Yeah.
It was too spicy for me. So I don't feel like I could accurately rate it for that reason.
Okay. All right. So let's, for me, I was just more happy that it was actually seemed like it was cooked okay. But I'm going to have to start checking out this. Yeah, again, me and Neil have gone back and forth on this too. Sometimes not the greatest cook, and one of us will have one and one of us will have the other. But to that point, I'm going to have to look for this aftertaste, man. It's a couple times now that we've had this discussion.
Yeah, there's sometimes there's a, maybe I'm thinking maybe it's coming from the plates. It could be.
The thing is, it's wrapped. So this is the other thing that I was thinking about, dude.
Oh, because
it's wrapped in saran wrap, like our plates, because they get pre-made.
Right.
So I'm thinking if that's part of it. All right, more stocks tomorrow. Thank you so much, Obi. It was a great day. Thanks, everybody. Thanks, Adair. Thanks, Joe. Thanks, Brendo. Everybody, Andre and Fabian. We'll see you tomorrow, 8 a.m. Rise or shine with us. Trader TV Live. We're back.